Chapter 20. Nevio. Aurora ignored me completely over the next 2 days. I had sworn to Dad that I wouldn't spend more than a week at the race circus, so my time was coming to an end. I could tell that especially Massimo was growing restless with the lifestyle. He needed a task, and he probably missed his arguments with Carlotta. I, too, missed Las Vegas, mainly because of our raids. Not killing anyone in a week really gave me an itch. Still, I had every intention to stay until the race tomorrow and try to get one more rise, and hopefully orgasm, out of Aurora. In the afternoon before race day, Massimo, Alessio, and I sat on folding chairs in front of the trailer we shared. Another thing that grated on Massimo's nerve. He preferred privacy, especially at night. Adamo came over to our trailer. He gave Massimo and Alessio a smile before he narrowed his eyes at me. He was still pissed because of Gigimo. It was an open secret in camp that I had attacked him because of Aurora. Nobody had dared to look at her twice since then. Even Adamo's wife Dinara had given me the nasty eye ever since the incident. Nevio, a woman came to me today. She told me she needs to see you. It's of utmost importance. What did you do now? Alessio asked, his black Converse propped up on the folding table in front of us. We're in the middle of the desert and trouble still finds you. How did she look? I asked, not really interested in the matter. If she was a groupie wanting to have sex, well, I was out of the business of having sex with random girls. And if she was a girl from the past, hard pass from me. Adamo gave me a look that made it clear he didn't want to get involved in whatever went on. Tall, dark hair, with a French accent. I frowned. I can't remember a French girl. You had 2 French girls so far. One last year, one the year before, Massimo said, not even looking up from his phone, where he was probably reading the newest Science Weekly or whatever tickled his fucking fancy right now. Adamo let out a long sigh. Whenever I'm around you 3, I realize why Remo was constantly pissed off at me when I was a teenager. You're a nuisance. Any plans to return to Las Vegas? Perhaps tonight? Massimo gave a small shake of his head. Technically, only I'm still a teenager, if you go strictly by the numbers and not by intellect and level of development. Uncle Adamo, I said with fake hurt. We're family. This is our bonding time. Your version of bonding causes me too much trouble. I chuckled. Adamo sighed again. The girl looked really panicky, and I think it's urgent, so maybe you should talk with her before she disturbs the race tomorrow. I'd be really pissed if that happened. It's an important race. We have halftime, so new bets will flood us. Lots of money to be made. I lowered my feet from where I'd rested them on a vacant chair. All right. Where is the mystery girl? She wants to meet you at the car cemetery. She seems to share your sense of morbidity. And his level of crazy if she meets with Nevio at a place where he could dump her body, Alessio added. Adamo gave me a hard look. No bodies. What you did to Gigimo is enough. This is my last warning, Nevio. She'll live, I said, as I stretched out my arms. I don't see how she could piss me off enough to make me want to kill her. You want to kill pretty much everyone, Alessio said. Do you need moral support? I answered his mocking grin with my middle finger. After a yawn and stretch, I rose from the chair, strode over to my car, and got in. I missed the comfort of my Ram. The hard suspension of the Mustang was a nuisance. The drive to the cemetery took me 30 minutes. I tried to remember any French girls from my past, but my mind came up blank. It wasn't surprising, though, considering I'd even forgotten my night with Rory, who overshadowed every other girl in my past. A rental Toyota Yaris waited on the gravel parking lot next to the car graveyard. Over the years, Adamo and other racers had buried the remains of their cars in the dusty ground. Now dozens of cars emerged from the ground, like dominoes. I came to a stop with my bumper facing the other car's bumper, and got out. I could see a woman sitting behind the steering wheel. She didn't look happy to see me. Maybe this would end in a tirade. Who knew what I'd done after I'd fucked her? It must have been bad if she hunted me down more than a year later to give me a piece of her mind. This could be fun. Finally, the driver's door opened and she got out. Adamo was right. She was tall and had good curves, but she definitely wasn't dressed to impress today. She wore simple jeans and tight tee, plus flip-flops and no makeup. I hoped she hadn't foregone her face paint because she planned to ugly cry. She'd soon realize that crying didn't work on me. She hadn't pulled the keys from the ignition, so she was preparing for a quick escape. My interest was piqued. Her face didn't conjure up any memories. I couldn't even say if she was my type. I had been a mood fucker. One night I picked the tall, model type who turned everyone's head, and one night the wallflower who gave you the blowjob of a lifetime, risking lasting damage to her throat in gratitude for picking her. She stopped in her tracks and looked at me, her expression filled with anxiety. "You don't remember me, right?" I shoved my hands into my pockets. "No, not at all." "I figured," she said, her eyes darting to her car. I had a feeling there was someone in there. Did she bring her new lover for support? Narrowing my eyes, I stalked toward the back door and opened it. She didn't stop me, only watched. I froze when I spotted a small child in a dirty child seat in the back seat. He was only in a diaper, which was probably enough in the blistering heat outside, but not in the AC air inside the car. I took a step back and glared at the woman. "I want a fucking explanation, and I want it ASAP, or this is going to become a very unpleasant experience for you." She came toward us and picked up the child, a boy, I would guess, from his facial features, from the seat. She held him as if he was a dirty mutt she'd found on the street and couldn't wait to drop off at a shelter. I had a fucking bad feeling about this. She held him out to me in her outstretched arms. The boy stared at me with wide eyes. "Fuck it. He's yours." She tried to hand him over to me again. I took a step back, staring at the kid, then at the woman. She put him down on the hot desert ground and he crawled toward her legs, trying to be picked up again. The ground was probably blistering. "Put that fucking towel under him or pick him up," I snarled. She reached for the dirty towel on the floorboard, thrust it on the ground, and set him down on it. "Stay," she said impatiently, as if he were a disobedient dog. She met my gaze. "He's your son." I shook my head. My son? What the fuck? I'd forgotten a condom on occasion in the past. Was this really coming back to bite me in the ass now? "How do I know he's mine?" She glared. "I usually use a condom. You are the only one where I didn't use protection." "If you went bareback with me, you might have fucked other guys bare too." "He's yours. You can do a DNA test if you don't believe me." I didn't want to believe a fucking word out of her mouth, but I didn't need a DNA test to know he was mine. Fucking mine. He had my eyes, and something about him just screamed Falcone. I couldn't explain it. "I'm not taking him back with me," she said, as if we were discussing a piece of furniture, not a kid. Didn't women usually have motherly feelings for their brood? My mother would have chopped herself to pieces before she would have abandoned us, but of course I knew the stories about my crazy-ass grandmother, who tried to kill my father and his brothers. Wasn't it fitting that I had picked a crazy bitch for a fuck? "I'm not taking him back," she repeated, as if I hadn't heard her the first time. "I don't want him either," I roared. Fucking furious and also fucking overwhelmed for maybe the first time in my life. She'd popped him out of her vagina and taken, more or less, care of him since then. I was seeing him for the first time. If she didn't have feelings for the kid, did she really expect me to have them? Fuck. Feelings and I weren't on a first-name basis. He was a kid, all right, and had part of my DNA, but I didn't feel like a father. I didn't feel anything but utter confusion and rage. She shrugged. "Didn't abandon him in the desert, or drop him off in front of a hospital, or do what you do at night. Everyone knows what you are." Was she fucking serious? Was she really suggesting I kill that kid? Fuck, I was a psychotic fucker, no doubt about it, but even I had certain limits. I grasped her throat so tightly that my fingers dug into her skin and slammed her against the side of the car. Her eyes bulged, face turning red. She wanted to speak, but couldn't. I wasn't sure how much the kid had understood of her cruel words, but since he hadn't sought her closeness since she dropped him on the towel, I supposed he wasn't used to affection from her. I would have killed her, most likely, if the kid hadn't started bawling. Fat tears rolled down his chubby cheeks, and his face turned dark red. I released her and she bolted, losing a flip-flop as she rounded the hood of her rental and flung herself inside. The car jerked as she reversed it, then steered it to the side and raced away, scraping the side of my bumper with hers in the process. She left a trail of dust behind. And the boy. Chapter 21. Nevio. I watched the car disappear on the horizon, whirling up dust. Fuck. Slowly I looked back down to the kid sitting on the dirty towel. He was covered in a fine sheen of dirt, which clung to him because he'd broken into a sweat after he'd been moved from the cold inside the car to the heat outside. He had dark hair that curled above his temples and at the nape of his neck. Only Adamo had curls in our family, but maybe this was her heritage. She'd looked like she didn't originally hail from France, but rather North Africa or maybe the Middle East. I didn't even know how old the kid was. Fuck, I didn't remember much from party nights. He looked really small, definitely under 1. My head felt like it was going to explode, and not just because the kid didn't stop bawling. I wasn't sure if he was crying because his mother had taken off without another glance at him, though I could hardly imagine that she deserved to be missed by him, or because I scared him. I glanced back at my own car, half tempted to take off as well. What was I supposed to do with a kid? I sighed and rubbed the back of my head. It seemed to be getting hotter by the minute, and sweat trickled down the nape of my neck. A small body probably had a harder time against the sun. I stepped closer to the kid, and he cried harder. I got down on my haunches like you were supposed to do with scared animals, but the kid cried still harder. Not that I'd expected anything else. Most people cried when I pretended to be sympathetic. Shh, I said, but the boy didn't even react. Usually I shushed in a very different context, mostly to mock my victims. I picked up my phone and called the first person who came to my mind to save the day in a situation like this. Isn't it enough that you follow me everywhere? I hadn't been sure if she'd even pick up, but trust Rory to have a too big heart even when she tried to hate me. Rory, I really need you to come to the abandoned car yard. Silence on the other end. I'm not meeting you in the middle of nowhere. I smiled. Maybe she finally understood that she should stay away from me. A little too late. What's that sound in the background? She asked, her voice dripping with concern and suspicion. My crying son. Fuck, I really couldn't believe it. I need your help. This is serious. I can't call anyone but you. I'm fucking desperate. What? I hung up. Maybe if she thought I was lying in the desert bleeding to death, she'd come running. Though she had every reason not to care. Knowing Rory, she would help. She was too good. I stuffed my phone back into my pants pocket, then glanced down at the still crying boy, though his volume had reduced considerably. His voice was becoming hoarse, and his hiccuped breathing was causing more breaks in his cries. Listen, buddy, I began, but the kid only stared at his dirty feet and kept crying. Who was I kidding? Nothing I'd say would calm the kid. I bent down and grabbed him under the arms and lifted him off the hot ground. He froze in my hold like a baby gazelle the second before the lion broke its neck. Without a word, I carried the kid to my car and put him on the back seat. I turned on the AC, but made sure it wasn't too cold, then closed the door. I would have loved to sit in the cool inside, too, but his cries were starting to grate on my nerves. I would have thought I was used to human screams by now, but his bothered me. Maybe because I had no way to stop them. Well, I wasn't willing to use the methods I usually employ to shut people up. I leaned against the side of my car, hoping Rory's helper syndrome would bring her here quickly. If she didn't show up, fuck, I'd have no choice but to call Alessio and Massimo. But then what? Alessio would probably insist on finding the boy's mother, and Massimo would insist on taking him home to Vegas. There was no way in hell I was doing either. Rory didn't disappoint. 30 minutes later, her car pulled up. She hesitated a moment before she got out. The amount of relief I felt when she got out was alarming. She'd always seemed like a beacon of light, but today she trumped even the Aurora Borealis.
Aurora. I wasn't sure why I was here. Why, after everything, I was on my way to Nevio because he supposedly needed help. Maybe this was a new form of his game. Maybe after weeks of stalking me despite my more or less clear rebuke, he wanted a change of pace. See me run to him again. I had almost convinced myself to turn around when I pulled up in the car graveyard where trunks and hoods of cars peeked out of the earth, as if they were undead and about to rise again. Nevio leaned against his car. Nobody else was around. And again, I wondered whose cries I'd heard before. They had tugged at my heartstrings in a way I couldn't quite explain. If Nevio had called me here to help him dispose of someone, I'd run him over with my car and finally be free. Though, knowing Nevio, he'd still find a way to haunt me from the other side. With a monumental sigh, I got out of the car and put my sunglasses on. It was always easier to battle with Nevio if he couldn't look me in the eyes. I still wasn't immune to his power. Kissing him definitely hadn't helped, though it hadn't changed my feelings, only my level of desire. His eyes just held a certain amount of power that always grabbed you by the throat. I knew I wasn't the only one who had trouble resisting his eyes, but for most people, their fear and primal flight instincts got in the way of feeling any real draw to him. I made my way over to him. He straightened, and the relief on his face surprised me. Why am I here? I congratulated myself silently for my hard tone. Luckily, I was furious. Running him over with my car was still one of the options I entertained. Because you want to help me, Nevio said with a twist to his mouth that only fueled my anger. I'm done, I growled. So mad at myself I felt a little sick. I turned on my heel to stalk back to my car. A hand clamped around my wrist. Don't go, Nevio said firmly. Then a tad softer. I really need your help with this, Rory. I squeezed my eyes shut. Part of this was curiosity, but the other part definitely involved me being unable to say no to Nevio, even now. I let out a sigh and turned back around, then tugged my hand from his grip. If this is a trick, it's not. He pointed at his car. I'll show you. Maybe he really needed help burying someone. I won't help you dispose of a body. Nevio let out a chuckle. I'd call Massimo or Alessio if I needed help with that. He led me toward the back door and opened it. I hesitated briefly, still suspicious of his motive. But then a new wave of cries hit me. I peeked inside and took a stunned step back. In the back seat sat a small boy with dark, slightly curly hair, only dressed in a diaper. Snot ran out of his nose from crying, and from the sound of his wails, a little raspy and choked. He'd been doing so for a while. My heart clenched. Where are his parents? I demanded. A sinking feeling told me Nevio had killed them, and then noticed the little child. I could only hope the boy didn't have to watch. I didn't kill them, if that's what you're insinuating. I moved closer to the boy. Shh, it's okay. The boy briefly glanced my way with a look that made it clear he knew I wasn't telling the truth. I froze because something about the boy's eyes and even his features were familiar. They weren't as sharp as those of the man beside me, but there was no doubt in my mind that this kid in front of me was related to Nevio. I swallowed, then glanced up at Nevio. He's yours? Massimo would say a human being can't legally be anyone's possession. I glared. Did you sleep with the mother? It's a possibility. You don't remember? I chuckled and shook my head. He hadn't remembered sleeping with me either, so why was I even surprised? Ignoring the infuriating man beside me, I leaned into the car and picked up the crying boy. He didn't stop crying and barely reacted to my presence, but I kept rocking him, hoping to calm him down eventually. I turned back to Nevio, who was watching me with his hands in his pockets. How many more kids have you fathered? Fuck, you think I know? You know how I partied. Then fucked, I added, even as the word made my cheeks heat. He partied hard and fucked even harder. His trademark motto. One I'd never really understood until that night. I don't anymore, he said, but I ignored his comment. I didn't want to know what he did when he wasn't trying to make me miserable. What about the mother? Where is she? Ran off. What's his name? I didn't ask. And I don't suppose you have a way to find his mother and ask. She's probably halfway to Mexico by now. I might have tried to kill her a little. How can you kill someone a little? She's still alive. I stifled a nasty comment and drew in a deep breath. He needs a name. Call him Kid, or choose whatever name you think would fit him. I ran a hand through my hair, torn between wanting to help this boy and some stupid part of me, even Nevio, and wanting to let Nevio feel the consequences of his actions for once. I cradled the little boy gently against my chest, my heart aching for him, for what he'd been through and what lay ahead of him. He put his cheek against my chest and let out a shuddery breath, as if he'd been waiting for the moment he could let go of his distrust. I stroked his back. His body was dirty and soaked with sweat, and, from the smell of it, urine. At least he looked well fed. So maybe his unwashed state had more to do with him being out here in the desert than how he'd been treated since birth. I hoped it for him. He needs to see a doctor to make sure he's okay. You want to be a nurse, so can't you check him? I can't see any obvious injuries. I glared at Nevio. I would have screamed at him if I hadn't held the obviously shell-shocked little child. I did 2 internships. I haven't taken any courses. And even if I did, most of them don't cover small children. Their bodies handle many things differently than we do. He needs to see a pediatrician. I don't care if this complicates things for you, Nevio. Nevio narrowed his eyes, probably because of my tone, which was still tame to the tone I actually wanted to use right now. Then he nodded. I'll take you to a pediatrician, but he can't be linked to the Cumorah, so I'll have to do research. You want to keep your son a secret? Nevio's expression stilled when I said, son, as if he hadn't allowed himself to think of the boy as such. Nevio certainly wasn't the most empathetic person on this planet. It wasn't that he didn't understand other people's emotions. He just didn't care. But this, seeing his own child, must do something to him. At least I hoped it did. I don't want my father or the rest of my family to know. I'd figured as much, or I wouldn't be here. I'd carried secrets before. So you call me? You really think I'll help you? Nevio looked at the boy, then back up at me. What am I supposed to do with the kid? How old is he? He gave me a blank stare. I thought you'd know. You used to babysit Adamo's kid. From looking at him? He's your kid. When did you sleep with his mother? I laughed, realizing how ridiculous the question was. Never mind. I looked more closely at the boy. He obviously couldn't walk yet, but he could sit on his own. Even though I'd watched Roman, I wasn't an expert on little kids. I would have guessed he was between 8 months and a year old, but only a doctor would be able to tell. Unless Nevio found the mother and figured out the boy's birthday. So what's your plan? How do you expect me to help you in this situation? You're not thinking about giving him up for adoption, right? No, he said immediately. I don't trust strangers. Then what? I asked. If he didn't want help from his family who would definitely gladly raise the boy, then what was there to do? He looked at the boy for a long time. His dark brows puckered, then he looked up at me. I'd never seen him like this, a little lost and almost scared of the small boy who hung limply in my arms. Then it dawned on me. You expect me to take care of him? Like a mother? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 22. Aurora. stared at the man I hoped to spend my adulthood hating. The man I'd spent my childhood and teenage days loving with such abandon that I'd overlooked his many faults. The man I still loved and hated in equal parts. Nevio had broken my heart with little care, and I doubted he'd ever be willing or ready to mend it. Despite all of this, he wanted me to take care of his child. He trusts you enough with his child, a small voice amended. But I shushed that voice immediately because it was the same one that had made me fall for him in the first place. Not for long. Just until I figure something out. You're moving into your own place soon. It'll be easier to hide the kid there than my room in the mansion. He stepped closer. Too close. I tilted my head back to meet his gaze. His dark eyes captured me like they always did. I hate him. I hate him. But part of me loved him. Every twisted, psychotic part of him. Nevio was a lost cause. Everyone knew it. Rory, I need your help, and so does he. Your internship with our doc will give you enough time to take care of him. Don't, I growled. Don't play the emotional card, or the best friends card. You've lost either privilege. Then don't help me. I'll drop him off in front of a hospital like I should have done right away. He'll be better off without me. You mean you'll be better off without him? Be honest. You don't want the responsibility. We both breathed harshly. I swallowed, trying to control my emotions. I wasn't sure how much a child that age could understand, but he definitely picked up on our raised voices. What about all the times when I'm working in the clinic? He's not a dog. You can't leave him alone for a few hours. He needs constant care. Why was I even discussing this? I couldn't take care of a little boy. I was 18. I wasn't ready for this level of responsibility. This was Nevio's responsibility, not mine. Nevio shrugged. I could watch him on occasion. On occasion? He's your son. The boy winced against me, and I cleared my throat. If I help you, I expect you to step up and really make an effort to take care of him. And this can only be a temporary thing. You'll have to figure out a way to tell your parents. You'll need their help with this. Nevio briefly glanced at the boy, his reluctance obvious. If that's what it takes, I can sleep at your place now and then to help you with him. I had every intention to keep a close eye on you anyway. Fury raced through my veins. Carlotta will be there. I'll have to tell her. I need her help for this. God, was I really agreeing to this nonsense? I had to be out of my mind, and having Nevio sleep over was definitely a very bad idea. The boy shuddered against me, and I focused on him. His well-being was top priority right now. Everything else could wait. We should take him to a doctor now. Nevio opened the back door of his car. I glanced at Dinara's pickup, which I'd driven here. I'll tell Massimo or Alessio to pick it up. With a nod, I sat down in the back with the boy on my lap while Nevio Googled pediatricians. The boy was silent and still against my chest, breathing very low. Is he asleep? I asked when Nevio slipped behind the steering wheel. He glanced over his shoulder. No, he's just staring straight ahead. But he looks like he might be falling asleep soon. Drive carefully. He's not in a child seat. Nevio did drive more considerately than his usual style, but my heart was pounding madly in my chest when we finally came to a stop in front of a pediatric practice. It had been a longer drive than I would have liked, over an hour. It was 2 minutes after their closing hours, and I could see a nurse closing up the door. Let me go in first. I'll give you a sign when it's okay to come in, Nevio said, and slipped out of the car before I could argue. There was only one reason he didn't want me inside with him right away. He would be threatening the doctor and nurses, and knowing Nevio, he'd succeed. 15 minutes later, Nevio opened the door again and waved for me to come. Getting out of a car with a child in your hold was harder than I'd thought. Nevio jogged over to me and grabbed my arm to steady me. When I was safely on the ground on my own 2 feet, I pulled away from his grip and headed into the practice. Nevio stayed close to my side. Inside, A middle-aged male doctor with salt and pepper hair waited for us. Behind him stood an obviously terrified older nurse. The doctor also appeared apprehensive, but was better at keeping his composure, for which I had to applaud him, considering Nevio's talent for scare tactics. The little boy clung to me when we stepped into one of the treatment rooms. "What's his name?" he asked. I glanced at Nevio. This was a mess. The boy needed a name, preferably his real name, if he even had one. The situation was horrible. Maybe his birth mother had never bothered to actually name him. My eyes burned, considering the possibility. Batista. I said the first name that popped up in my head. Nevio raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. Of course, the boy didn't react when the doctor called him by that name. He took his time weighing and measuring the boy, checking his body for injuries and how many teeth he had. Batista was calm throughout it all. Maybe he'd already cried all his tears before. I stayed right beside him, hoping my presence would calm him even though he didn't know me. Nevio perched on the edge of the doctor's desk, watching everything with crossed arms. My anger for him had taken a back seat, not because I wasn't still furious, but because my brain was busy trying to figure out how I was going to take care of a child without anyone finding out the truth. I'd have to come up with a good story. My future would be filled with lies, all for Nevio. I could already imagine what Carlotta would say. We'd fought so hard to move out from our homes and share an apartment. For this slice of freedom. Caring for a baby would definitely take away from the life we'd imagined. His weight is on the lower part of the chart, but still okay. He's dehydrated, though. You need to get him formula. He's around 9 months, so that's still his best form of hydration. 9 months. Still a little baby. He probably still woke at night for his bottle. My life would be completely upended in the next few months. I didn't believe in fate, but it was strange that I had decided to postpone college to have more time to figure out what I wanted in the future. And now I had a little human full-time job. The rash on his bum will go away if you change his diapers regularly. I nodded. Are you done? Nevio asked. The doctor nodded, but I could see that he had a myriad of questions he wasn't asking. Nevio pulled out a wad of cash from his back pocket and handed it to the doctor. He began shaking his head, but Nevio simply shoved it at him. I put a fresh diaper on Batista. Luckily, they had a stash in the room, but I still didn't have any clothes or anything else to take care of a little child. I could have asked Dinara. She probably kept a few things, but that would have raised questions I couldn't answer. My early leave of the racing circus would already be met with surprise. Nevio and I left the practice with Batista in my arms, and for the first time, the question, what now, really hit me. How could we return to race camp? Even if I had my own small mobile home, everything was close together and people might notice if I tried to sneak in a child. Not to mention that baby cries would definitely alert people. Roman was the only other kid there, and he wasn't that small anymore. This won't work, I said. This was too big for me. We can't return to the race circus, not even for a night. And I can't move into the apartment yet. Dad has the codes for everything, and I don't have any stuff there yet. I took a deep breath, overwhelmed. Nevio's brows pulled together as he stared straight ahead, obviously lost in thought. We could find a motel for you for the night, and tomorrow we could make up a lie about why you had to return to Vegas and move into your apartment early. People will ask questions, I said. Mom and Dad in particular, though they were probably glad that I'd returned to Vegas. Still, another change in plans. Mom would continue her prodding, insisting emotional distress was a catalyst for my sudden behavioral changes. She wasn't wrong, of course. I hated the idea of having to add even more lies to my already long list of recent lies. I loved my parents and didn't want to deceive them. I'm supposed to eat dinner with Adamo, Roman, and Dinara. They'll wonder where I am. You're with me, having dinner with a friend. The way he said friend made it clear he didn't think that was what he thought he was, a friend. And he was right. We hadn't been friends since that night. At times, it had felt as if we were enemies. Frenemy, then, I said with a shrug, as if it didn't matter to me. Nevio touched the small of my back, surprising me. We're not enemies, Rory. Not friends, either. Friends don't want to do what I want to do to you. He traveled at my neck, ate me and make me watch. I meant it in the Hannibal Lecter kind of way, but Nevio's answering smirk said he didn't. All night long, he murmured. Goosebumps rose all over my body, and I took a step away from him so his hand dropped from my back. We need to buy stuff for Batista. It's getting late, and he needs food and sleep. He looked at me with an expression that made sweat trickle down the nape of my neck before he gave a nod. So it's Batista now. It's the only name I came up with on short notice. But it's your choice. He's your son. Something passed his face, but it was gone too quickly for me to grasp. Then let's go shopping and find a motel for us. Us? I won't let you stay in a fucking motel in the middle of nowhere by yourself, Rory. End of discussion. Now get into the car. You realize you're acting as if you're the one helping me when you're not. Get in, he said in a softer voice. I climbed into the car. Batista was sucking his thumb. Now that he wasn't crying, he was softly quiet. If my parents find out we spent the night together, even in a platonic way, there'll be hell to pay. Our families think we're too close, like brother and sister, so they won't suspect any dirty deeds. Not all of them. I was sure Kiara had watched our interactions with worry on occasion. After our shopping trip and another 30-minute drive, Nevio finally pulled up in front of a motel. By now, I had completely lost my bearings. I wasn't sure if we were in Arizona, Utah, or Nevada. Batista was asleep. I'd given him a big bottle with formula in the car, plus another fresh diaper, and dressed him in a cute romper, and he'd fallen asleep right after. Nevio and I walked into the reception building of the motel. The guy behind the desk glanced from me to Batista, then to Nevio. He nodded at me. She legal? I wasn't sure if he meant if I was of age, or if I was a prostitute. Nevio flashed his teeth at him. A room for us. The man looked at Nevio for several seconds before he nodded slowly, obviously deciding he didn't want trouble. Considering this place wasn't really inviting, he probably had suspicious-looking customers on a daily basis. Do you have a bed for the baby? The man gave me a look that suggested it was stupid of me to ask. Something in Nevio's eyes told me he wouldn't mind having a private chat with the man, but I didn't want more trouble than we already had. I gripped his arm. Let's go. Nevio finally picked up the keys, and we headed toward our room. The moment we stepped inside, my belly tightened with nerves. There was only one bed in the motel room. It wasn't even king-sized. The last time I had spent in a bed with Nevio had burned itself into my brain, and I wasn't keen on a repeat performance. Not like that. Not at all. Where are you going to sleep? I asked when I walked over to the bed. The scent of a strong cleaner hung in the air, which wasn't the worst thing because it gave me hope this place was cleaned regularly. In the bed, just like you, Nevio said, one eyebrow pulling up in a challenging way. We're both adults. I think we can handle it. Your actions of the past and even today suggest otherwise, I muttered. Nevio was many things, but not trustworthy. At least, not in that regard. He perched on the bed and took out his phone. I'll give Alessio and Massimo a heads up, so they can fill in Adamo. I put Batista down in the middle of the bed so he wouldn't accidentally roll off and hurt himself. The bed wasn't very high, but if he landed on his head, I didn't want to risk it. I assume you won't tell them the truth? Nevio's dark brows pulled together. He and his cousins were close, closer than close. The secrets they shared were more than an average human could stomach. But I had a feeling Nevio didn't want anyone to know about his son. Not even his best friends. This made me feel special. Even if I knew I had been the convenient choice, Alessio and Massimo were hardly nanny material. I gritted my teeth. My annoyance for Nevio on the rise once more. Not yet. I need to wrap my mind around everything, Nevio said quietly, surprisingly reflected and reasonable. What are you telling them? Everyone will wonder why we're both gone. My cheeks heated when I thought about how this would look. After the scene in the hospital tent, Adamo will definitely be suspicious. A sly smile pulled at Nevio's mouth. He won't share his suspicions with our families. There's a reason he prefers to stay at the races. A controlling family is annoying as fuck. It could be, but I didn't mind Dad's protective ways most of the time. Of course, there were instances when they were very inconvenient. Adamo will ask questions. We'll deal with him tomorrow. Nevio rose to his feet and pulled his t-shirt over his head. What are you doing? I asked after my eyes had done a quick scan of Nevio's marvelous body, as I always did. It was impossible for me not to check him out, but I made sure to only skim the tattoo on his back because I simply didn't want to see it grow. I'm grabbing a quick shower. The way he said it made heat rise into my cheeks. You could sleep in the bathroom. Maybe there's room in the tub. Nevio moved into the bathroom with a low chuckle. Are you scared of sharing a bed with me, Rory? He threw me a look over his shoulders, his dark eyes full of challenge. I held his gaze. No, I said firmly. I simply don't want to. It wasn't the truth. Part of me was scared of being in a bed with Nevio, not because of what he might do. No matter what Nevio was, he'd always respect my no, but of what I might want him to do. I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole again. I felt like I was finally making some progress with my emotions and didn't want to ruin it all. Nevio disappeared in the bathroom, but left the door about an inch open. I wasn't sure if he did it because he was vigilant or as another way to unsettle me. I sank down on the bed, suddenly tired. Batista rolled over on his belly in his sleep, but didn't move apart from that. He'd definitely have to sleep between Nevio and me so he wouldn't fall off the bed, and also to act as a barrier between us. I took my phone out of my purse, which I hadn't done in almost 2 hours. I'd gotten 8 texts, 3 from Carlotta, 1 from Adamo, 1 from Alessio, 2 from Mom, and 1 from Dad. I replied to Dad first because he was the one who'd send out the cavalry if I didn't. Like Mom, he was just generally checking in like he did every day. Adamo's and Alessio's texts had arrived after Nevio's message to them. And Carlotta was worried Nevio had done something because I hadn't replied to her first text from almost 2 hours ago. I wondered how much I should share with her. But a message or even a phone call seemed too risky for the news. She would eventually find out, and I knew she wouldn't be impressed. I simply messaged her that I was okay, but needed to talk to her urgently tomorrow regarding our move into our shared apartment. Then I put my phone down on the nightstand. I didn't have any spare clothes to change into. They were all in the camper van, and there was no way I was going to sleep in my underwear next to Nevio, even with a baby between us. Not going to happen. Since there was only one cover and Batista was lying on top of it, I'd probably just sleep with today's clothes on top, too. It wouldn't be a restful night, I supposed. I wasn't sure what Batista's rhythm was, but I assumed he'd wake for a bottle at least once at night. Not to mention that Nevio was in a bed with me. I slipped off my sneakers, then stretched out beside Batista. This felt surreal in a way I could hardly describe. When I thought I might be pregnant, I'd been terrified of the responsibility of raising a child. Now I was in the same situation, only it was another woman's child. I turned my head to Batista, who had his chubby cheeks turned to me as he slept on his belly. It was hard to believe that Nevio was a father. He was responsible for this boy. I don't think he really understood what that meant yet. I closed my eyes, allowing myself to rest, even as my nerves were too frayed to fall asleep right away. The creak of the door told me that Nevio was done showering and had entered the bedroom again. I really hope you're decent, I muttered, keeping my eyes closed just in case. "I'm many things, Rory, but not decent," he said, and from his voice, I could tell he was coming closer. My pulse spiked as it always did when he was near. "There's nothing you haven't already seen. For your information, I didn't really pay close attention to that part of you. That's a great loss. Your drunkenness and obnoxiousness were kind of distracting." The bed dipped, definitely on my side, and I felt a light pressure against my hip where some part of him touched me. "Then why did you have sex with me?" My cheeks burned. I had asked myself that question hundreds of times since that night. It wasn't even that it had been my plan to sleep with him. Not that night. I'd always wanted to be in a relationship with Nevio and take one step after the other. I opened my eyes and glared at him. Because I thought... Nevio perched on the edge in his boxers and nothing else. His muscled back was turned my way and he was twisting around to look at me. His dark eyes weren't mocking as his tone had suggested. They were curious. "You thought..." "Never mind," I said with a shake of my head. Nevio braced one arm beside my other hip, leaning half over me. "If you wanted to have a good time, you could have asked." I pursed my lips. "You would have never touched me if you'd known it was me that night. And what we had was far from a good time, so no thanks." Nevio chuckled. "You're right. You were off limits. And I'm usually a hell of a good time." I wondered if his use of the word "were" meant I was no longer off limits in his mind, and if he would have sex with me if I asked. What had changed? Why was I off limits and am no longer? Is this some sort of the present was already open, so now it doesn't matter anymore? I hated the idea that it was like that. I wouldn't have pegged Nevio the old-fashioned type. But maybe I was simply delusional when it came to him. Nevio's brows snatched together and his mouth built a hard line. "What a heap of bullshit." He bent down so his face was right above mine. I froze. "Aside from the fact that I doubt I really opened your present that night, considering I passed out on the first push, you were off limits for a myriad of reasons that had nothing to do with the state of your hymen." He had that directness from Massimo, and it still flustered me every time. I didn't say that considering how much it had hurt. I doubted the present wasn't opened. "Name one," I dared him. "You're Fabiano's daughter." I rolled my eyes because it was the obvious one, but for some reason I doubted it was the main one. "You're not someone who lets social rules or conventions stop him from something he wants. I was just one of the guys for you. That's it." Nevio didn't contradict me. "I don't think you're one of the guys now." I swallowed. "It's irrelevant. I never wanted and still don't want anything casual. I want a serious relationship." "Then you picked the wrong guy." "So you can stop stalking me now that we both agree that there won't ever be anything between us. I should be free to look for someone who wants to be in a serious relationship with me." The thunderous look in his eyes gave me an answer before his mouth did.
Chapter 23. Nevio. Anger surged through me. No way in hell was I allowing anyone to touch Aurora. Maybe I wasn't relationship material. Hell, most days I wasn't even bare human interactions material. But I couldn't give Rory free. She felt like mine, in some strange way I couldn't explain. Maybe she had always felt a little like mine, but in the past, I never had to worry that she'd pull away. She had been a constant in my life, her adoration of me a familiar presence, until I'd fucked up that night. For her, that night ended her obsession with me and started mine with her. I wanted to return to how it had been. The kid let out a small cry, destroying the moment. I pulled back so Aurora could roll over to him. She lightly rubbed Batista's back and made a low shushing noise, which seemed to work as his eyes remained closed. I rose to my feet. It was strange seeing Aurora console Batista. Not because I'd never seen her console someone. She had a huge heart, so naturally, She was the consoler in our huge group of friends and family. This was strange because she was consoling my kid. My kid. As if it were her own. Caring and loving as she was born. My instincts were of a very different nature. I wouldn't have known what to do with the kid if it started bawling. I still couldn't wrap my head around his being here and mine. What was I supposed to do with the kid? I didn't want that kind of responsibility, and no matter who you asked, they would tell you that I wasn't a person who should be handed this sort of responsibility either. Aurora knew it too, which was probably another reason she'd quickly agreed to take care of him. She was probably worried I'd lock him in a basement if he cried too loudly. I tore my eyes from Rory and my son, hating how confused the sight left me, how it reminded me of my deficits. Deficits I usually use to my advantage, but in a situation like this, they were just that. Deficits. I ran a hand through my hair, trying to refocus. I glanced at Rory's butt to get me in another mindset. She was in high-rise jean shorts, which allowed me to see the dip below her ass globes and thighs, the way she was stretched out. Rory cleared her throat, and I gave her a dirty smile. "Batista will sleep between us tonight so he can't fall out," she said pointedly. I rounded the bed and stretched out on the other side. I hadn't expected there to be any action tonight. She wanted me to redeem myself at the very least, but the road to redemption was closed to me. Maybe that would change if Rory and I started getting it on, or maybe not. Maybe that kind of emotional bond would always elude me. Rory didn't want to risk it, and a part of me was glad because it protected her from me. But the other part, which was unfortunately growing by day, wanted her no matter the price. "Can you turn off the lights? Aren't you worried about being in the dark with me?" I was only half joking. "Does it make a difference?" She sounded tired. In the dark, the monster was always closer to the surface, harder to control and cage in. But Rory was right. That monster didn't call out for her. I hoped it never would. I didn't sleep at all that night. Not just because the kid woke 3 times screaming desperately until Aurora fed him a bottle and rocked him in her arms. She and I didn't speak as she took care of him. She, because she was exhausted and pissed at me, and I, because I was in awe of her, and still trying to figure out how to handle the next few weeks. Hell, the next few days even. Aurora and I would need a good excuse for why we didn't stay for the race, why we'd return to Las Vegas and have her move into the apartment early. People expected that kind of erratic behavior from me, but not Rory, though she'd been unpredictable ever since our night together. I got several messages from Massimo and Alessio that night, and especially the latter made it clear what he thought of me being out somewhere with Aurora. It was before sunrise when I finally got up and dressed. Lying in this moth-eaten bed and staring at the ceiling splattered with fly shit, my pulse seemed to thump in my ears and my heart to hammer a hole into my ribcage. I felt restless, erratic, like a junkie who needed a fix. If it weren't for Rory and the kid, I would have gone in search for someone to kill, but this seemed like the worst possible moment to do so. Aurora needed me. They both needed me here. I pulled a chair up next to the bed, sank down in it, and propped my feet up on the mattress. The curtains didn't block out the lamp in front of our room, so I could see Rory's face as she slept. Tonight she didn't have any naughty dreams, but her sleep was fitful nonetheless. Batista stirred around 5 a.m, and Rory's eyes opened slowly, then went wide when she saw me watching them. She frowned and slowly sat up. Her hair was a tousled mess, and her eyes were a bit puffy. She was still the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen, and that thought made me want to get up and run like a fucking coward. I didn't like the turn my thoughts often took when I looked at Rory, especially in recent weeks, and I felt the last 24 hours had worsened the situation. "How long have you been watching me? It's really unsettling," she said, in a sleep-roughened voice as she stroked Batista's head. I doubted he would fall back asleep. For 2 hours, perhaps. I couldn't fall back asleep. Aurora lifted Batista into her arms. "Can you heat his morning oatmeal in the microwave?" I got up and picked up one of the food jars labeled as breakfast meal, then popped it in the microwave. Aurora got up. "Can you feed him so I can grab a quick shower?" She raised her eyebrows expectantly. I really didn't want to be alone with the kid, much less feed him, but I sank down on the chair and let Aurora put him on my lap. Batista tried to cling to Aurora, obviously as opposed to us being alone as I was. She eventually managed to put him down. "You got this." Batista and I both watched as Aurora disappeared in the bathroom. With a sigh, I picked up the spoon and dipped it in the food. Batista allowed me to feed him, even if his eyes kept moving to the bathroom door, waiting for Aurora's return. "You and me both, buddy," I muttered.
Aurora. The next day, after convincing my parents of my early move, I called Carlotta to tell her I would move into our apartment today, and not in 2 weeks, as had been my original plan. She had been suspicious right away, wanting to know why and if Nevio had done something. I lied that I just couldn't bear his obnoxious presence at the race circus anymore, and asked her if she could move in early too. Diego had forbidden her from moving into the apartment by herself, even just for a few weeks. When Nevio and I arrived in Las Vegas in the early afternoon, I warned him again. "You need to spend the day with him until the coast is clear. I'll give you a call when you can bring him to my place tonight." Nevio stared at the boy, who was shaking a rattle with huge eyes and sucking quickly at his new dummy. I doubted he'd ever had a rattle before, considering how mesmerized he seemed by the thing. What am I supposed to do with him? I don't know. Take him to a park and go on a walk with him in his stroller. I prepared his milk portions for you and put enough bottled baby food into the nursing bag to last for a week. I can't take care of him for more than a few hours, Rory. Trust me. I gritted my teeth. You've said that before, and I'll try to get rid of everyone except for Lotta as soon as possible. But until then, your son is your responsibility. My parents are suspicious anyway. They probably think I'm about to have a mental breakdown soon. If things kept progressing like this, maybe I would. He nodded slowly, but I could tell he didn't like it. He could deal with it. I hopped out of the car and walked toward the security gate of my family's mansion. It opened when I arrived in front of it, and Nevio pulled away when Dad appeared before me. "What's that about?" Dad asked as he watched Nevio race away. I gave a shrug. "I think he wants to return to the race, or maybe he's in the mood to kill someone. With Nevio, you never know." Dad narrowed his eyes at me. "What's going on, Aurora?" I sighed, buying time to come up with a reply. When I helped in addiction care, I felt reminded of Nevio. He's not addicted to drugs, but to the thrill of the kill, and I thought I could help him with it. But he's untreatable, and I'm just sick of his antics. I want to help people who really want and need my help. Dad nodded, but his suspicion remained. "I could have told you that before. Nevio's disposition is permanent and will probably make him a feared capo one day, if he manages to control himself on occasion, maybe even a respected one. But you need to take care of yourself, not him. Your mom and I are worried. Changing plans on short notice isn't your style, Aurora." I feel like my life is up in the air. So far, every step ahead was clear. But now that I finished school, uncertainty has entered the picture. It's difficult for me because I want to know what lies ahead, but I don't. It wasn't even a lie. Nothing seemed decided yet. I wasn't sure what I'd do in the future, but at the same time, my options were limited as the daughter of a high-ranking mobster. Dad nodded, then he cocked an eyebrow. "We could arrange a marriage. Then one thing would be certain." I could tell he wasn't serious. "You would have a harder time giving my hand away in marriage than me." He chuckled. "True. And I don't know any man who would be worthy of you." I smiled. "I suppose he would have to be a high-ranking camarista." Dad shook his head. "He would have to be a good man willing to treat you like a queen. And a camarista." "Which means I'll never marry," I muttered. Well, Nevio fit the latter to a T as future capo. He definitely wasn't a good man. not even by my dad's standards, and he was worlds away from treating me like a queen. Dad wrapped an arm around my shoulders and led me toward our house. Mom was already waiting for us in the doorway. "Your mom wants to talk to you about your move again." After an initial attempt to have me stay with them for a few more weeks, I got them to agree to me moving into my place today. Mostly because I pretended that Carlotta would be heartbroken if I bailed on her now. I only had to pack my clothes and care products since the apartment was already equipped with everything else we might need. Dad entered the security code into the elevator, so it started moving to the floor where Carlotta's and my apartment was. There was only one more apartment on the floor, but it was empty. I had a feeling that wasn't a coincidence, because the apartments on all the other floors were occupied. Normalcy was difficult if your father was enforcer for the Camorra. Diego and Carlotta were already in the apartment when we arrived. I hugged Carlotta, excited to share the place with her. But at the same time, anxiety over having to take care of Batista dimmed my excitement. Carlotta didn't even know yet, and I could only imagine how she'd react. She regarded me closely, her eyes narrowing. "Everything okay?" she whispered. "Later," I mouthed back. I didn't want Dad to think my worry was related to living on my own. He'd jump on that wagon without hesitation and insist I live at home instead. Dad and Diego walked through every room of the apartment, 2 bedrooms, a shared bathroom, and a living room with open kitchen, to check it for any security concerns yet again. Every inch of the entire complex had already been checked by them in the weeks before. The security guards were probably already sick of Dad's criticism and suggestions for improvement. Mom went into my room with me. She helped me put on sheets and hang up a few photos from our family and Carlotta and me. Once everything was in place, except for my clothes, which I wanted to sort into my closet later, Mom let out a sigh. "Wow, this really hits me harder than I'd thought." Tears glistened in her eyes. I went over to her and wrapped my arms around her. "I'm only a 10-minute car ride away, and you still have Davide." Mom nodded, but I could tell that she wasn't really consoled. I felt a bit sad, too, but I simply wanted to have my own place with Carlotta. I wanted to be responsible for cooking, for housework, and now a child. Dad came in. He wrapped an arm around Mom and she leaned into him. "She's safe, Leona." "I doubt Mom's crying because of safety concerns," I said with a laugh. Mom laughed too, but it sounded a bit choked. Dad frowned at her and she swatted his arm lightly. "I'm fine. Go give her the lecture you surely have in mind." "The building is closely guarded, Aurora. Don't give the security codes to anyone." It was why Nevio would smuggle Batista into the apartment. And then the poor kid would probably have to stay inside for a while until he and I came up with a plan how to get him in and out without anyone noticing. Or until we found an explanation for a kid visiting me. Or better yet, until Nevio told his parents and they'd figure out a final solution for the boy. He needed a forever home, a forever family. And that could only be the Falcones. "I know, Dad. I know where every single emergency button is in this building. I know the names and faces of every security guard on the premises." I trailed off at the look on Dad's face. "I'm going to be okay." 15 minutes later, Carlotta and I had finally managed to usher her brother and my parents out of the apartment. The moment the door closed, Carlotta sighed, grinned, and rushed over to the sofa, where she flung herself down with widely spread arms. "Freedom!" I grinned. "Not quite, but better than nothing." I quickly messaged Nevio that the coast was clear. As the capo's son, no guards would stop him from entering the premises. I just wondered how he'd get Batista into the apartment. I sank down beside Carlotta, trying to come up with the gentlest way to break the news of our new houseguest to her. "Will you have Massimo over now that your brother isn't breathing down your neck anymore?" I asked instead. Carlotta pursed her lips. "We're just friends." I gave her a doubtful look. She shrugged. "Why would he come over by himself? Maybe the trio comes over for movie night or so. But do you even want Nevio around?" I thought you were trying to put some distance between you and him. That was working splendidly, now that I had agreed to take care of his son. Why was I such a sucker for people who needed help? My phone beeped with a message from Nevio, in which he informed me that he was already in the elevator. I jumped up from the sofa. Carlotta still lay spread-eagle on the sofa, her brown curls flung about her, and she made a face that expressed her concern for my sanity. "What's wrong?" I bit my lip when a knock sounded. "This is Nevio." "Nevio?" She sat up and swung her legs down. I gave her an apologetic smile, then hurried to the door. Nevio must have waited with Batista right around the corner to be here this quickly after everyone left. I opened the door, and my eyes widened in surprise. Nevio waited in front of it. No surprise there. But instead of Batista, he carried a huge cardboard box. Had he left the boy in the car and decided to carry his stuff up first? Chapter 24. Aurora. "This is getting heavy," he said with a cocked eyebrow. I stepped back and opened the door wider. He passed by and I closed the door after finding nothing and no one else in the hallway. He put the box down slowly and opened the lid. My eyes widened in surprise. Inside was Batista and his carrier, fast asleep. "You put him in a box?" I asked. Nevio motioned at the holes he'd put into the cardboard as if this was for a cat or bunny. "It was only for a few minutes. I put him in there in the parking lot across the street, then walked over here. I didn't want to risk anything on the premises." Carlotta approached us with obvious curiosity and peered down into the box like I still did. Her eyes widened comically, and she slowly turned her head toward me. "There's a baby inside the box." "Thanks for the heads up," Nevio said, but his voice was less cocky than usual. His hair was tousled, and he was sweaty. It seemed like being alone with a 9-month-old was too much for him. Carlotta still stared at me, her eyes growing even wider. "There is a baby in the box." I bent down and carefully picked up Batista. He briefly stirred but never opened his eyes as I pressed him to my chest. "What's going on?" Carlotta asked, her eyes narrowing on Nevio, who shoved his hands into his pockets, as if it wasn't his job to explain the situation. If he thought his job was done here, he was very wrong. I would help him and Batista, but he would be part of this. He wouldn't just keep on living as if nothing had changed. "I have another box with his things in the car. I'll pick them up," he said, and left the apartment without another word, leaving me alone with a very upset Carlotta. She flung her arms up. "Aurora, what is going on? You're my best friend, but if Nevio kidnapped this kid, I won't just stand by and watch." "He didn't kidnap him, Lotta. I swear," I sighed. Carlotta stared at the little boy and shook her head. "You can't tell anyone about this," I told her. "Not even our families. No one." "He's not yours, that's for sure," she said, and her lips thinned. "I know only one person who'd mess up like that and then ask you for help. Fits that he's the one who brings him here in a cardboard box." I shrugged. Of course, there was only one possible suspect in this case. She moved closer and looked at Batista, who I cradled in my arms so his peaceful face was on display. "He's Nevio's son, isn't he?" I nodded because I didn't want to lie to Carlotta. I needed her help with this. "Yeah, he found out about him yesterday. His birth mother dropped him off with Nevio because she doesn't want to take care of him." Carlotta's expression twisted with contempt. "I'll never understand how a mother can abandon her child." I shrugged. I didn't know the exact circumstances. What made me angrier than the fact that the woman had decided to give away her son was the fact that she hadn't taken very good care of him before then. "And to hand him over to a madman like Nevio?" Carlotta shook her head and scoffed. "He's the last person I would put up to the task of watching a helpless child." "He's not that bad." "He is. And he's irresponsible. That was true. Nevio lived for the thrill. Of course, he took responsibility when it came to the Camorra, but many of his tasks were directly linked to activities he loved. Torture and killing. Carlotta lightly touched Batista's small hand, and her expression softened. She loved kids, and would definitely help me with him. When she looked back up at me, her expression was less gentle. "Why is he here?" I grimaced. Carlotta threw up her arms again. "Rory! Nevio doesn't want his family to know about this. He didn't even tell Massimo and Alessio yet. He has nowhere else to take him, and he knows he'll be safe with me. It's just until he's figured out another solution." Carlotta pressed her palm against her forehead, slowly shaking her head. "You should tell on him, Rory. I know you think you need to help him to unleash his humanity, but we both know that won't work. He's a mess, and you should stay away from him." "You never said it like that before." "Because I didn't want to hurt your feelings. But this is about more than just your feelings, Rory. This boy needs a family." "I know," I said. "But he lost his mother already. I don't want to rob him of any chance to have a father. If I tell the Falcones about this, Nino and Chiara, or Remo and Serafina are going to adopt him. It'd be easy for Nevio to pretend this isn't his problem, to just let others become caregivers for his son. But if I care for the kid for a while, Nevio will always know it's only a temporary solution, and he'll eventually have to step up and own up to his responsibilities." Carlotta shook her head. She couldn't seem to stop. My own disbelief over the situation was still strong, so I understood her only too well. "You know, Nevio, do you really think that'll happen? How is this going to work? You're starting your internship with the doc in a few days, but a baby needs 24-hour supervision. If you don't want to tell anyone, that leaves only us. I'm not even going to take Nevio into calculation." I bite my lip. My work at the Camorra's clinic allows my schedule to be flexible. I'll try to work shifts at night or in the evening, and I still have 2 weeks before I'm even supposed to start working there. "But he can't be alone." "I know," I said. "Nevio can watch him on occasion, and—" I gave her a sheepish smile. Carlotta pursed her lips. "And I can take care of him when Nevio can't. So, always?" I sent her an apologetic smile. I knew I was asking a lot. "I'll try to do all the work, and it's only going to be for a few weeks. I'll kick Nevio's ass as often as possible." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "I can keep an eye on him some nights when you work." I hugged her. Another knock sounded, and Carlotta pulled away and stalked toward the door. She opened it with a little more force than necessary, and gave Nevio one of the darkest looks I'd ever seen on her face. It didn't faze him in the slightest, judging from his unimpressed expression. "Do you have a room where I can put this stuff?" Nevio asked, directed at me. "I suppose my room. We don't have a nursery since we didn't plan on having children over," I said, letting my own annoyance shine through. I motioned him to follow me as I headed for my room. It was moderately sized. Carlotta and I had wanted a small apartment, but it was still bigger than most rooms on campus. Nevio began unpacking everything, then put together the crib. He positioned it beside my bed once it was done. I released a low breath, reality sinking in. While I had experienced babysitting Roman, I'd never been solely responsible for a baby. His parents had always been a call away if I had questions or needed help. This was different. Nevio ran a hand through his dark hair, his eyes settling on the baby still asleep in my arms. I was rocking on my heels lightly because it was a move that Roman had always loved, and it seemed to soothe Batista too. "You're good at this," he murmured. "Good with him." Nevio's gaze hit me, warm and appreciative in a way I'd rarely seen. "You can be too, if you want," I said firmly. I didn't want him to turn this into a natural motherly instinct thing and use that as his way out of responsibility. Nevio's lips pulled into a sardonic smile, but he didn't reply. "Where do you want the rest of his stuff?" Everything for his bottles in the kitchen and the changing station in the bathroom. I slowly walked into the kitchen and found Carlotta. My parents had stocked our fridge with everything we might need in the next few days. She stared into the fridge but didn't take anything out. Her scowl suggested the inside of the device had personally insulted her. Her fingers twisted the ancient cross around her neck, which had been her grandmother's. Batista stirred in my hold and let out a short cry as his eyes peeled open. Then his gentle protests turned to high-pitched wails. Nevio came in from the bathroom where he'd set up the changing station, looking alarmed. "What's up?" "Maybe he's hungry," I said, intensifying my rocking, which only made Batista squirm and cry harder. "You could make him a bottle. Aurora's arms are full," Carlotta said with a very tight smile. The cross in her hand turned toward Nevio as if she was trying to keep his evil from her. I doubted she noticed. Nevio shrugged and moved over to the formula we'd bought. He picked up the box and read over the description while the noise level in the kitchen reached headache-inducing volumes. He cursed when he spilled hot water over the counter, then knocked over the formula and spread powder over himself and the floor. I sent Carlotta a pleading look. I knew Nevio needed to learn how to do this. He needed to step up. But I'd had a long day and Batista's cries were too much. She moved to Nevio's side and took the box from him. After a quick scan of the instructions, she assembled the milk bottle within a minute, and I gave it to Batista, who immediately quieted. Nevio leaned against the counter with a dark look and gave me an "I told you so" look. I shook my head. This doesn't mean anything. Most fathers have to learn how to take care of a baby. It doesn't come naturally. In a few weeks, you'll prepare a bottle with your eyes closed. I really hoped that his parents were involved by then. "Shouldn't he eat solids at some point?" Nevio asked, only briefly glancing at Batista, who still happily sucked at his bottle. "You can't feed him pizza, if that's what you think," I said, then yawned. Nevio glanced at his watch. It was 7:30, and my rumbling stomach told me Batista wasn't the only one who needed to fuel up on food. "I'm going to order pizza for us," Nevio said. "Not Batista, though." I just nodded, and Carlotta came over to me, not uttering a protest either. When we sat at the dining table, she turned to Nevio. "Do you really think you can keep this a secret from everyone? Especially Massimo and Alessio, who are practically attached to your hip. They'll get suspicious at some point." "If you don't let something slip to Massimo, we should be fine. It won't be the first time I'm gone for a few hours or overnight." Batista watched me eat the pizza with interest, reaching for it several times. Eventually, I put him down on the floor because he seemed eager to move. But once there, he just sat on his bum and watched everything with curious eyes. Nevio's phone lit up with a call. "Massimo." He pushed the call away. Seconds later, a message popped up. "What's up?" I asked, half hoping they'd somehow found out about Batista. "They're back in Las Vegas and want to know where I am." "It's on security camera, so eventually someone will know you're here," I reminded him, though I was sure he'd taken that into consideration. If Nevio visited us frequently in the next few weeks, Dad would definitely ask why. He'd draw the wrong conclusions. Nevio shrugged. "They definitely won't think I'm here because I have a son." "Because it's crazy," Carlotta said. Nevio's phone beeped again. He rolled his eyes. "They can't be without me." "Well, they'll have to learn to get by now that you have more responsibilities away from them," I said. Batista began to squirm again and to rub his eyes. "I think he needs to go to bed," I said. Nevio rose to his feet. "I'll let you handle it. Better I go to Alessio and Massimo before they start looking for me here." "Aren't you going to help me put him in bed?" I asked pointedly. "I doubt he wants that. He still looks at me like I'm going to eat him." Batista indeed watched Nevio warily. Most children are wary of unknown men. If you spend more time with him, that'll change. Nevio stayed, but he looked more uncomfortable than I'd ever seen him. Unfortunately, Batista proved his point and kept rousing from slumber to eye Nevio wearily. Eventually, I told Nevio to go, and he did so without hesitation. Batista fell asleep soon after Nevio had left. I stayed beside him for a few more minutes before I left the room. With Roman, it had sometimes taken more than an hour to get him to fall asleep. But Battista was obviously used to falling asleep alone. To my surprise, Nevio was still in front of the door. I'd have thought he had already left to meet with Alessio and Massimo. I wasn't, however, surprised that he hadn't gone back into the kitchen to spend time with Carlotta. Her Nevio tolerance was very low today. He simply leaned against the wall, his face tipped forward, dark strands falling over his eyes. I'd often wondered how it would feel to run my fingers through them, to tug him toward me, and feel his own fingers raking through my hair. I paused with my hand still on the doorknob. But now the sight reminded me of the night when everything had changed. My belly clenched as it always did when I thought about it. But the emotions weren't quite as raw as they used to be. Maybe this was a sign. "He's asleep," I said in a quiet voice. Nevio looked up, his eyes narrowing as they settled on mine. He nodded slowly, still with the same confused and thoughtful expression on his face. Nevio pushed away from the wall and approached me. I held my breath, not even sure why. Nevio stopped in front of me, raked a hand through his hair, then gripped the dark strands. His face twisted with conflicting emotions. "Listen, Rory, I know I can be an asshole." I gave him a go on look, because I certainly wouldn't contradict him on that point. His fingers curled deeper into his hair, and his expression became even more pained. "I won't ever forget what you're doing for me, and for him." He nodded at the door. "You're the kindest person I know. Way too fucking kind for this world." He smiled strangely. "You have every reason to hate me, and I know you're really trying. But still, you're here. Thank you." The last two words sounded as if he had to press them past shrapnel. I suppose saying thank you wasn't in his standard repertoire. He kept my head, and I tensed, my fingers around the doorknob becoming numb from my tight grip. For a moment, we remained like this. I didn't want to be kissed by Nevio. Not today. Not as long as my emotions and thoughts were a jumbled mess. Nevio briefly touched his forehead to mine, which felt even more intimate than a simple kiss, and took me wholly by surprise. He stepped back and let go of my head with a strange smile. "I'll go now. Sleep tight, Rory." He headed toward our front door, opened it, and then stopped in the doorway. "I'll be back tomorrow." The long pause before he uttered those words told me they weren't what he'd had in mind. He disappeared from my view, and the door clicked shut softly. I released the doorknob, my fingers prickling as blood flooded back into them. Carlotta appeared in the kitchen doorway. I wasn't sure how long I'd already stood like that. "Our first night in our own apartment," I said. I didn't want to talk about Nevio. I tore my eyes from where Nevio had been moments before and headed toward Carlotta, who was still hovering in the entry to the kitchen. "How often has Diego messaged you so far?" Carlotta's phone binged as if on cue, and she checked it after rolling her eyes. "Now 6 times since he left, and Antonia twice. Even Massimo messaged. You'd think we moved to the other end of the world," I said with a laugh. I wanted the tension gone. I wanted tonight to be about us girls and our silly dreams of freedom. "Let's chill on the couch and watch some TV. You should check your phone first. When you put Battista to sleep, you got about a dozen messages. Your dad will be back in no time if you don't reply soon. And then we'll have a hard time explaining the Battista situation to him." I giggled. A 9-month-old is definitely not something he expects to find in my room. I grabbed my phone from the kitchen table. Carlotta was right. We couldn't risk someone coming over unannounced. Carlotta followed me into the living room and we settled on the couch. I began answering all texts. Carlotta was quiet, probably still mulling over our situation. I felt guilty for dragging her into this. "What about Battista? Will we hear him?" Carlotta asked after she'd turned on the TV. Our apartment wasn't very big, so I thought his cries would carry over to us. We both listened for a moment, but it was absolutely silent. We leaned against each other and watched for a bit. I had trouble focusing on anything, so we chose some trash TV that didn't require any form of concentration. Maybe 40 minutes later, Batista's cry made me jump. I got up and hurried into my bedroom. He was sitting in his bed, crying. His pacifier had fallen out and landed on the floor. I picked it up and put it back in his mouth, making shushing noises all the while. But he didn't stop crying. I picked him up and began rocking him when Carlotta came in with a bottle of milk. I gave her a grateful smile. Batista only took a few gulps from the bottle before he began crying again. I wasn't sure what he wanted. Not food or his pacifier, and his diaper wasn't full either. Maybe he's just confused because he's in new surroundings. I nodded. I wish I knew more about his past. I hope his future will be less dramatic than his past has been, Carlotta said. I released a small sigh and stroked Batista's soft hair. He quieted a bit, but still sounded distressed. Maybe I should go to bed so he's not alone. I'm tired anyway. I can hold him while you get ready for bed, Carlotta said. I gave her a grateful smile and handed Batista over to her. She began singing to him in her beautiful voice, but even that only briefly stunned him into silence. I grabbed my PJs and rushed into the bathroom. After 10 minutes, I returned. I stretched out on my bed with Batista by my side. Carlotta moved his bed against the mattress so he couldn't accidentally fall out of bed in the night. I still think you're crazy for doing this, but I'm glad to know you'd be by my side if I ever got pregnant by accident, Carlotta said with a hint of irony. I would definitely help you if you ever accidentally slept with Massimo and got pregnant, I said with a small laugh. Carlotta made a face and closed the door, cloaking Batista and me in darkness. I rubbed his back for a long time, and eventually he fell silent. I was no longer tired. I felt too anxious. What qualified me to become the main caretaker of a possibly traumatized child? Why am I doing this? I muttered, then glanced at the helpless kid beside me. His soft breathing was reassuring. He needed me to do my best for as long as there was no better solution. I hoped Nevio would figure out something fast. The longer Batista stayed with me, the more he'd get used to my presence and then be ripped away again. My phone lit up with a message. I was glad I'd muted it. Of course, it was Nevio. Nobody else would message me this late. Thinking of you. I'll bring breakfast in the morning. Sleep tight. I would have found his message sweet under different circumstances. I was pretty sure some of my fantasies from the past included late-night texting with similar messages. I can't sleep. Angry with you. I turned off my phone. I didn't want to chat with him now. He was probably driving around with Massimo and Alessio, looking for a new victim so he could extend his back tattoo. And I was here, with his son. Chapter 25. Aurora. I'd barely slept and hadn't had time to get dressed yet when Nevio showed up at the apartment the following morning. I was too exhausted to care that I was only in panties and a tank. The clothes I'd changed into in the middle of the night after Batista had spit up on me. Batista had fallen back asleep around 6:30, 3 hours after waking me with his spit up. Unfortunately, my body refused to do the same and catch up on sleep. I was on my second coffee but felt no closer to being ready for the day. A direct caffeine infusion was probably my only chance to survive the day at this point. Carlotta had already left for a doctor's appointment. Because of her heart, she had them regularly. After making sure Nevio was in front of the door, I opened it for him but stayed hidden behind the door, not wanting to be caught on camera in my half-dressed state. Nevio scanned me from head to toe when he entered the apartment. I was too tired to feel embarrassed. Nevio looked as if he hadn't had much sleep that night either, though I suspected for very different reasons. Annoyance filled me when I imagined how he'd probably enjoyed himself with Massimo and Alessio. Nevio raised a paper bag with the name of one of my favorite donut shops on it. I got breakfast. The donut shop wasn't on the way from the mansion to the apartment. I wondered if that meant Nevio had slept somewhere else, or if he'd gone out of his way to get me breakfast. I didn't ask. Maybe it was for the best if I didn't know. I didn't have enough energy for a possible argument. I nodded and trudged back into the kitchen where I'd left my coffee. I sank down at the kitchen table, cradled my coffee cup, and tried not to let my anger suck what little energy I still had from my body. "Rough night?" Nevio asked as he set the bag down on the table in front of me. I glared. "What about you?" Nevio opened the paper bag and showed me the selection of 6 donuts he'd bought, then sank down across from me. I had to let off some steam. I slammed my coffee cup down on the tabletop. "So, that's how it's gonna be? I'll watch your son so you don't have to, and I'll stay single for the rest of my life so you won't feel the need to kill anyone. And you keep living your best life, sleeping around with girls and killing people for fun." Nevio stared at the spilled coffee, then up at my face. "I haven't slept with a girl since I visited you in New York. I tried after our night at the party. But like I said, you are stuck in my head, and I have a feeling it'll be impossible to get you out." Surprise shot through me, but I didn't allow my initial response to show. I was still suspicious, and Nevio needed to know that. "You haven't been with any girls for 3 months?" "It's only me and my hand." I stared at his hand and, of course, flushed, thinking about how he was touching himself. Was he thinking of me when he did? He'd mentioned it once, but it was still hard to believe. After years of yearning, he was suddenly into me. I got up, trying not to let my tired mind run rampant. I needed to stay calm and in control. Grabbing a dish towel, I wiped up the coffee stain to buy some time. When I sat back down, I felt calmer. "Why? What do you want from me? A relationship? Obviously not." Nevio tilted his head, letting his gaze wander over my face. I couldn't imagine that I was an enticing sight right now. Fuck if I knew. Maybe even a relationship. But I'm not relationship material. I shook my head. "So you think stalking me for months and threatening everyone who looks at me is a good way to win me over?" "Do I need to win you over?" I glared. "Maybe I had a crush on you, but what happened between us was a major eye-opener. Not to mention that you having a kid and not wanting to own up to it is another sign that you're just not ready to commit to anything. My brain is a train wreck, Rory. Sometimes I feel like you might be the only one who can stop me from going off the rails. Sometimes I'm sure it's inevitable, and I'll just overrun you in the process." My throat clogged up. He thought I had this power over him? I didn't want to let his words lure me in. I sighed. "Maybe you took too many drugs at the parties, and now your brain's not functioning properly. Trust me, my brain was in an orderly place long before I had my first glass of alcohol or smoked marijuana. I don't want to be your stopgap, the one you run to when you're desperate. I want to be in a real relationship, with commitment and honest emotions, with someone who's reliable and responsible." Nevio shook his head. "Those are not attributes anyone in their right mind would associate with me." I glared down at my coffee. "But it's what I want." "Then you really chose the wrong guy, Rory. You've known me all my life." Yeah, he had a valid point. I'd fallen in love with the Nevio I knew. But was he someone I could really see myself dating the way he acted now? "It's called growing up," I said eventually. "What do you want, Rory?" That was a loaded question. I got up and refilled my cup to gather my thoughts. "I want you to take care of Batista like a father and stop playing games with me. I want you to be serious about us. I want you to spend time with me without trying to get into my pants constantly, and without the crazy stalking." I heard the scratching of Nevio's chair as he got up and moved toward me. He grabbed the counter on either side of my hips. "I'm serious about you, but I still want to get in your pants, and I sure as fuck won't stop the stalking if it means keeping other guys away from you." His smile was twisted. "I'm still me, still a made man and a bloodthirsty killer, Rory, and that won't change. Falling for someone like that comes with a price, And you should know that. He brought our faces closer. And stop pretending it's only me who wants to get in your pants. What's so wrong about enjoying each other while we get serious? Nevio's hand stroked over my shoulder and collarbone, then lower until his fingers slipped under the hem of my tank, shoving it down in the process. My skin heated when my breast popped out, and his fingers cupped my nipple. A heavy feeling settled in my core, warm and wet. Nevio kept tugging my nipple, and I just looked at him as my breath became faster. He leaned down, his lips sliding over mine as his hand trailed over my belly. My pussy clenched as he got closer, eager for a touch I'd dreamed about countless times. Batista's cry burst through my bubble. I tensed and quickly set down my cup, then pushed Nevio's chest. He stepped back with a look of frustration on his face. I was relieved for this dose of reality and rushed over to my bedroom where Batista's crying only grew in volume.
Nevio. Fuck. I gritted out. I grabbed the counter tightly. Aurora had fled as if the devil were after her. She wanted emotions. I wanted her to realize that I could not give her the emotion she desired. Or maybe I hoped to hide this fact from her because I fucking couldn't imagine losing her right now. She was trying to pull away, and I wasn't letting her. An asshole move. And exactly my style. I drew in a deep breath and pushed away from the counter, trying to eliminate the lingering tension in my body. Aurora returned to the kitchen with Batista. I still couldn't process that he was mine. I barely had control over my own life, so I definitely wasn't equipped to take care of a helpless kid. Aurora walked over to me, but she pointedly avoided my eyes. From the firm set of her mouth, I could tell she was annoyed, and I doubted it was at Batista. "Here, how about you hold him for a bit?" she asked, holding the kid out to me. Batista didn't look convinced, and neither was I. "Nevio," she said in exasperation when I made no move to take him from her. "I agreed to help you, but that means you have to do something too." I finally took him and held him in my arms. Of course he started crying. What a fucking surprise. I immediately held him out to Aurora, but she shook her head. "Talk to him. Try to show him that you aren't a danger, that you care about him." How was I supposed to do that, when neither was true? I was a danger to everyone, and I didn't know the kid. I hadn't magically developed any fatherly emotions only because he shared blood with me. Aurora let out a sigh and took him from me. She frowned at me. She didn't look angry, only disappointed. I would have preferred her anger. "If this is you trying, then we really have a problem, and you need to talk to your parents sooner than later. And I really think you should only come over when Carlotta is here in the future." Ouch. I nodded slowly. "I told you so." "I think the problem is that you're telling yourself that you can't do it when you simply don't want to." I could see and feel Aurora pull back from me, but it was like we were connected by an invisible rope, and the more she tried to pull away, the more I wanted to drag her back to me. "Fuck, I'm trying, Rory. This isn't easy for me either. I haven't slept with anyone in months. I'm here with you and Batista when I should probably grab some sleep. Give me some time." She sighed. "Okay, then let's all have breakfast together." I nodded and sank back down at the table. Aurora put Batista in his high chair before preparing his morning meal. Batista eyed the colorful donuts with interest. I pushed them over to him. His eyes widened, and he snatched up the pink one closest to him and squeezed it tightly until the filling shot out. He slammed his palm down on the white cream with a giggle and brought it to his mouth. His eyes grew even wider when he tasted the sugary filling, and he began to lick it off his hands eagerly. Aurora raised her eyebrows. "I suppose keeping sugar off his meal plan is a fail." Aurora's phone beeped. My eyes immediately checked who had messaged her. Of course, Aurora noticed and sent me a glare. It was from her mother. Aurora scanned the message with a frown. "Mom asks me to come over for dinner tonight. Apparently a big Falcone Scuderi feast is planned. Chiara went all out." She and I both glanced at Batista. "Carlotta can watch him, right?" Aurora nodded, but her hesitation was plain on her face. "I have to ask her. I can't just expect her to babysit whenever something comes up. She bit her lip. Tonight would be a good chance to tell your family. No, I said immediately. I'm not going to tell them before I've figured it out myself. This isn't just any news. It's a huge mindfuck of news. When I returned to the mansion afterward, I felt erratic, as if last night's raid hadn't happened. Maybe I could convince Massimo and Alessio to go on another hunt with me tonight. Mom sat on the couch, reading a magazine when I entered the common area. I headed over to her and plopped down. She put away her magazine. That was Mom. She always made time for us, no matter how annoying we were. Her blue eyes scanned my face, and her brows crinkled in concern. Are you okay? Sure, I lied casually. Not enough sleep, that's all. Mom never asked about the details of my nightly hunts. The only time she'd been witness to my depravity had been on my 12th birthday, when she'd walked in on me torturing a guy who Dad had given me as a present. She knew what I was. She tried to pretend I wasn't. I love you no matter what. You know that, don't you? I gave a terse nod. Mom made a habit out of loving monsters. It's because I'm your child. You have no choice. Mom's frown deepened. That's nonsense. I love you for who you are, for the man I know you'll become. Mom, you should lower your expectations if you don't want to be disappointed. I could tell she was going to argue with me, so I changed the topic. Did you think Dad would be a good father? Or did you worry he'd mess up because of what he is? I worried, but I shouldn't have. He's a good father. I nodded. He was, maybe not in the conventional sense. My 12th birthday present would probably be frowned upon by most people. Mom watched me closely, worry clear on her face. She often worried about me. I can tell something is up. I considered telling her for a second, but instead, I patted her hand and rose to my feet. Savio sauntered toward me. My favorite psychopath. He clapped my shoulder. And the reason I'm happy being a girl, Dad. I'm sure you'll change your mind once they start dating. They won't. I'll shoot whoever goes near them. I hear you're trying to get Fabiano to do the same to you. Mirth and curiosity danced in his brown eyes. Aurora and I are friends. So are Gemma and I. I don't have a bowl in my pants, I said with a smirk. Only a tally list on your back. And it's growing. Savio rolled his eyes. Your dad wants to talk to you in his office. I grinned. Am I in trouble? Were you ever not? He clapped my shoulder, then sauntered off again. Dad and I had been avoiding each other as well as possible. He was probably worried he'd strangle me if we spent too much time together. And me? Maybe I avoided him because seeing his disappointment reminded me that I was crossing lines that even I shouldn't cross. That he wanted to talk to me could only mean I had messed up again. What if Batista's mother had informed my family about his existence? I knew Rory wouldn't have done it. She was pissed, disappointed, and desperate to hate me, but she was also loyal to a fault. I trusted her. Dad was pummeling his boxing sack when I stepped into his office. Fabiano and Nino were there too. The wary look on Fabiano's face told me he didn't know what had happened between his daughter and me. Fabiano checked the security footage of the apartment complex and saw you visiting last night, and again this morning. I shrugged. I would have understood a meeting if I'd stayed the night, but as you said, I left last night and came back this morning. Dad sent me a warning look. This isn't funny. What were you doing at Aurora's place? Fabiano asked tightly. We had pizza together, Aurora, Carlotta, and me. That's what friends do. Fabiano narrowed his eyes. That's what normal people do. That's not something you usually do. Where were Alessio and Massimo? We eat pizza all the time. I wasn't made aware that psychopaths are banned from enjoying pepperoni and cheese on a carb base. Fabiano pushed to his feet. I could tell he wanted to hit me. And Alessio, Massimo, and I don't spend every second of the day together. We went on a raid last night, so we had enough boys' time. This is all bullshit, Fabiano muttered. When I called Aurora this morning, she confirmed the pizza friend's story. I cocked an eyebrow. Then I don't see the problem. Because Aurora wouldn't tell on you, I know you followed her to New York into the race circuit. I don't know what you want from her. What I know is that Aurora is a good girl with a big heart, and you should stay away from her. Destroy someone else's life, not my daughter's." Neither Dad nor Nino came to my defense, and honestly, they had no reason to do so. Why do I have to be the villain in this? Maybe I'm the good guy for once. Maybe I try to protect Aurora to prevent a repeat performance of what happened to Greta. Regret passed Dad's expression. I got it. I too blamed myself for the night of Greta's attack. She should have been protected. If either Dad or I had been present, this wouldn't have happened. I'm responsible for her protection, and rest assured that when I think you're a danger, I won't hesitate to protect her from you no matter the cost. Nevio only wants to be a good friend for Aurora. She's like family for him, Dad said firmly, his eyes on me. Fabiano released a long breath and nodded slowly. With a last warning look, he left. Dad shook his head, the harsh lines around his mouth telling me this conversation was far from over. "Because of you, I have to lie to Fabiano." Dad finally gritted out. "I never asked you to. You're not doing it for me. You're doing it to keep peace between Fabiano and our family." "He would kill you if he knew the truth," Nino said. Dad seemed to struggle with his rage. He would try, and not succeed. Dad shoved to his feet. "There was a death fight between our families once, damn it. I swore to never let it come this far again. Don't you have any lines you wouldn't cross?" "I wouldn't attack him. I'd only defend myself." Dad stalked toward me. "You need to learn control. You're going to put everything to ruins if you don't. Is that what you want?" I didn't say anything. Ruins were more fun to play in, but I didn't want to hurt our family. I'm like you, Dad. I don't know why you're surprised. When I was your age, I had been to war for our territory. You make it sound as if that's a bad thing. You could unleash your inner demons for years. I would have loved to be in your stead. Kill or die. Every day, a battle of wills. It wasn't for fun, but I bet you enjoyed many aspects of it. I did, but I also knew when it was enough, when I had to restrain myself for the sake of my family. Would you have managed to take care of Adamo and Savio like I did? I couldn't even take care of Batista, and I wasn't in a war to become capo. You would have lost yourself to the frenzy of killing and forgotten all else. Dad growled. I feared he wasn't wrong. I'm restless, I said simply, because it was true. A war like that would have finally sated my bloodlust. Or it would have made you addicted, Nino said. It's not in our nature to sit around like a domesticated house cat and wait to be fed. We need to hunt. You're going on raids with Alessio and Massimo all the time. You have jobs for the Camorra. You don't have to restrain yourself very often, Nino said. Dad glowered. If you're so desperate for war, go to Italy and help the Camorra there. That piqued my interest. I knew the Camorra was attacked from all sides in Italy. The police and the other Italian mob families and clans from other countries like Albania or Serbia. Your father didn't mean it, Nino said, and your mother would never forgive him if he sent you there. Dad grasped my shoulder, his expression hard, but his eyes were imploring, almost gentle. Just get a fucking grip, Nevio. For the sake of our family, and if that's not enough, for Aurora's sake. Chapter 26. Nevio. After a tense dinner, I tried to talk to Aurora alone, which proved difficult, with Fabiano and Dad watching us like hawks. But she had been nervous all through dinner, and someone would catch on if she kept it up. Eventually, Massimo, Alessio, Aurora, and I headed for the garden, and I used my chance to corner Rory. You need to stop acting suspicious, I murmured. She narrowed her eyes. I don't like lying to everyone. I'm stacking up lies for you, and I hate it. Not to mention that Carlotta is angry with me because she has to babysit your kid now, too. This house of lies will collapse on us. Not if we're careful. She shook her head with a sigh. Everyone's going to be angry when they find out, because we lied to them. I ran a hand through my hair. I'll figure it out. What are you two talking about? Alessio asked from where he and Massimo chilled on the couch. He couldn't have overheard anything. Maybe Nevio's desire is to fly to Italy to play war for the Camorra there. I sent him a scowl. Asshole. Aurora's shocked gaze slammed into me. What? He's full of shit. Is he? She muttered. Dad suggested I could go there to let off some steam, but I never agreed. You can't agree because you have a fucking son to take care of. It was the first time I heard Rory curse like that. If you leave me here with him without telling your family about him, you're dead to me. And if I told them and then left, would you be happy to be free of me? Aurora swallowed and looked away. You have to tell them. Take responsibility. She turned on her heel and walked toward the house. I should return to the apartment. I don't want to leave Carlotta alone with this. I headed over to Alessio and Massimo. If you leave for Italy, Aurora will move on. She'll find someone new, and if she's clever, it'll be someone from the Camorra. Dad wouldn't allow me to kill one of our men because of this. It would set a bad example, especially since Rory wasn't mine, officially. She was absolutely mine in my head, but I had never claimed her as mine in any way that would make our circles take notice. We were friends. Full stop. Massimo shook his head. You should not even consider it. Killing that barista was stupid, but not really relevant in the great scheme of things, but attacking someone from the Camorra's racing crew was even stupider, but still not causing any major ripples. But if you start killing off our own men, that won't go unnoticed. Our soldiers will demand an explanation, and I fear you won't have one that's acceptable for anyone without your erratic disposition. So if you leave, you must accept that Rory might move on with someone from our world, and you'd be unable to do anything against it. I didn't say anything because Massimo wouldn't have liked my answer. Maybe he knew it too, because his eyes were full of warning. The following day, Massimo, Alessio, and I had to visit two of our less productive drug labs to increase their motivation. After finishing our jobs around 8 in the evening, I decided to grab dinner and head for Aurora. Where are you going? Massimo asked when I dropped him and Alessio off at the mansion, but didn't get out myself. To Aurora. Where else? Alessio said. It would be futile to deny it as I'd be caught on camera anyway. Just bringing them dinner and making sure they're safe. We could come along? Massimo said. You've been attached to my hip all day. I need some me time away from you fuckers. Sure, that's what it's about. Alessio rolled his eyes, then he gave a shrug and lit up a cigarette. Not that I have any interest to go there. Mom made lasagna, so I'm going to stuff my face and chill in my room. When I asked Carlotta if I should come over to make sure everything's okay, she told me she and Aurora didn't need any help. So why do they need you? Jealous? I asked with a laugh. Massimo wasn't the jealous type, but he'd never had something he was invested in. Lotta seemed to have gotten under his skin in a way I hadn't thought possible. Carlotta disapproves of your action and dislikes your personality, so no. Thanks for the heads up. I'm not going there for Lottie. I have things to discuss with Rory. I threw my door shut and reversed out of our driveway. Massimo, Alessio, and I had never had secrets. I didn't enjoy deceiving them, but I had no choice right now. After picking up Asian takeout, I went over to Aurora's apartment. I thought she expected me to visit daily, so I was dumbfounded to see her angry face as she opened the door for me. Her hair was disheveled, as if she hadn't found time to brush it yet. She still looked gorgeous. She was in sweatshorts and a white tank. To my disappointment, she had on a white sports bra underneath. I raised the bag with Chinese takeout. I bring dinner. If looks could kill, I'd be ashes. It's 9 o'clock, she said pointedly. Won't you let me in? I asked when she made no move to open the door farther. She released a sigh and stepped back so I could walk in. Did you tell him it's 9 o'clock? Carlotta shouted from somewhere in the apartment. Her voice sounded as welcoming as Aurora's face looked. I wasn't sure what their problem with 9 o'clock was. Maybe it was girl code for something I wasn't aware of. I headed into the kitchen, turned on the light, and set the bag on the table. Aurora didn't follow me, so I returned to the hallway, and when I didn't find her there either, I went to her bedroom. She was inside and lifting Batista out of his crib. He was crying softly, not the full-blast screeching some babies were masters at. "We already ate dinner," Aurora said when she turned to me with him on her hip. "I was trying to get him to sleep when you rang the bell and woke him from his almost slumber, ruining 40 minutes of my singing and rocking efforts. Maybe you should give him a Valium." Aurora glared and stomped past me. "Very funny. In case you don't know, dinner time with a baby isn't 9 o'clock. We ate at 7, and since then, I've been busy getting him ready for bed. He's been fussy all day. I think he's teething. But of course you wouldn't know any of this since you haven't asked about him since you visited us for breakfast yesterday morning. We saw each other last night. I'm sure you would have told me if something was the matter with him. You should ask about him. He's your son. Even now, I don't think you're here because you want to see him." She was right. I was here because I wanted to see Rory. I'm here. That's what counts. She shook her head, rocking him, but he looked wide awake as he stared at me. "You promised you would try to take responsibility, but I don't see that." "What do you want?" "I have to start working in 2 days, and my first shift begins at 6 in the morning. Carlotta has courses, so I can't ask her to watch him." "I'll sleep over tomorrow, then I can watch him for you," I said, even if I doubted it was a good idea. I'd never had a calming effect on kids, and it seemed to extend to my own son, too. Aurora nodded slowly, but she didn't seem too happy about that either. "I'm heading to bed now. I have to get up early," Carlotta said from the doorway to the kitchen. She was in a fluffy bathrobe. "Sleep tight," Aurora said with a tight smile. After a scathing look at me, Carlotta left. "She's pissed at you." "I wouldn't have guessed," I said dryly. "Do you want to hold him a bit? Maybe he'll fall asleep in your arms." I stared at the kid who looked perfectly comfortable pressed to Aurora's breasts. I would have been too. If you want him to have nightmares, sure. I glanced down at my black tee. I can't promise that there isn't blood on my shirt. Aurora pressed out air. "Fine. Then don't. I'm heading to my room to get him to sleep. You know where the front door is. Rory." She stalked away, turned off the light in the kitchen, and locked herself in her bedroom. I sank down at the kitchen table and unpacked the takeout boxes. I opened the first box, chow mein, and started eating it with the plastic chopsticks in the dim light streaming through the window. I still heard Batista's cries for a while, but then silence fell over the apartment. A few minutes later, a lock turned, and soft footfalls sounded. "I told you to leave," Aurora murmured as she settled on the chair across from me. "You said I know where the front door is." "Do you have General Tso chicken?" she asked. Even in the dim light, I could tell how exhausted she looked. "I do." I pushed one of the boxes and chopsticks over to her. "I know it's your favorite." She nodded and silently began to eat with a plastic spoon that had also been inside the bag. "There are sticks and even a fork inside. Spoon-feeding the kid seems to have rubbed off on you." She pushed another spoonful of chicken into her mouth and chewed thoughtfully as she regarded me. Since our messed-up night at the party, her demeanor toward me had changed. She could look at me without blushing or making a fool of herself. She twisted the spoon around and after swallowing said, "I don't trust myself with pointy objects around you tonight. I've fantasized about stabbing you with chopsticks while I lie beside Batista in the dark." I grinned. "You could kill me with a spoon, too." "Have you ever killed someone with a spoon?" I leaned back in the chair. "Not yet. I never thought about it. I'll put it on the list." Aurora ate another spoonful of chicken. "I shouldn't be helping you. You haven't given me any reason yet to believe you'll change any time soon. I told you I'll watch him tomorrow." Aurora got up and grabbed a glass of water. She leaned against the kitchen counter with a look of worry. "He's your son. Watching him once won't suffice. Sometimes I wonder if you're just not telling anyone so you can bind me to you. I can't avoid you as long as I'm taking care of your son." I pushed to my feet and walked over to her. She tensed, but didn't otherwise move. "I told you before that you're in my head, and there's no escaping from there. With or without Batista, I'd make it very hard for you to avoid me." "I can't even put into words how furious you make me," she whispered, as I stopped right in front of her. I cupped her cheeks and pushed my fingers into her hair as I gazed down upon her. I could see the fury in your eyes. And it's fucking sexy. She slammed the glass down on the counter and gripped my forearms, but she didn't push me away. I don't like the person I become around you. I don't want to be her. I don't want to be consumed by anger. Then allow yourself to be consumed by lust. She glared up at me. The battle was clear in her eyes. I slammed my lips down on hers before reason won over. I kissed her like I'd wanted to do for a while, like I'd dreamed about. I stole her breath, ravaged her mouth, my fingers in her hair keeping her in my control. Her nails dug into my forearms as if she was about to shove me away, but her lips moved against mine, her tongue as eager as mine. Even her body was torn by differing emotions. I dropped my hands from her silky strands, grabbed her by the hips, and lifted her up on the counter, without ever stopping our kiss. The moment I broke our connection, I'd lose her. I could tell. Aurora pushed her palms up against my chest in a slight resistance, but it wasn't convincing. I pressed into her, my body coming alive with a hunger I was wholly unfamiliar with when it came to anything but killing. Aurora ripped away from our kiss and leaned back on her arms to put more distance between us. Go away, she breathed out. The fire in her eyes only kindled my own. She shoved my chest. Go away. I'm so mad at you and at myself. I stepped back, even if it was the last thing I wanted. Why are you fighting this? Because I won't be your babysitter with benefits or whatever it is you have in mind for me. I wouldn't be the only one reaping benefits. Trust me, I said with a smirk. Provoking Rory, when her reactions were so very entertaining and seductive, was impossible to stop. Something in her eyes snapped, her expression bursting with rage, but also despair. What is it you want, Nevio? Do you want to fuck me a second time? Will you lose interest then? Then fuck me, I'm here. Have your way with me. I lay crying beneath you once, I can do it again.
Aurora. My chest heaved, and my throat felt raw from the words that had ripped from it. Nevio's eyes burned with an emotion I couldn't read. He jerked me against him, shoved my shorts and panties aside, and slid his index finger over my pussy, finding me still wet from our making out. My body sprang to life at the contact, even as my brain shouted warnings and expletives at me. We wouldn't cry this time, except from coming so hard. You'd be begging me for more. I gripped his wrist. Part of me wanted to keep him there and make good on his words, but the other remembered last time, and what came after. Remembered the last few months of his stalking, his brutality to make sure nobody got close to me, and now his irresponsibility when it came to his son. I pushed his hand away, but he resisted. His gaze hit me. A dare. A provocation. I don't want your touch, he smirked. If you don't accept my boundaries, then whatever's left of our friendship is dead. He lowered his hand and stepped back. I thought our friendship died the night I took your innocence. The way he said innocence, as if I didn't understand the first thing about it, stirred up my fury. It's what I told him. And I thought it was true back then. But then he called me to help him with his son. And somehow this made me feel special, as if I were his confidant, when I was probably the only person stupid enough to say yes to his plea for help. I helped you with Batista. If our friendship were dead, I wouldn't have done it, right? Nevio smiled in the strangest way. You're a kind person. You always help people if you can. I thought you helped me for Batista's sake. For his and yours. Is it so bad that I want you, Rory? I thought that's what you wanted all along. You want my body. You want to chase the next high, no matter the price. I want more. I don't want a mad ride that never ends. I want trust, steadiness, commitment. I shook my head at the look on Nevio's face, as if he could not grasp what I meant. I glanced at the kitchen clock. 11 p.m. It wouldn't be long before Batista would wake for his bottle. I need to sleep. Nevio didn't stop me when I jumped down from the counter and walked past him. My body yearned for his touch, willing to take what he could give, even if it would never sate my heart and soul. Don't come tomorrow if you intend to touch me again. Come to be a father for Batista and a friend who honors his promise." I didn't wait for his reply. Without looking back, I went to my room and closed the door. I leaned against it and listened with bated breath. I didn't dare breathe again until I heard the front door click shut and the lock being engaged through the code panel outside. This arrangement couldn't go on forever. Not like this. Nevio would use every chance he got to touch me, to seduce me, because I promised to be a high he needed. Once he had me, he'd chase the next one. Maybe that was the trick. I just needed to let him have me and remember it, so he could move on. Chapter 27. Aurora. Giving Nevio what he wanted. That idea had been ghosting around my head all night. It seemed like the easiest solution, one where part of my heart might be salvaged. Unfortunately for myself, I couldn't bring myself to consider that option. Yet, I wanted to believe this was so he'd get more time to develop fatherly feelings for his son, because I suspected he wouldn't try to form a bond if I weren't pushing him. Carlotta noticed my sour mood, but for once, I didn't divulge last night's makeout session to her. I felt ashamed of my actions, ashamed of my lack of restraint. I didn't leave the apartment all day. Poor Batista hadn't left it since Nevio brought him here. I didn't want to sneak him out in a cardboard box again, and I didn't have an idea how else to do it. When I wasn't busy entertaining Batista, I tried to read a book that would have been part of my nursing curriculum. Nevio was on time for once, 7 o'clock, with Indian takeout. Carlotta had dinner with us, which allowed me to relax as I was in no immediate danger of succumbing to my desires again. Batista was in his crib, gnawing on a teething ring. Nevio barely glanced at him during dinner as if he could pretend he wasn't a father. Carlotta left for her room after dinner to study for her courses tomorrow. "So, will you give me the rundown of what I need to do?" he asked with a nod toward his son. "You could start by taking him out of his crib. You haven't held him in a while." Nevio got up and rubbed his palms over his legs as if they were sweaty from nerves, which I couldn't imagine, considering everything Nevio had experienced. A baby was hardly something to be scared of, though I had to admit that some of Batista's crying fits had me break out in a sweat too. Nevio walked up to the crib and stared down at him with furrowed brows. Then his eyes slanted to me. "Do you think he'll be like me?" I rose to my feet and moved to his side, even if his proximity always posed a risk. I wondered what exactly Nevio meant by this. Batista had Nevio's eyes and shared some of his facial features. Only his hair was a few shades lighter. He needs a loving home, and everything will be okay. Nevio shook his head, his dark eyes piercing mine. "I had a loving home. The fucking best family one could wish for in our world and beyond. But nothing is okay. Trust me. Maybe you just tell yourself it's not because it's easier than working on yourself." "Maybe," he murmured. But I could tell he didn't think it was the case. Batista had stopped biting his ring and was now staring up at us with interest. I smiled at him, and he returned the smile. He only had 2 teeth so far, his upper incisors. "He's going to cry if I pick him up. He won't ever react otherwise if you don't form a bond with him." Nevio reached into the crib and lifted Batista out of it. For a few seconds, Batista only stared at him. Then his lower lip began to tremble, and a cry burst out of him. Nevio immediately turned to me as if he wanted to hand his son over to me. I stepped back and raised my palms. "You promised to take care of him. If you always give up immediately, that won't work." Nevio nodded. "Go to sleep. I'll handle him. I suppose I have to sleep on the sofa, or will you share your bed with me?" I gave him a half smile. "The sofa is comfortable. You can find everything for his bottles on the counter. He usually wakes 3 times at night for his bottle. Sometimes he wants to play a little before falling back to sleep, especially after his last bottle." I turned around. Even as Batista's cries tugged at my heartstrings, When my bedroom door fell shut behind me, I took a deep breath. I had to get up at 5 at the latest, but I wasn't sure if I'd get any sleep if Batista kept crying like this. Nevio needed to talk to him and show Batista that he was safe. Would he be able to do it? I wasn't sure. I got ready for bed and lay down. Batista kept crying for another 15 minutes, but then he quieted. I finally fell asleep. I was woken in the middle of the night by cries. Usually, Batista signaled his hunger with a mule and soft cries. For him to cry this loudly, Nevio must have ignored those first signs. I got up and crept into the living room. The lights were on. A Nintendo Switch lay on the coffee table with some Eggo shooter. Batista was still in his crib, but Nevio wasn't there. I took him out and followed the light into the kitchen, where Nevio was preparing a bottle. He was only in his boxers, displaying the muscles on his upper body and legs. But something else drew my attention this time. He was wearing headphones, and I could hear loud, heavy metal blasting from the speakers, even from a few steps away. No wonder he hadn't heard Batista if he'd had those on the entire time and been busy playing computer games. Nevio turned around with the bottle. His eyes scanned me from head to toe with a slow smile. My pulse picked up in anger. I didn't take the bottle. Instead, I handed Batista to him. Then I tugged the earphones from his ears and tossed them on the table. I couldn't even say a word. I was so angry with him. I whirled around and stalked back to my room. I was so agitated I doubted I'd be able to fall asleep anytime soon. At least Batista's cries stopped almost instantly. I stared up at the dark ceiling, wondering why I shouldn't go to Remo and Serafina tomorrow and tell them the truth. Nothing pointed toward Nevio becoming a responsible parent soon. I couldn't do this alone. It wasn't my responsibility. In the short time I'd been taking care of Batista, he had already grown on me. But I was only 18. I couldn't become an adoptive mother. My door creaked, and Nevio appeared in the dim light from the hallway. "If you think I'm going to make out with you now, you're crazy," I whispered harshly. He walked over to me and sank down on my mattress. I was determined to slap him if he made a move. "Where's Batista?" He fell asleep in his crib after he had his bottle. The crying must have exhausted him. "That's not how tonight was supposed to go." "Rory," Nevio murmured as he leaned over me. I prepared to slap him, but as if he anticipated the move, his fingers clamped around my wrist, fixating my hand against my pillow as his thumb traced my palm. "You want a tame version of me that doesn't exist." "I know who you are. I've known you all my life, and you are more than the monster you like to play. You can be funny, caring, and loyal. You can be so much more than what you limit yourself to be." He came even closer until I felt his breath against my lips. But except for his fingers still holding my wrist, he wasn't touching me. "I'm not playing the monster. The only time I truly feel like myself is at night when I hunt and kill. That's who I am." "Maybe it's easier to be him, but in the end, it won't make you happy." Nevio chuckled without humor. "If you're so sure you're only a monster, then why are you here? Why won't you just give your son to your parents so they can raise him?" "Maybe I want to play family with the only girl who ever got under my skin before I succumbed to the darkness." I scoffed. "This isn't playing family. This is me being a babysitter and you the irresponsible parent. I think you can't stand the fact that you don't remember having had me. And now you won't stop until you've had me again to get me out of your system." "I wish it were as easy as that. Fuck. If I knew how to get you out of my body. I wish it were as easy as bleeding you out. If bloodletting was the solution, I would have slit my wrists a long time ago. I want you out of my system. But there you are, the blinding light at the back of my darkness." He released a low breath. "Maybe you should go to my parents. It would be the final straw for my father. You'd be rid of me one way or another. If that's what you want, then you need to tell them the truth because I won't ever set you free." He pushed to his feet and left. There was no way I'd fall asleep again now. The next few days were hell. Getting up early for my internship with our medical team proved almost impossible after being awake most nights with Batista. After the first night of Nevio taking care of Batista, I decided not to have him spend the night again. He'd been hardly any help. Instead, he came over in the morning whenever Carlotta didn't have time to watch Batista. Slowly, I was finding a tentative rhythm with Batista, but it didn't make the situation easier. Carlotta and I sat on the ground with Batista while he played on his blanket on the ground. His favorite toy was a whisk and a mirror. I stroked his cheek when he accidentally smacked his forehead with the whisk, looking torn between crying and puzzlement. He gave me a grin. "Every day he stays here makes it harder to say goodbye to him," Carlotta said. "You need to put a stop to this soon. Nevio won't become the father he needs to be. Not anytime soon. Maybe never. Batista should be raised by his family. Hoping for a miracle won't help you or him." Says the girl who goes to church every Sunday. Carlotta pursed her lips. "I don't think any of Nevio's actions are God's doing." "Definitely not. I'm the devil, Lotta," Nevio said. I let out a surprised screech, not having heard him enter. Batista stared at me wide-eyed, the whisk covered in his spittle as it was pressed to his mouth. "Just because you have a key doesn't mean you should enter unannounced." Carlotta voiced my thoughts. She pushed to her feet and smoothed her skirt. "Antonia is picking me up in 5 minutes. I should head down." She breathed past Nevio, grabbed her handbag, and left. It had become harder and harder to avoid visits from our family members. It was only a matter of time before they'd get suspicious and come over unannounced. I wasn't sure how we'd keep Batista's existence from them then. Nevio squatted beside Batista and handed him the whisk he'd dropped. After a moment of hesitation, Batista took it and shoved it back into his mouth. He looked impossibly cute, and my heart warmed. Carlotta was right. It would only get harder the longer I took care of him. "I think we need to discuss Batista again. We can't go on like this." Nevio's gaze hit me. "I know." I was surprised and a tad suspicious by his reply. "I need to know when you'll talk to your parents. This can't be an arrangement without an end." Nevio nodded again. "It would be best if my parents adopted him, or maybe Chiara and Nino." "Don't you want to be a father to him?" I asked, my heart feeling heavy. Batista peered up at me as if he understood what I was saying. "No," he said firmly. "For him, I'm going to make the right choice." I glared, not convinced. "You just don't want the responsibility. Be honest." He shrugged. "I'm 21, and that's not even the main problem. I'm 18 and have been taking care of him for you. It's not a matter of age. He'll be better off without me as his father, Rory. Nobody's going to contradict me on that point. I'd be better off without you too, but you don't care about that." Batista started fussing, his lower lip wobbling. We shouldn't be having this discussion with him in the room. He was only a baby, but he could pick up on our agitation. Nevio's expression became hard, then his lips pulled into a sharp smile. "With you, I'm not doing the noble thing. I want you too much for that." I shook my head, annoyed but also maddeningly flattered, which made me even angrier. I didn't want to fall trap to Nevio's manipulation. I picked up Batista, pushed to my feet, and moved to the doorway. "I'm getting him ready for bed now. You can leave." I turned, hoping he would be gone when I returned to the living room. It took me almost 2 hours to get Batista to sleep. I should probably have tried to catch some sleep too, but I was still too agitated by the argument, and my sweet tooth was calling me for a treat. I trudged out of my room past the thankfully empty living room and into the kitchen, where I froze. Nevio sat at the table, his feet propped up on another chair, watching something on his phone while eating Nutella straight from the glass with a spoon. That should have been my treat. I lost it right then, right there, because of a bit of hazelnut spread. I staggered toward him and ripped the glass from his hand. It had been half full last time I'd checked. Now only another spoonful was left. "Why can't you just leave me alone? Instead, you make my life more miserable by the day." You haven't done a single nice thing for me yet. I turned and grabbed a spoon from the drawer, then ate the remains of the Nutella, glaring at the kitchen counters. Who would have thought Nutella would be the last straw? His sarcasm only fueled my anger. It was the only thing that might have made a shitty evening better, and you ruined it. It was unreasonable to be this mad because of food, but Nevio had been trying my patience for too long. The chair scratched over the floor, and his steps sounded behind me. I whirled on him. There's Nutella on your face, Nevio murmured, reaching out for the corner of my mouth. I snapped at him and bit his finger. His grin became feral as he calmly wiped me clean before licking his thumb. I can make this evening better. Far better than a glass of Nutella ever could. History says otherwise, I muttered, but something in his eyes called to me. He cupped my neck and jerked me toward his body. Let me prove it to you. His lips claimed mine. I had every intention to shove him away, but he tasted of Nutella, of sin and dark promises, and I kissed him back. My entire body was aflame. Nevio was a master arsonist, and I was too willing to be set on fire by him. His palms mapped my back, then grasped my hips and lifted me onto the counter. He stopped our kiss, to my utter surprise. His chest was heaving, so was mine, and desire swam in his dark eyes. So his ending our kiss made even less sense. This time you won't escape me. I won't give you time to run. I didn't understand what he meant. Nevio dropped to his knees, taking me by surprise. It brought him to eye level with my knees and, thus, my most private area. Alarmed, I opened my mouth to protest, but he shoved my legs as far apart as they would go and hooked a finger under the crotch of my pajama shorts, pulling it aside. I never wore underwear under my PJs, so I was completely bare to his eyes. My pussy glistened with the first hints of arousal, a fact that made me feel ashamed. You'll always remember me, my tongue in your pussy. I pushed my palm against his head despite the deep needs surging through my body. I'd sworn to myself not to sleep with Nevio again. Of course, I'd sworn to myself to never have any physical contact with him at all. And I'd failed constantly at the latter. I was worried I'd fail at the former too, because despite my anxiety when I thought of our first night together, not just the pain but also the emotional turmoil, I still wanted to be with Nevio in every sense. My body yearned for his closeness. Rory, I'm going to lick you. We both want it. I swallowed because my core clenched when I imagined Nevio's tongue and lips on me. My arm muscles softened, allowing Nevio to move, and he didn't need another invitation. He pushed between my legs, his shoulders pressing into my thighs, and dove right between my pussy lips, swiping over my ass cheeks, my opening, and up to my clit. My mouth fell open and I gripped Nevio's hair. I wasn't sure where this would lead. It was nowhere good, but I couldn't resist.
Chapter 28. Nevio. The moment Rory didn't push against my head anymore, I used my chance and pushed her legs farther apart. I took it all in. Her round ass cheeks, her beautiful opening and pink pussy lips, her tiny clit. I licked along her slit. I wanted to taste every inch of her. I wanted to make her come so hard tonight that she'd squirt all over the countertop. This was the only form of redemption I could offer her. Rory tugged at my hair and moaned. This was only the beginning. I curled my arms around her thighs and pulled her to the edge, then I focused on her clit. I teased it with my tongue, lick after lick, and twirl after twirl, and it peeked out more. Rory had her eyes closed, her chest was heaving, and she was breathing heavily. This didn't do. Open your eyes, Rory, and watch me eat you out. She opened her eyes and flushed even redder. I pressed my cheek against her inner thigh and rubbed her little clit with my thumb, spreading my saliva and Rory's arousal. You'll watch every second. Understood? I want you to see me licking you, making you drip and cum. As if I could ever forget it was you, she whispered, with a hint of reproach. I grinned because after tonight she'd definitely never forget how it was to be with me. With my cheek still pressed against her inner thigh, I stroked the tip of my tongue along her puffy pussy lips, gently parting them to swirl her clit before I moved back down. Aurora's face was flushed as she watched me with parted lips. I pushed against her other thigh, parting her legs farther and revealing more of her pussy. My tongue dipped between her labia again, brushing over her smooth but tight opening. Her arousal coated my tongue. I hummed and started circling that perfect little hole that had welcomed me once before. I pulled her down on my face, sucking her clit. She cried out in surprise and pleasure as I ate her out messily, smearing her juices all over my chin and cheeks. She leaned against the counter, both of her hands in my hair, her eyes wide and disbelieving as my mouth and tongue tasted her lips, clit, and opening. Her arousal wasn't a small drizzle anymore. It coated my tongue as I stroked her opening. Her thighs tensed, her pussy clenched, and her face contorted with pleasure. Then a loud moan fell from her parted lips. I gripped her ass cheeks, my fingers digging in, as I pressed her pussy tighter against my face. She shuddered, her nails scratching my scalp. Her scent intensified. I groaned and shoved my tongue into her tight opening. Her arousal coated my tongue, and I eagerly lapped it up as I fucked her with my tongue. I wanted to claim every part of her, with my tongue, my fingers, my cock, even my fucking favorite knife. I wanted to imprint myself on Rory's body and mind. I can't. No more, she gasped after a while. I pulled my tongue out of her. My chin and mouth were covered in her lust. She licked her lip, her expression stunned and embarrassed. After I'd shoved down her now soaked pajama bottoms, I gripped her hips and hoisted her back up on the counter, then pushed between her legs. My cock strained against my pants, but I had a feeling it wouldn't get its turn tonight. What? Rory's eyes widened when I pushed my middle finger into her opening. She tensed, expecting pain, but despite how tight she was, and she was amazingly tight, she was so dripping wet that I slipped in easily. I looked down at my finger as it parted her pink pussy, glistening with her arousal. I curled the tip of my finger and pressed the heel of my palm firmly against Rory's engorged clit, then stopped moving. So tight, I said triumphantly. Nobody's been in that pussy since me, and nobody ever will. I hate you, she whispered. But her eyes didn't convey hate, at least not only hate. She hated me for good reason, and probably herself, too. I was familiar with hate, with its ambiguity. It was the emotion dearest to my heart. It was also an emotion I'd never manage for Rory. I know, I murmured, and dipped my head. I lowered my gaze from Rory's fiery eyes to my fingers still buried deep. I opened my hand so my palm no longer pressed against her clit and darted my tongue out to caress it. Then I moved lower and licked around my finger, teasing her sensitive flesh. She tugged harder at my hair. Maybe she hated this power I held over her body, but not enough to stop me. If she knew how much power her existence held over my body and mind, she'd realize I was the doomed one in this. I could have watched her forever. The subtle rocking of her hips as they met the thrusts of my finger and my teasing tongue, her pants, the heaving of her chest, and flushed state of her face. Soon, she shook with her second orgasm. She would have been so ready for me to fuck her. I need to be inside you. You're crazy, she said. Crazier than she thought. I hurt you. You did, she confirmed. That's why I'm not going anywhere near you with my cock. Not tonight. She frowned, distrust battling with curiosity on her face. But I need to claim you. Fuck, it's all I can think about. You know you're mine. I don't even remember our first night properly, and I want to make up for it. Tonight, I want to be the one to bleed and hurt as I claim you. Her confusion only grew. I couldn't blame her, and I wasn't sure she wouldn't run away screaming if she found out what I had in mind. Fuck, I wouldn't even blame her, but this idea wouldn't leave me since I'd dreamed about it a few weeks ago. It was the perfect way to give Rory pleasure and me pain, and to claim her with a part of me that wasn't part of my body. I unsheathed my knife. Rory's eyes widened in alarm. I flung the knife in the air and caught the blade. My grip was still loose, but the sharp blade already scratched at my skin. My calluses from fighting and parkour didn't give in easily, but today they would. "This is insane," Rory whispered, but she hadn't moved. If she was frozen from shock or anticipation was also in the mix, it was hard to tell. She only watched me with utter shock. I licked over her thigh, then I raised the intricate leather handle of my knife to her pussy. This is calf leather. It's soft, and the embossing will massage your inner walls. It's smaller than my cock, so it'll be perfect. I slid the round handle end over Rory's opening, coating it with her juices before I parted her with it, and rubbed it over her clit. Rory was frozen as she watched. I rubbed round and round over her clit, watching her face, loving the lust and fear there. Fear not of me. Fear of what I made her desire. Fear of the forbidden. But fuck, the forbidden fruit was always the sweetest. I'm taking you to hell with me, Rory. I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. Now it's too late. I slid the leather handle lower and pressed it against her opening. There was a hint of resistance before her walls gave in and allowed the first inch inside her pussy. Fuck, I groaned, as I watched the pink of Rory's pussy against the black leather of my knife. Rory shook her head, still shell-shocked. "You're bleeding," she gasped. I lowered my eyes from her face to my hand, gripping the blade. A droplet of blood meandered over my wrist, and the hint of burning told me my knife had cut through the thick layer of my calluses. "If it hurts you, it should hurt me as well," I rasped, as I moved the handle up and down, still only an inch in. "That's insanity," she whispered. "And it doesn't even hurt. It just stretches me. Last time it hurt. Don't worry about me, Rory. Just relax and feel. Really feel the leather inside you." She shook her head but didn't protest. I pushed a bit deeper and leaned forward to lick her clit. She panted as I circled my knife handle in her sensitive flesh. I'd buried this blade, and many other blades in so many people had relished in their cries, but claiming Rory with my knife handle, giving her pleasure with the very thing that only brought pain to others, and receiving pain through my own blade as I gave her pleasure, that would go down as a highlight in my life.
Aurora. I would go to hell for this, no doubt. I wasn't sure why I wasn't screaming and running away. Why I was sitting here, watching as Nevio fucked me with his knife. It shouldn't feel good, but it did. The way Nevio watched me with rapt attention and pure hunger sent spikes of lust through my body I'd never experienced before. He brushed the rounded handle along my seam back and forth. "You're very quiet. I take that as a good sign," he mused. "Now that your body has handled the first shock, I'm going to fuck you properly with my knife so you bathe my handle and mouth with your lust." He gripped the blade harder and pushed the handle farther into me. "Is that a yes?" I panted, but didn't reply. I couldn't agree to this. I couldn't push him away either. I was lost between my desire to let this happen and my conscience telling me to stop it. He pushed in slowly until the handle was about halfway inside me and became thicker, then closed his mouth over my clit again. I relaxed as pleasure surged through me from his tongue's magic work. I loved the soft feel of it, the heat of Nevio's breath on my pussy. My inner walls were very sensitive for my orgasm, and the softness of the leather soothed and teased them at the same time. "More," Nevio murmured, and I hissed as he pushed deeper, my opening stretching around the growing girth of the handle. I hadn't been penetrated by more than my own finger and Nevio's tongue and finger since Nevio took my virginity. My chest clenched with memories of the night and guilt over what was happening now. Nevio's tongue circled my clit, then stroked along my opening and lower. My eyes rolled back and lust overrode guilt. I swallowed thickly. A stretching turned to a subtle pain as the handle conquered more of my pussy. Rory. I lowered my head. His dark eyes hit me. Don't fight the pain. Savor it. Relax. Accept it. I tried to do what he said, and when the handle was all the way inside me, I breathed out. Nevio leaned back slightly, his chin shiny with my juices, and watched my pussy. His fist curled around the blade, pressed against my pussy. Nevio uncurled his fingers. They were covered in blood, and so was the blade. I closed my eyes. I couldn't own up to the reality of it, to how good the leather felt inside me, of how sexy Nevio's reaction made me feel. Damn, Rory. Seeing my knife sticking out of your tight pussy makes me horny as fuck. You can hate me all you want. My heart pounded in my chest. Do you want to come all over my knife, Rory? Nevio asked in a low, strained voice. No. No, he murmured. He began to fuck me slowly with the hilt, in and out, slowly, gently. The leather caressed me. The end brushed a sweet spot deep inside me. And then Nevio's tongue brushed along my clit. My breathing hitched. Lust dripped out of me as my body rang with sweet pleasure. I was getting closer. I put my hand on Nevio's head, wanting to push him away. But his lips closed around my clit and began sucking. And I didn't. I swallowed harder, hating myself, hating him for what he made me lust for. Rory, look at me. I opened my eyes and I shuddered with another wave of arousal. The intensity of Nevio's gaze, the friction of the leather inside me and his lips massaging my clit were all too much. My hips rocked against the knife, against Nevio's mouth, wanting more, even if it was already too much. Almost there, Nevio growled. I gripped the counter as my heels pressed into the cabinet, and my toes curled. My pussy began to contract around the knife. Nevio pulled back, rubbed my clit with his thumb, his face still close to my aching flesh. I came, my body convulsing uncontrollably. Lust dripped out of me, ran down my ass and gathered under me. Nevio watched me with a smile that made me shiver. He leaned forward, his tongue following the trails of my arousal. I shuddered harder as another wave of pleasure captured me. My chest heaving, I froze. Slowly, Nevio pulled the hilt out of me, causing me to tremble again. He regarded the handle with utter triumph. The leather was covered with my juices and a hint of something darker. Nevio darted his tongue out and licked the pink off. A hint of blood. I shook my head but couldn't say anything. Then he pushed to his feet and held the hilt up to my mouth. Taste your pussy. I parted my lips, unable to resist Nevio's commanding tone. The tangy aroma of my arousal hit my tongue. Nevio's gaze became all-consuming, making my core clench again. Even if I'd just come hard, suck it clean like you've been dreaming of doing with my cock. My eyes grew with indignation. Of course, I dreamed about Nevio, and only very few of these dreams had been nightmares. Come on, Rory. Show me what you do to me. I closed my lips around the handle, took more of it into my mouth, and hollowed my cheeks as I sucked on it. I gave it my all under Nevio's watchful gaze, swirling my tongue across the tip of the handle and sucking it into my mouth. How had my fury led to this? Nevio's erection pressed against his pants, and I couldn't help but smile triumphantly around the handle. Nevio gripped my neck and leaned in, his lips brushing my ear. That's what you do to me, Rory, he rasped. He moved back and slowly pulled the knife handle out of my mouth. Then he brought it to my pussy once more. He gently slid it all the way in, and I released a shaky breath because I couldn't take any more, even if it felt good. He extracted it once more and regarded the leather, once again covered in my release. The bling of the elevator on our floor let my heart rate spike. Carlotta! Nevio stepped back and lifted me off the counter. Then he calmly returned the knife into the sheath. I tried to smooth my clothes and find my shorts. The keys scratched the lock when I finally managed to pull them on. Nevio leaned against the counter and watched me, his pants still bulging. "What are you going to tell Carlotta when she sees this?" He pointed at the small puddle of my release on the counter. "Oh, God!" I raced toward the cupboard with the cleaning supplies and grabbed a hygienic cleaner and emptied half of it on the counter, then started rubbing at it fervently with a rag I'd definitely throw away later. "I'm back," Carlotta called. She never did that, so maybe she suspected she might see something she didn't want to see. My face burned with mortification. I didn't turn around when I saw Carlotta enter the room in my peripheral vision. I could only hope that Nevio's erection wasn't obvious anymore, or that Carlotta wouldn't notice. "Everything all right?" Carlotta asked suspiciously. I cleared my throat. "Sure." My voice was too high and scratchy. "Splendid," Nevio said calmly. When I was happy about the state of the counter, I turned to Carlotta with a forced smile. "I spilled some dews," Nevio finished, "and I could have killed him with that stupid knife of his. Though that would have probably been his dream." Carlotta glanced between Nevio and me, her eyes lingering on Nevio's bloody hand, and sighed. "I assume Batista's asleep?" I nodded. "You're back early?" I wasn't even sure what time it was, but I definitely hadn't expected her yet. Carlotta pursed her lips. "It's almost midnight. Dinner with Diego and Antonia usually isn't an all-night thing. Next time, I'll call. I think I'll go to my room until you're done with whatever it is you're doing." "We're done," I said firmly. Carlotta was definitely offended, and I couldn't blame her. First, I let a baby move in with us, and now Nevio was here all the time. Nevio didn't comment. He only gave me a look that made me feel hot all over. "Nevio has to leave." I walked into the hallway, just wanting to get out of the kitchen. Could you smell sex in a room? Luckily, Carlotta was completely innocent, so I probably didn't have to worry. I was so going to hell. Nevio followed close behind me, and a shiver slithered down my spine. I wondered what was going on in Nevio's head right now. I stopped at the door and opened it. Nevio stayed in the doorway, as if he knew I would have closed the door right in front of his face if he'd stepped out into the hallway. Right at this moment, I just wanted him to leave. I didn't want to own up to what we'd done. I needed more time to wrap my head around it. I looked away from his penetrating gaze, but my eyes only caught on the knife in his leather holster. He rarely wore it this openly. Heat crawled up my neck, and my core tightened once more. I could almost still feel the silky leather inside me. I dropped my gaze, then frowned at the droplets of blood on the floor. My gaze followed its trail back to the kitchen. Nevio must have cut himself deeper than I'd thought. I reached for his hand and turned it around. The cut in his palm was long but not overly deep, but it definitely needed stitches, especially since I knew he wouldn't go easy on it. He'd probably already be cage fighting tomorrow afternoon. That needs proper treatment. It was worth it, Nevio said in a low voice, leaning closer. Our eyes met, and I exhaled. Feeling the pull, it was almost impossible to resist. And I would cut myself even deeper if it meant seeing you come on my knife again. I peered over my shoulder to make sure Carlotta wasn't close by. "Do you want me to put a bandage on?" "I think you need a bit of alone time, Rory. Don't let your conscience ruin this." It wasn't my conscience I was worried about, but my heart. Nevio finally stepped back. Nevio leaned close and kissed my cheek like a friend would, a show for the cameras in the hallway, because I could still smell myself on him. He turned and stalked away. I closed the door and leaned against it. "Should I be concerned?" Carlotta asked from her spot in the kitchen doorway. I raised my eyebrows. "Did you eavesdrop?" She made an appalled face as if that was the last thing she would do. "I'm too worried about what I might overhear." I laughed bitterly. "Yeah." She came over to me slowly, her face flashing with disgust as they registered the blood on the floor. "I'll clean it," I said. Carlotta leaned against the door beside me, her shoulder touching mine. She studied my face. "Are you okay?" I hesitated. I wasn't really sure what I felt right now. I'm not sure yet. Her brows pulled together. Did you sleep with Nevio? No, I said, then bit my lip, my skin flaming. It wasn't like that. Or did what we had count as sex? It was a form of sex, but Carlotta probably meant the classic version, not the twisted and perverted one Nevio had in mind. Looking at your face, I don't think I want details. I definitely don't want them. Carlotta would need an immediate appointment for confession if I told her what had just happened. And she'd probably ask for a new kitchen, too. Are you okay with what happened? Part of me is. Part of me definitely isn't. Batista let out a cry, and I was glad for the distraction. It's almost as if Nevio consents when Batista is awake and always leaves before, Carlotta said. That's not possible, I said as I walked into my room, where Batista had been sleeping the entire time. I got what Carlotta meant. So far, Nevio's interactions with Batista had been few and far between. They hadn't built a connection yet, and after our conversation today, I knew Nevio preferred it that way. I knew that some fathers had a hard time building a bond with young kids, even if they'd watched them grow up from birth. But I wasn't sure that was the case with Nevio, or if something deeper and darker held him back. I picked Batista up and pressed him to my chest. Funnily enough, I had absolutely no trouble building a connection with this little boy. Just like his father, he'd captured my heart.
Chapter 29. Nevio. Few things got my heart rate up, but Rory did. And fucking her with my knife, my heartbeat had set a new record. I couldn't stop grinning as I headed to fight training. I was already late because I'd been up all night, but I couldn't care less. I really needed to get myself off. Just thinking of Rory's pink pussy and my knife made me hard again. When I walked into the abandoned casino that the Camorra used as their gym, I could already hear the sounds of fists making impact and the low grunts of suppressed pain. Stepping into the vast hall with the fighting cage in the center, I spotted Alessio and Nino sparring in it. Massimo, Giulio, Fabiano, and Davida were watching and warming up by skipping rope. Of course, Massimo immediately noticed the cut in my hand. I hadn't bothered bandaging it yet. He stopped skipping, dumped the rope on a bench, and came over to me. "What did you do?" The way he worded it made it sound as if I had been up to no good, which was, of course, the truth. "Just some innocent knife play," I said. Massimo gave me a look that suggested I was full of crap. "Show me." "My knife play?" He held out his hand with a no-nonsense expression, and I turned my hand over so he could see my palm. He prodded it without mercy, but the pain gave me nice flashbacks to what had happened, so I didn't protest. It confirmed I hadn't dreamed this. He dropped my hand and stalked over to the cabinet with the first aid kit. By now the situation had attracted more attention, and Davida and Giulio came running. "What happened?" Davida asked excitedly. "You weren't in bed this morning when I tried to wake you for fight training." I'd been outside, roaming the city, restless but at the same time strangely fulfilled. I got into a knife fight and had to defend myself. "By holding his knife the wrong way? I doubt it," Massimo muttered. "This isn't a cut from defending yourself against a stab." "Huh?" Davida and Giulio exchanged a look. By now Fabiano had joined us too. Only Nino and Alessio were still fighting. Of course Massimo had to keep spewing his extensive medical knowledge. He gripped a blade and the cut suggests it was a sawtooth knife like his. Seems too big a coincidence. I sent Massimo a look that told him to shut the fuck up. While I had no problem with him knowing the details of my adventure, I definitely didn't need Fabiano to find out. Things would get very, very tense between the Scuderis and the Falcones if he knew what I was up to with his daughter. Fuck, he might even try to put a stop to it, and Aurora would probably even follow his decision. I didn't need the additional complication of having to figure out how to get rid of Fabi. Fabiano raised one eyebrow. "What the fuck did you do now?" I grinned. "I can't tell you with the kids around. Let's just say that a bit of pain makes me shoot fireworks much faster. Let them think I needed to cut my own palm to get myself off." Fabiano sighed and shook his head before he returned to skipping rope, obviously tired of my antics. Davida and Giulio followed him after a moment. They'd seen Massimo stitch me up before, so it wasn't that exciting. If Fabiano finds out you're messing with Aurora, things will get very complicated, Massimo said in a low voice as he pulled out a bottle with clear liquid from the first aid kit. Didn't you listen? I was involved in a fight. I listen to your bullshit all the time, he said, dumping half of the liquid over my hand. It burned like hell, and I gritted my teeth in annoyance. There were plenty of disinfectants that didn't sting, but Dad insisted we use the old-fashioned ones as additional punishment for getting injured in the first place. My knife was clean. No need to disinfect the wound. I smell pussy on you, so cut the bullshit and let me do my job, Massimo said. Did you turn into a bloodhound since you were deprived of the smell of pussy? He ignored me and pulled out a needle and thread. I hadn't seen Massimo with a girl in a while, and knowing Carlotta's stance on sex before marriage, I doubted he'd gotten anywhere near her holy grail. Before Aurora, I would have said no pussy was worth waiting for. Alessio jogged over to us, covered in sweat and sporting a blooming bruise on his cheek. How did you fuck up this time? Not sure you can handle the truth. You've been a bit touchy recently. Fuck you, he muttered. Just because I'm not quite as psychopathic as you two doesn't mean I'm being touchy. Massimo jabbed me with the needle. I bared my teeth at him. Your condition is defined as sociopathy, which is hardly more desirable, Massimo said to Alessio, unimpressed. Did Aurora try to stab you because she couldn't stand your annoying stalking? I just grinned, but I didn't really want to share any details. Alessio glanced at Massimo, then back at me. I probably don't want to know what kinky shit you were up to. He jogged back over to Nino. Massimo regarded me intently. Something is definitely up, and I don't think it's your usual nonsense. I haven't seen Carlotta and Aurora together since they moved into the apartment. They used to be inseparable. And suddenly, you are with them all the time. I think you've been reading too many conspiracy theories. He narrowed his eyes. Alessio, you and I have overcome many hurdles together. It makes me wonder what is so bad that you'd keep it from us. I shoved my hands into my pockets. Maybe I should confide in them. Massimo was right. Alessio and Massimo were my ride or die. I ran a hand through my hair. How about you move your ass into the cage and fight me? Fabiano called. I raised my injured hand, which had never stopped me. His so-what expression conveyed he didn't care. I'll go easy on you. No, you won't, I said as I pulled my shirt over my head. I shoved down my pants, leaving me in my boxer shorts, and turned to Massimo. The French girl is the mother of my child, and she left him with me. I didn't know what to do with the baby, so I called Aurora, and she's been babysitting him for me since she moved into the apartment. Massimo stared at me as if he thought I'd finally lost my mind, but I didn't give him a chance to question me. With a shrug, I turned around. You can tell Alessio. I jogged over to the cage and got inside. Fabiano and I had fought against each other in the past, but his expression today told me he had a bone to pick with me. This would get interesting. Why the pinched expression? I asked, as I faced him in the cage. His mouth tightened. You've been visiting the apartment every day. Like I said, I'm a good friend. I'm sure Aurora told you the same. You should know your daughter. She's a good girl, and wouldn't lie to you. She is, and under normal circumstances she wouldn't, unless someone compelled her to do it. And I suppose that someone would be me. Fabiano only stared at me with raised eyebrows. Let's stop the chit-chat and get this fight going. The words had barely left his mouth when he charged toward me. Soon, we were caught up in a heated fight. Fabiano was fueled by anger, which made up for his age. It's enough! Dad's voice boomed through the casino. Fabiano stepped back, panting. I dropped my arms, my own chest heaving. I was covered in sweat and blood. Some of it was mine, some of it was Fabiano's. He was bleeding from his nose and a cut over his eyebrow. My mouth swam with blood, and my hand was bleeding profusely again. Fabiano wiped his forearm over his eyebrow, smearing blood everywhere. I spit out blood, then turned to Dad with a grin. He stood in front of the cage with a thunderous expression. What's the matter, Dad? I thought you want us to take fight training seriously. This looked a bit too serious for my taste, he muttered. I glanced at Fabiano, who'd given up on stopping the blood flow from his eyebrow. My ribs hurt too, and from Fabiano's stiff movements, I suspected it was the same for him. Fabiano walked toward me. Good fight, he said. Less tense than before the fight. Maybe he'd gotten his anger out of his system with our fight. For me, that trick never worked. But this is nothing to how I'm going to kick your ass if I find out you're messing with Aurora. I'm going to be capo. Many fathers would love to give me their daughters. I'm not one of them, he said, as he headed out of the cage. I followed him. Dad sent me a hard look, as if this was only my doing. Grabbing a towel, I steered toward the changing room where Alessio and Massimo had disappeared a couple of minutes ago. They sat across from each other, straddling the bench. Alessio tipped an imaginary hat. Every time I think you can't fuck up more, you raise your game. Kudos for still managing to shock me after I've seen you use the head of a corpse as a hand puppet. Massimo motioned me forward and grabbed my hand. I don't know why I bothered treating your wounds. Fabiano wanted to fight. A kid, really? Ever heard of condoms? Alessio asked. Why don't you scream a little louder so everyone can hear it? Massimo got up. You should tell them. This isn't a small secret. This is a child. You need help with this. You aren't equipped to take care of a child. Trust me, I know. Which is why I asked Aurora for help. What's wrong with the girl that she can't say no to you for fuck's sake? Alessio asked, pushing to his feet. Ask her, I said with a shrug. Then I became serious. You can't tell my parents or anyone else about this. Massimo and Alessio exchanged a look. You can't keep it a secret for long. Aurora can't play babysitter forever. Your father will rip your head off if he finds out you kept a child from him. He'll rip my head off either way. In this case, Mom would probably resort to violence too. Fathering a child with a woman I'd fucked once was definitely not something she'd accept. This is serious, Alessio said. I glowered. I fucking know that. I seriously doubt that, or you would have told our families right away. This is probably just your way to bind Aurora to you. The girl was trying to get away, but you couldn't let her, Alessio muttered. I know your stance on Aurora and me. Why don't you show us your son? Massimo asked. Give me a sec to shower. I stepped into the shower stall after telling Aurora we would be coming over. 30 minutes later, Alessio, Massimo, and I knocked at the apartment's door. I was pretty sure that Massimo's interest in my son was only an excuse to see Carlotta. Aurora opened the door, looking slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed. I'd left her in a similar state yesterday, and the memory made me smirk. Aurora avoided my eyes as she let us in. Carlotta and Battista are in the living room. We followed her inside and found Carlotta and Battista on the floor on a blanket, playing with all kinds of kitchen utensils. So you finally decided to tell someone, Aurora said, as she stopped beside me while Alessio and Massimo settled on the sofa beside Carlotta. She didn't look at me, though, keeping her eyes firmly fixed on the others. Alessio and Massimo are loyal. I should have trusted them from the start, I said. I guess I should feel honored that you considered me trustworthy enough to confide in me. You really should, I said honestly. I don't suppose they'll help with childcare, though. They might. I wasn't sure I wanted those two to take care of my kid. I leaned closer to Aurora to whisper, Won't you look at me? She turned to me with narrowed eyes, but the blush on her cheeks was exactly what I wanted to see. You're not the only one around. She moved to the sofa and sank down beside Alessio. Her hair was in a high ponytail, revealing her beautiful neck I wanted to mark as mine. I'd never left a hickey on anyone, but with Aurora, I couldn't wait to change that. I would have loved to tease her a bit more about our kitchen adventure yesterday, but I had a feeling she'd avoid being alone with me. Massimo got up and came over to me with an analytic expression. He crossed his arms over his chest. You didn't even go over to the kid, and he barely reacted to your presence, so I suppose you two haven't bonded yet. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to bond with him at all. You don't want to be part of his life? Then why keep him here? Why not tell your parents about him and let them or my parents adopt him? I don't think I should be a father, and I don't think I want to be. If I tell them, they'll make me choose right away. But I want more time to consider my options. Or more time to spend with Aurora. Aurora glanced our way, as if she'd heard our conversation. I visited daily because of her, not because of my kid. Maybe he'd eventually grow on me. She dragged her eyes away again. Massimo's gaze moved from Aurora to Carlotta. You always say you don't believe in deities, I muttered. Massimo's gaze slanted over to me again, and he cocked an eyebrow in a mix of annoyance and boredom. Didn't you give up on drugs? I rolled my eyes. You don't believe in anything. Sex is merely a bodily outlet for you. And you despise religion and conservative views, yet you regard Lottie as if she were the most revered goddess on your altar. His brows furrowed, jaw setting in a tight line. I simply admire the perfect angles of her face. It's rare for nature to follow the perfect geometrical patterns to create something this pleasing to the eye. I could admit that Carlotta was pretty, but Aurora was in a league of her own. Where Carlotta was sweet, Aurora was stunning in a memorable way. Whatever. You can't fuck her before marriage, and you'll have to marry in a church if you want to pierce her hymen, so better find someone else with good geometrical patterns. The hymen can't be pierced in most cases. He cut himself off, seeing my expression. It's not logical to postpone sex to marriage. You don't have to tell me. I wanted nothing more than to sleep with Aurora, but a part of me wondered if I wasn't making things worse. I couldn't date Aurora. Already this commitment of coming over daily felt like being on a leash. The Camorra and my family already limited my freedom. I wasn't sure if my frenzied brain could take more.
Aurora. In the 5 days that followed Massimo and Alessio's surprise visit, I quickly realized that not much had changed. I had managed to avoid being alone with Nevio the one time he'd come over to help out with Battista. Though his help really only consisted of him buying everything Battista needed and bringing takeout. When I was invited over to the Falcones for dinner with my family on the 3rd day, I considered telling them, but I simply couldn't bring myself to break Nevio's trust, which didn't even make sense considering how much turmoil he'd spread in my life since our night at the party. Both Dad and Nevio still sported bruises. Alessio had hinted at their training fight having gotten a bit too enthusiastic, but Dad hadn't questioned me about Nevio again. Only Mom had once again emphasized that I could talk to her about everything, which made me feel even more horrible for lying to them. During dinner, I pointedly ignored Nevio. Though he tried to catch my eye several times, I could hardly stop blushing with mortification when I thought of what we'd done, and looking at him would have only worsened my reaction. I didn't need to give Dad more reason to be suspicious. I wished my body wouldn't always heat with longing whenever I thought of how Nevio had claimed me with the handle of his knife. Even just thinking about it again made my thighs clamp up and my core tighten. When Chiara and Serafina got up to clean up the dishes and take them to the kitchen, I did as well. I was glad for the distraction as I helped them. I loaded the dishwasher while Chiara filled the sink with hot water to clean the pans. I love my son, but I know he's quite a handful, and that's putting it mildly, Serafina said suddenly from behind me, almost giving me a heart attack. I straightened with a tight smile. I've known him all my life. I know who he is. Yet, I had to admit, part of my previous perception of Nevio had been grounded on infatuation. Unlike in my fantasy, Nevio hadn't miraculously turned into a doting and loving boyfriend. He'd become the insistent, obsessed hunter, more fitting for his personality. Chiara dried her hands and came to Serafina's side, both of them bestowing me with understanding smiles. We know you do. We just want to make sure you know we won't judge you if you want a bit of distance from Nevio. I swallowed hard, wondering if they knew what had happened. Serafina touched my shoulder. I nodded. I'm fine, really. I focused on the dishes once more. They probably wouldn't judge me this kindly if they found out I'd helped Nevio keep his child from them for weeks or possibly months. After the conversation, I was glad when my parents, my brother, and I left the Falcone mansion. We crossed the premises as there wasn't a fence between our land and theirs, but I was too agitated to go inside yet. I'd like to stay outside for a bit, I said. Dad glanced at his watch. It's getting late. You should stay the night, and I'll take you to your place in the morning. I couldn't do that to Carlotta. Batista's sleep pattern was still erratic. No, I promised Carlotta I'd be home. She's still a bit hesitant about being alone in the apartment overnight. I could call Diego. No, please don't. He's already overprotective. Carlotta would kill me. She definitely would, because she had no problem staying in the apartment alone. Mom gave me a smile. I don't mind taking you to your apartment later. Take as long as you need. Dad gave her a look that made it clear he wouldn't allow it. I'm not letting you drive around the city by yourself at night. Everyone knows my car and me. I highly doubt anyone's going to give me trouble. There's always a first for everything. He turned to me. I'll take you home in an hour. Thanks, Dad, I said with a smile and stepped on my tiptoes to press a kiss to his cheek. You and your mom have me wrapped around your fingers. Davide rolled his eyes. Can we go inside now? I paused my game for dinner, and I want to finish this before midnight. You're lucky I don't confiscate your Switch. Dad and Davide moved into the house, arguing about the stupid games my brother enjoyed, while Mom stayed with me. She touched my cheek. I really wish you'd confide in me. I can tell something's bothering you. What was currently bothering me was definitely not something I'd ever talked to Mom about. Sorry, Mom. She nodded and went inside as well. I headed toward the pool and sank down on one of the lounge chairs, staring at the luminous water surface. I lost myself in whirring thoughts of my twisted relationship with Nevio, the myriad of lies I had to remember, and my growing feelings for the little boy I had agreed to babysit. The next time I looked at my watch, 40 minutes had passed. I rose from the chair and headed to my parents' house when a twig broke behind me. I knew who was following me. Had he been watching me at the pool? I walked faster, desperate to get into the house before he reached me. I doubted Nevio would follow me inside. Even he had to have a sense of self-preservation, because my father would kill him if he found us in a compromising position. When I'd almost reached our terrace, fingers curled around my wrist, and I was jerked backward and dragged away. My surroundings briefly blurred before me. Then my back bumped against the house wall, and Nevio took shape before me. Chapter 30. Aurora. My back pressed against the wall by Nevio's body. I craned my head back to look at his face. We were on a dark side of the house. Light only reached us from around the corner, where it illuminated the patio and living area. Nevio's face appeared foreboding, angry even in the twisting shadows. You've been avoiding me. He was right. After the incident with the knife, which still brought up an equal amount of shame and desire in me, I couldn't be around him anymore. Our relationship wasn't going in a direction I'd envisioned in my fantasies, and I was worried I'd lose myself and what I really wanted along the way. I needed time to think. I still do. I got out. Nevio bent down, bringing us even closer. He smelled good, like sin and temptation, musky and fresh. He wasn't wearing a shirt, only low-cut workout pants. He must have been on his way to the gym when he saw me outside. My nights have been filled with fantasies about Nevio, things I wanted to do to him and wanted him to do to me. Everything I tried to suppress during the day. You can't escape your desire or me. Nevio growled into my ear. The little hairs on the nape of my neck rose as his hot breath hit my skin. He was in a strange mood tonight, erratic and on edge. His lips pressed against the skin below my ear. Then he scraped the same spot with his teeth, making me shudder. I pressed my palms against his chest, wanting to push him away before he left a hickey. He felt perfect, strong, his muscles firm and hot beneath me. Rory, I can't stop thinking about you, about how wet you were, how my knife looked in your pussy. I didn't want him to voice what had happened. It made it too real and sent a new wave of mortification through me. If you don't stop, someone will find out, I gritted out. But I hadn't taken my hands off Nevio's chest yet. Nevio cupped my neck, his thumb against my pulse point. About us, I added, a little breathless. Nevio's intent gaze had little to do with concern over being caught. In the distance, I could hear Gemma and Chiara laugh, soon followed by Mom and Serafina. "Nevio," I pressed out, trying to move past him, but his lips came down on mine. His tongue met mine, and his fingers around my throat closed possessively. I kissed him back, my hands moving lower to his abs with a mind of their own, feeling his heat and strength, growing high on it. My body came alive violently, my core pulsing with a terrifying need that my own fingers would never be able to satiate. Nevio's kiss demanded full surrender. I lost myself, lost track of time and our surroundings. His hand slid under my shirt and cut my breast, his fingers tugging hard at my erect nipples. Nevio kissed me even harder, then ripped away from my lips, shoving my shirt up higher to reveal my bare breasts. Fabric ripped, and then his lips latched onto my nipples, sucking hard. I gasped, my eyes squeezing shut as I tried to keep down my sounds. Nevio's thumb stroked along my throat and he nipped at my nipple, making me jump from the pain. I gripped his head to shove him away, and he sucked my nipples slowly, now sending spikes of lust through my body, right down to the already damp spot between my legs. Who would have known that the nerve endings in my breasts were so closely linked to my pussy? I sank my teeth into my lower lip. I wanted this. There was no denying it. That I also wanted more seemed inconsequential to my body. I needed to shove him away. I needed to stop this. Whatever insanity it was. Nevio licked, bit, and sucked my nipple while one of his hands twisted and teased the other. Soon, I wasn't sure if I was trying to drag him away or keep him in place. He fell to his knees and pulled me toward him with one hand, as his other ripped my panties off, leaving me bare under my skirt. His mouth covered me, his tongue shoving between my pussy lips and licking me out. My legs trembled, so he hooked them over his shoulders until I was only kept up by my back pressed against the wall and Nevio's shoulders. His face was buried in my lap, his tongue alternating between teasing my opening and flicking over my clit. I could hardly breathe, my pants coming too quick, my body pounding with pleasure I'd never thought possible. My heart throbbed madly in my chest, from pleasure, but also from fear of being caught. I held Nevio's head, my core beginning to tighten in a giveaway sign, when I heard Mom and Dad's voices as they stepped outside. Cold fear washed over me. Nevio must have heard it too. He was the hunter, after all. But he only pressed harder against my pussy and slammed his tongue into my opening, while his thumb rubbed my clit. I tugged at his hair hard to get him to stop. I didn't dare say anything for fear that Dad would overhear me. That would be the ultimate catastrophe. Steps crunched on the patio. Mom and Dad were just around the corner. I opened my mouth to tell Nevio to stop right this moment, even if that posed the risk of being overheard. Then we might still have time to jump apart, and I could maybe put my clothes back in position. Everything was better than being caught with Nevio's tongue inside my pussy. Before I could utter a sound, Nevio's hand clamped over my mouth. His lips closed around my clit, and 2 fingers took the place of his tongue, slamming into me. My body started spasming, my orgasm unstoppable despite the situation. I tore at Nevio's hair, my lips parting against his palms, my eyes squeezing shut, and then pleasure pounded in my clit, my core, up through my entire body. My walls trembled around Nevio's fingers, and he kept pumping into me and sucking my clit, intensifying my orgasm. "Do you think I should check on her?" Mom asked. She seemed upset when I left. "She obviously doesn't want to share whatever's bothering her. I'll go to the pool and see if she's there. If she wants to go back to her place, we need to leave soon." "Okay," Mom said quietly. "I'll wait for you inside." The sliding door sounded and steps crunched. Then I could see Dad's back as he headed down to the Falcone part of the huge garden. Nevio kept his hand on my mouth as I slowly came down from my high, my thigh muscles trembling. Nevio put me down on the ground and bit the inside of my thigh, then soothed the spot with his tongue before he licked back up to my pussy. I shuddered at the new onslaught. I loosened my hold on his hair, a little shell-shocked. Staying away from Nevio wasn't going well.
Nevio. I smirked against Aurora's pussy as I tasted the remnants of her arousal. My own need pounded angrily in my pants. This was only the starter. I shoved to my feet, my hand still pressed against her mouth. I lowered it and grinned at her stunned face. I couldn't stop kissing her. If my family finds out, they'll force me to move back in with them to keep me away from you. Then I won't be able to babysit Batista for you anymore. There's not enough blood left in my brain to worry, I said. This is the third orgasm I've given you, and you haven't returned the favor yet. The thought of having Rory blow me behind her parents' house made my cock even harder. Aurora shoved my chest. It's only fair after my shitty first time, and I never asked you to do that. She couldn't even put into words what had happened. Adorable. I have to go inside before Dad comes looking for me here. This isn't a game, she hissed. Give me my panties back. With a smirk, I bent down, enjoying the sight of her glistening pussy under the hem of her skirt as I picked up the remains of her panties. I held them out to her. She picked them up with 2 fingers, her eyes widening in realization. You ruined them. I leaned toward her. I love ruining your underwear in every way possible. But what I love even more is ruining every shred of your innocence, sweet Rory. She tossed the panties at me and slipped away. This time, I didn't chase her and allowed her to escape into her parents' home. Stuffing her ripped panties into my pocket, I'd add them to my collection. I strode away from the Scuderi mansion. Luck would have it that Fabiano crossed my path. He barred my way, his expression one that would have spiked my hunger for violence with a stranger. Where's Aurora? He demanded, in a hostile tone. I'm doing a nightly workout. I haven't seen Rory. I lied easily. And your workout led you into my garden? I wasn't aware that I wasn't allowed on your premises. He moved closer. I had half a mind to show him Rory's ripped panties. I was fucking tired of his obvious aversion to me being around her. Sure, I was bad news, but that didn't mean I had any intention to hurt Rory. I don't care if you're on my premises, but it's strange to find you here when I can't find Aurora anywhere. Dad? Rory called from the patio. See? Your daughter is safe and sound. Fabiano glanced between Aurora and me. If you don't mind, I'd like to do my workout now, I said sarcastically. Fabiano gave a terse nod before he headed toward Aurora, probably on a mission to interrogate her. As expected, Aurora ignored me, but her flushed face made up for her lack of acknowledgement. I headed toward the pool for an unplanned swim exercise, which would also serve as a cool-off after another encounter with Rory that left me with a case of blue balls. Rory thought I'd lose interest once I fucked her, but every encounter with her only left me hungry for more. Rory wanted more. She wanted parts of me that I didn't want to share with anyone. But I wondered if maybe we actually had a chance if I tried hard enough. Maybe following my demons was really just me choosing the easy way. Alessio came to the pool when I did my last lap and squatted beside the edge, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Massimo and I are wondering when you want to head out tonight. I think I'll pass tonight. Alessio raised an eyebrow. We didn't go on raids for 2 nights because business kept us busy, and you want to go without for another night? I swam toward him. You sound as if I'm addicted to it. Your actions indicate you are. You are addicted to the highs it gives you. The thrill of the hunt and the torture is your drug. I'm not a fucking pussy. I can control my urges, they don't control me. That's probably a phrase an addict would say, Alessio said. He pushed to his feet and stomped his cigarette out with his steel-tipped boot. Admittedly, seeing the shoes he always wore during our raids made me eager for the hunt. Is this your attempt to better yourself for Aurora? If so, kudos to you for even trying. His tone made it clear I wouldn't succeed. I sat up with a hoarse roar, sweat-covered and with my knife clutched in my fist. Where was I? I shoved to my feet and turned on the light, searching my surroundings for signs of the horrid scene I saw playing out mere moments before. My room wasn't covered in blood, not a single droplet. I ran a hand through my damp hair, my heart slamming into my ribcage. Fuck. I breathed out and stared down at my hands, turning them around. Of course, they weren't stained in blood, and neither was my knife, but it wasn't difficult to imagine they were. I'd lost count of the times my skin had been sticky with blood, but the image of Aurora's and Batista's blood hit differently. A knock sounded, and a second later Dad poked his head in, a look of weariness on his face. I heard your scream. Had I roared that loudly? Fuck. What a goddamn nightmare. I didn't believe in premonitions. If a fortune teller tried to tell me my future, I'd end theirs. Still, I couldn't stop staring at my hands. Nevio? Dad asked as he stepped into the room. He, too, was holding a knife in hand. My scream must have really worried him. I shook myself and gave Dad a twisted smile. I guess all the killings are getting to me. Dad came toward me. You're pale. Do you need me to pull you from your current tasks? It had been a while since Dad hadn't looked at me with anger in his eyes. His honest concern was a nice surprise. Of course I was fucking undeserving of it, considering the nature of my dream. Would it help me to stop killing? Or would it only lead to a frenzied killing spree I'd be unable to control? The last time I'd had a vivid dream like this had been in the months before my 12th birthday, before my first kill. My dreams had been filled with images of carnage, and when I told Dad about it, he'd decided to gift me a victim for my birthday. I'm fine. I wanted to kill long before you made it part of my duty as a made man. Dad regarded me with narrowed eyes, as if he might extract the true nature of my dream from me. Maybe you should spend more of your nights actually sleeping instead of creating mayhem with Alessio and Massimo. Sleep's a waste of time. Lack of sleep drives even the sanest person to madness. That's a very Nino thing to say. Go to sleep. He turned and left, but I could feel his worry radiate off him in waves. And fuck, even I didn't share his worry. This had been a major mindfuck of a dream. Nightmare. Blood everywhere. Screams, my heart pounding, pulse racing, bloodlust, eagerness, the thrill of the hunt. But in the end, the two people in the puddle of blood had set my veins on ice. Aurora and Batista. I didn't know if I'd killed them, but I was almost certain I had. What did my subconscious want to tell me with this shitshow of a dream? That deep down, the crazy fucker part of me wanted to kill them, and everyone else I cared about? Or was this my subconscious manifesting my biggest fear? I wasn't sure. I left my room and strolled through the quiet and dark house. It was 3 a.m, and everyone was asleep, or at least in their bed. Even Dad, hopefully, too. I knew every corner of our home, so I crept through the dark hallways, wondering when my heart would stop pounding. I wondered if Dad had ever experienced nightmares like that when his life had been in upheaval after he found out he had 2 kids. I wished I could talk to him, but things had been too tense between us in the last few months, and my dream would probably only confirm his own worst worries, that I was a ticking bomb about to tear apart this family. Possibly in the literal sense.
Chapter 31. Aurora. My phone lit up the room, alerting me of the bell, which I always muted at night. I slid out of bed and tiptoed toward the front door. It was the middle of the night, and nobody ever visited at this hour. I glimpsed through the peephole, my fingers clutching my phone, ready to speed dial Nevio so he could come and chase away whoever waited in front of the door. My lungs deflated, my heartbeat tripled, and for a moment, I couldn't move. I unlocked the door and opened it. Nevio stood in front of me. A baseball cap was pulled down his face, and he was dressed in a long black coat which hid most of his body. A good thing considering what I saw beneath. He was covered in blood, from head to toe. Even his lashes were clumped with blood. He wasn't wearing a shirt or shoes, and his skin and the clothes he was wearing were covered in blood too, though their black color made it hard to see. Smudges of blood now covered my white door too, and bloody footprints led from the elevator to my door. If Dad saw this on the security camera, we'd be in a ton of trouble. What happened? I whispered. I couldn't see any obvious injuries. Nothing that would explain the amount of blood, except for a couple of bruises here and there. Tonight hadn't been a cage fight. The stench of blood quickly became oppressing in the narrow hallway. Considering my line of work, I wasn't sensitive about blood, but this was more than usual. I'll grab a shower, Nevio said, and I simply nodded, wondering why he was here. Maybe I should have sent him away. He had to be on edge. This was his doing, no doubt. He'd slaughtered one or more people tonight, and now he was here. Maybe I should have been afraid. Maybe I had reason to be. But after the initial shock, my pulse was already slowing. I stepped past him and opened the bathroom door for him so he wouldn't have to touch it. Then I did the same with the shower. Nevio came in and unbuckled his belt. He didn't wait for me to leave. He simply shoved down his pants, and I merely stood in the middle of the bathroom feeling a little lost. When he got out of his boxers, I didn't blush like I usually did. Blood had trickled down even to his penis. It had gathered in the ridges of his six-pack. Nevio stopped in the shower and turned it on. Soon the water washed away the first layers of blood. I backed away, but I didn't leave. I closed the door in case Carlotta woke. If Batista started screaming, I'd hear him. I was glad he was too little to get up on his own and roam the apartment. He didn't need to see the blood, even if he'd probably think it was paint. Nevio washed his hair, but his eyes were on me as I leaned against the door. Steam slowly filled the room, creating a visible barrier in addition to the one I could feel between us tonight. There had always been a push and pull between us since that night. But no matter how hard I'd pushed, the pull had always been stronger. Tonight, it felt different. It felt as if we were on the verge of a push that would pull us apart further than ever before. And I didn't think the push would be coming from me. Maybe it should. Maybe seeing Nevio covered in the blood of his victims should have been the final straw. And maybe in a day or two it would be, when it had sunk in. But right in this moment, I felt drawn to him. I was attracted to someone whom many people would call a monster, and I feared it was his monstrous side that made out part of his appeal. In less than 10 minutes of showering, no trace of the carnage remained. Nevio was clean, and he shut off the water, then got out of the shower completely naked. Droplets of water meandered along his muscles, caught on them and the scars that covered his chest and stomach. One wayward drop traveled lower and caught in his trimmed pubic hair. Nevio didn't bother drying off. He stalked straight toward me. His hair dripped down his face, making it appear as if he were crying. But I'd never seen Nevio shed a tear, and I doubted anyone else had either. I wasn't sure if he was capable of it. Nevio stopped close in front of me. "You're pure light," he growled. I didn't say anything. Tears filled my eyes. Nevio brushed his thumbs along my cheeks, catching the droplets. "I don't know why I'm crying," I whispered. His lips pulled into a bitter smile. "I think you do, Rory." I bit my lower lip, the tears now coming harder. Nevio's darkness was impenetrable. I'd always known Nevio carried plenty of darkness. You couldn't know Nevio and not know. But I'd always thought the darkness was a small part of him. Over the past year, though, it had become clear that the Nevio I loved was part of a dark even he couldn't control. Or maybe he just didn't want to control it. The dark meant freedom for Nevio. He didn't try to control his nature. He lived it. "I'm not made for companionship. I'm better off alone, free to go bump in the night." I shook my head. "That's not true. Look at your bond with Alessio and Massimo. You've been best friends all your lives. They joined me in the darkness, but they never quite needed it as much as I did. Nevio," his lips came down on mine. I opened up. I didn't want any games, any push and pull. Not tonight. Not when this felt horribly final. I wasn't even sure why I knew. And why did this make me so sad? I had tried to get Nevio off my trail for months, and now that it felt as if he might be backing off, it crushed my heart. His fingers still lightly held my cheeks as we kissed, a slow, gentle kiss that accentuated the finality of this moment. Nevio pulled back an inch. Waters from his hair dripped down on my face in cleavage, droplets chasing each other down the valley between my breasts and soaking my camisole. The fabric clung to my breasts, and my nipples hardened. Rory. The word was dark, almost agonized. Nevio gripped the hem of my camisole and pushed it up. I lifted my arm so he could pull it over my head. He tossed it to the floor, then cupped my cheek and pressed his lips to mine again. His eyes were on mine as if he sought a connection to ground him. More water dripped down on me, and goosebumps rose on my skin. Nevio pulled back and lowered his face to my chest, his warm tongue chasing the drops along the swell of my breasts, then over my nipples. I arched, my hand gripping the back of his head, fingers tangling in wet hair. His tongue meticulously licked up every drop of water from my chest. Every time he brushed my nipple, my core clenched. I felt on edge, oversensitive in a way I'd never experienced. A few drops of water escaped down my belly, and Nevio's tongue pursued them. When the tip of his tongue passed my belly button, I tensed, my fingers flexing against his scalp. I knew this wouldn't end where our last encounters had ended. This time, I'd give even more of myself to Nevio, physically and mentally, and I feared it would ruin me for good. Nevio gazed up, part of his eyes covered by his dripping wet hair. A smirk pulled at his lips, reminding me of my Nevio, of the man I still wanted by my side. By now, several droplets had trailed down my thighs and over my pubic bone, some catching in my trimmed hair, others resting between my pussy lips or in the ridge between my labia and thigh. My body was as taut as a bow, ready for Nevio to catch those wayward drops too, full of desire and longing, but also apprehension. Kneeling in front of me, he slid his tongue along the groove between my thigh and pubic bone, then along my outer thigh and inward. His eyes caught mine again as he dipped his tongue between my pussy lips to catch the water that had gathered there. His hair kept dripping, and Nevio lapped up every drop that caught on my pussy. "Water never tastes this sweet," he rasped. He parted my folds with his thumbs and bent over my pussy so more cold water dripped on my heated flesh. Every drop against my clit left me shell-shocked and desperate for more. Nevio covered my pussy with his mouth and really dove in. His licks became almost feral as he gathered more than just water. My cheeks heated from lust and embarrassment as I watched him devour my pussy. I was close. My legs tensed, but Nevio pulled away. I tried to shove his head back, but he was too strong. His eyes made me shiver with lust. One of his fingers traced the seam of my pussy, far away from my clit. "Do you ever fantasize about the feel of my knife? How it claimed the part of your innocence that my cock hadn't?" More heat raced into my face as it always did when I remembered that incident. I still couldn't believe it had actually happened, and I had enjoyed it. Nevio smiled when I didn't reply. He gripped my thigh and shifted it to the side, then pushed 2 fingers into me. I let my head fall back, but kept my head tilted down so I could watch. His forehead pressed against my lower belly, the cold a shock to my system. He fingered me faster and deeper, and his lips closed over my clit. I came with a violent shudder, my lips pressed together to stop myself from making a sound. He shoved to his feet and cradled my face, his dark eyes full of need. "Rory." It was all he said, but even that one word carried his desire. I met his lips, letting my own need take over. He lifted me off the ground, and my legs came around his waist. He walked backward, then lowered himself to the ground with his back against the bathtub, and me straddling his belly. With his eyes locked on mine, he gripped my hips and guided me so his tip pressed against my opening. Take all of me, Rory. I want to watch your face. I want to see the lust, the pleasure, the pain as my cock takes whatever innocence is left. I began to lower myself. The knife handle had been much smaller, and the memory from that first night had already faded. Tonight felt as if it was our first time. Nevio cupped my neck, his thumb on my throat, as his other hand pressed down on my hip. I sank down despite the intense stretching sensation, my lips falling open as the air left my lungs. To see pain mixed with pleasure on your face is the biggest turn-on I've ever had. Nothing compares to it. And at this moment, I want to believe it could be enough. I sank all the way down until our pubic bones touched. My eyelids fluttered shut from the intense fullness and dull pain I felt. I didn't want to think about his words. Not now. Nevio pulled me toward him, his lips claiming mine. His hand moved from my hip to my ass, fingers digging into my ass cheek. The kiss was unhurried, but I could feel the rising need in Nevio, and my own body called for more. Even if it still hurt, I rotated my hips, allowing Nevio's cock to slide out halfway only to sink down fully again. Nevio brushed his thumb over my lips, his intense gaze making me shiver. He wanted, needed, more. I moved faster as we held each other, as his lips slid over mine and Nevio's heartbeat pounded against my chest, slower than mine, and I wondered if the horrors of tonight had made his heart pound faster. Soon, Nevio's fingers dug harder into my flesh, and his hips jerked upward, driving his cock deeper into me. My core tightened as the first sparks of my orgasm lit up my body until a firework of pleasure took hold of me. I sank my teeth into Nevio's shoulders to keep my scream in, and he let out a harsh groan. His own release was close. Even as waves of pleasure still flooded me, my body still high on dopamine, the first dark clouds of regret and even shame overcame me. I had sworn to myself not to become Nevio's babysitter with benefits, friend with benefits, whatever you wanted to call it. But I had allowed myself to be shoved into that mold, and I had no way of escaping it. I needed to put a stop to this, needed to set firm boundaries. I didn't want to lose sight of my own happiness and eventually of myself. But the path Nevio and I were on right now would ultimately lead to that result. It had to stop now.
Chapter 32. Nevio. Some crazy primal part considered spilling my cum inside Aurora's pussy and impregnating her. Having Rory carry my child made my cock harden even more, and my chest swell. Fuck it. I already had Batista and hardly knew what to do with him. I couldn't do this to Rory, even if I wanted to lay claim to her in every way possible, before I had to make a hard decision. I barreled into her even harder, desperately. Aurora's hot breath hit my shoulder before her teeth sank into my flesh again, upping my pleasure. She came around me with a harsh cry, her pussy squeezing my cock so tightly I saw stars and needed every ounce of my self-control not to shoot my load into her. I lifted her up, my cock sliding out, and set her back down on the ground. Rory had lost every sense of our surroundings. She was lost in pleasure, like I was lost in her. I slammed my lips against hers, kissing her full of need. Rory, I groaned. I needed to come. Fuck, I was burning up with need ever since I'd fucked her with my knife. I couldn't take much more. She curled her fingers around my cock and began rubbing me. I wrapped my hand around hers to increase the pressure. I pressed my lips to her ear. I want to come inside you. Her lips pressed against my chest, then down my pecs. Fuck. I couldn't take it. I needed even more. She finally dropped to her knees. I grabbed her neck and pushed her closer to my cock. Maybe a good guy would have given her time to explore, but I needed to fuck her mouth now or lose my last shred of sanity. Her lips parted around my cock, and I threw my head back with a groan as her hot mouth and tongue engulfed me. I came, hard. My chest was heaving, my cock still pulsing inside of Aurora. Then she looked up at me. Fuck. Something was up, and it wasn't good. Aurora wanted to talk emotions. Her expressions left no doubt about it. But after last night's nightmare and tonight's frenzy, I couldn't be what she needed. I pulled her up to her feet, gripped her neck, and kissed her hard. Don't. I wasn't sure if she knew what I meant, but stubbornness tightened her face, mixing with the first traces of regret. People often regretted having met me. Naturally, Aurora would be no different. I'm a detonation about to happen, Aurora, I snarled. My grip on her neck tightened even more and she winced, but the stubbornness remained in her eyes. Fuck, she needed to stop hoping. I wished she could see into my brain just for one day to realize I wasn't kidding. Fight it. Fight it, whatever it is. Fight it for me, for your family, for Greta, for your son, she whispered. I wished she hadn't uttered those words because they made me want to try, but trying would hurt people I cared about. I could sense it deep in my bones. I kissed her, smiling bitterly against her lips. If you knew the chaos in my head, you'd give me up. Like you so easily do with me because I'm inconsequential to you. Her voice was harsh, and she was trying to make her face seem that way too. Rory was many things, but harsh wasn't one of them. She wasn't a good liar either, which made it even worse that I forced her to lie constantly. You aren't inconsequential to me, Rory, I said harshly. If she were, I wouldn't be scared shitless of what I might do. Your actions speak louder than your words. She pulled away, but I wouldn't let her. I tightened my hold on her. What do you want me to do? I want you to try. You're not even trying. You just follow your impulses. You don't try to be a father to Batista, and you're not trying to give us a chance. Aurora's lips thinned as if she regretted her own words. I leaned my forehead against hers. You shouldn't ask that of me. Why not? She asked angrily. Because for you, I might actually do it. For you, I'll try. Not even 24 hours after I'd given Aurora my promise to try for her, to allow something between us to bloom, to take responsibility not just for Batista, but also for my emotions and for her, I'd gone on one of the biggest killing sprees of my life. Maybe it had been inevitable. It was as if my monstrous side had feared being caged in and gone rampant to prove who was still running the show, and it was definitely a side of me that wasn't fit for a relationship of any form. Batista and Aurora deserved better. My family deserved better. Hell, even the Kimura deserved better. I was covered in blood from head to toe, could feel it stick to my face, my eyelids, my lashes. The world around me was cloaked in a pink mist because blood even covered my goddamn eyeballs. I watched the droplets of blood dripping from my soaked pants and dropping to the floor. A police officer stepped up to the cell, young, overmotivated, arrogant, maybe a bit sadistic. I watched him from the corner of my eye. Police had picked me up at the scene of the carnage. I'd sat among the dead bodies and allowed the police to take me with them. I'd been high on adrenaline. If you could overdose on bloodlust, then that had definitely been the moment. But other than with drugs, I hadn't died. At least, not my body. Maybe a part of me had, though. Who could really say? My brain was still too much of a mess to analyze anything. We should hose him off, the young officer said. Get him out of those clothes and give him a long, cold shower. The excitement in his voice was unmistakable. I won't go in there, the older officer said. He'd avoided me as if I were the devil. They probably thought I was possessed. And you better not either. Come on, we're armed, and he's not. He's a spoiled brat, but without his dad here, what can he do? He's at our mercy. I watched their interaction through half-closed eyes. Bernie, you need to learn a thing or two. You're new. Bernie scoffed. You mean bow down to the mob? The older officer sighed. Just don't go in there. He turned and walked out of the cell block, leaving young, naive Bernie alone with me and a couple of drunkards in neighboring cells. Bernie stepped closer to the bars with a nasty grin. I didn't move and stared at my blood-covered hands. "Not so loud-mouthed now," he taunted. I didn't remember being loud-mouthed. Usually I was silent and lethal. "You should listen to your colleague," I murmured. He grabbed the keys and pulled the taser gun. Unlocking the door, he pointed the taser gun at me and stepped into the cell. Without warning, he shot the taser at me. The wire shot out and the 2 darts hit my shoulder. My muscles flexed uncontrollably as electricity coursed through my body. My teeth clanged together, and the metallic taste of blood filled my mouth as I tried to regain control over my body. My breathing stuttered as I fought to stay on the bench and not topple over. With a grunt, I forced one arm up and ripped the darts from my body. One of them hadn't penetrated my skin fully, which was probably why I could move. It didn't have to wait for a break in the electric impulses. I jerked to my feet and pulled at the wire. Bernie stumbled forward before the wire tore apart. In 2 steps, I was by his side, grabbed his arm and head, and flung him toward the wall. His shoulder blade and chin bone collided with a satisfying crunch with the concrete. His answering roar of pain made me smile. I jerked his head back so his agony-stricken eyes met mine. "Time to play, motherfucker." Steps rang out, and the first officer came rushing into the corridor. I kicked the door to my cell shut with a high kick, and the lock clicked in place. 2 more officers came rushing in. The first fumbled with his keys as I grabbed Bernie once more and wrapped the taser wire around his throat. I pulled it tight, but after a few seconds of gasping from Bernie, the wire tore apart again. "Shame," I drawled. He spluttered and clawed at my hands. I smiled at him and smashed my forehead against his nose, causing blood to surge out of his nostrils. He cried hoarsely. Guns pointed my way, and one nervous finger pulled the trigger. I used Bernie as a shield, and the bullet hit him in the thigh. He screamed again. "That was close to his artery," I tisked. "If you want to kill Bernie, you'll have to give this another try." Finally, the door to my cell opened, and another officer staggered in. I shoved poor Bernie toward him. They collided, then I jumped at them with another kick, sending them both flying to the floor. I landed beside them, and within a flash, I held their guns and pointed them at their heads. The prison was filled with more and more officers, and all of them worried that my trigger finger was better than theirs. For good reason. I bared my teeth at the officers at my feet. "Next time, you better listen to your colleagues, Bernie." "Enough!" someone roared. I froze when Dad, Nino, and Savio walked in. The police officers parted. "Down with all of the guns," Dad ordered. The police officers didn't hesitate, and I followed suit. Slowly I straightened and tossed the guns away. "He comes with me. Don't mess with my family." Neither Dad nor my uncles said a word when they led me to their car. I suddenly felt exhausted. I leaned my head against the window and must have dozed off because when I looked around again, I was in a bare-walled room without windows. Nino leaned against the wall across from me, straight in my line of vision. He regarded me from head to toe without a word. His expression was blank, and sometimes even I got goosebumps because of my uncle. "You are lacking control," he drawled. "He's lacking more than that," Savio muttered, who appeared at Nino's side. "Empathy, restraint, reason. The only thing he's got an abundance of is craziness." I flashed him a grin. He shook his head, for once not in the mood for jokes. "I'll talk to him alone," Dad said in a low voice. My eyes sought him. He leaned against the wall to my right. Nino touched Dad's shoulder and they exchanged a look that reminded me of Massimo and Alessio. Something passed between them that I wasn't supposed to be privy to. "Get a grip, man," Savio muttered as he came toward me, his fingers digging into my shoulder, his eyes imploring. I bared my teeth. "You never saw me lose control." "That's what we fear," Nino said. He searched my eyes, then he only nodded, and walked out with Savio. I glanced around, realizing where we were. This was where enemies and traitors were taken to be tortured and killed. I cocked an eyebrow at Dad. "Do you really think you can?" It was meant as a provocation, and a joke. Dad stared into my eyes, and my grin died. I chuckled, then nodded. He stalked toward me and gripped my face, resting our foreheads against each other, his eyes burning into mine. Sometimes I saw the same insanity and hunger for destruction in them that always burned inside me. I love you more than my life, but sometimes I think you are punishment for my sins, a way to throw my own faults back at me. I never knew what Nino had to put up with until you came into my life. I wasn't hurt by his words. Very few things in my life hurt me, physically or emotionally. They were true. Greta got everything good Mom and you had to give, and I inherited all the bad. It's the way it is. That's yin and yang for you. It's not funny, he roared. No, it's my life, I growled. It's who I am, Dad. You, unlike the others, never asked me to change or to control myself. You only asked me to channel it. Because I know you can't control it. I smiled bitterly. Dad dragged a chair across the room and sat down across from me, regarding me like a rabid dog that his owner couldn't put down even though he knew the monster would kill again. Las Vegas is under my control. The West Coast is. But at some point, even my control won't be enough. Even the strongest empire can fall if the king doesn't make sure his subjects feel safe. His voice shook with restraint. He wanted to kill me, and he knew he should. Is anyone safe, Nevio? Is there a limit to what you're capable of? Because recently, I fear there isn't. I should have lied, but I didn't want to. I don't know. I wish I did, but I don't. Not 100%. I shrugged. Are you absolutely sure you'd never hurt the people you loved? Yes, he said firmly. I wondered if his certainty really came from conviction, or because he thought by saying it aloud it would become true. If I thought I could ever hurt our family, I'd leave and never come back, Dad. I said finally, because it was true. You better do, he murmured. His eyes reflected pain. Don't force my fucking hand. It would kill your mom. It would kill Greta. He swallowed, his hold on my throat tightening. It would kill me. You know how good I am at killing, Dad, I said.
Chapter 33. Aurora. I glanced at my watch one more, but there was still no sign of Nevio. He was running late. 30 minutes late, to be exact. I had to leave for work in about 20 minutes, and Carlotta in about 10 minutes for college. Diego was picking her up as usual and taking her there. He hasn't even received my text yet, I muttered, glaring down at my phone. A stupid part of me worried something had happened to him that stopped him from being on time, when I knew it was simply Nevio being Nevio. I could see his promise to give us a real chance slipping away. I wasn't sure if he couldn't do it or if he didn't want to. It was probably a combination of the two. My heart ached and my belly felt hollow as I considered what this meant. I'd made my boundaries very clear to Nevio, and I wouldn't budge this time. I didn't care if my body burned up for his touch, or my dreams replayed the pleasure he'd given me. I didn't care if this meant giving up on Nevio and me for good, because the other option meant giving up on me. I wouldn't do that, not even for Nevio. He had done nothing to deserve it, and I doubted there was ever a moment when someone was truly worth it to give up on everything that makes you you. Carlotta put down her backpack on the counter with a quiet sigh. Maybe this is what you feared, that he's pulling back completely, that he got cold feet after he promised you progress. Maybe him ghosting you is really the sign you need. I don't need another sign to know that a relationship between Nevio and me is not going to work. I need someone to watch Batista, and that someone should be his father. Carlotta nodded, her expression compassionate. But I could tell she also thought it was partly my fault. And she was right. I should have kept the promise to myself after the party. Instead, I'd fallen prey to Nevio's seduction. Who knew that stalking me and driving me to the brink would turn me on? I pressed my lips together, then I nodded. You're right. I made excuses for him for far too long. I enabled him to stay irresponsible because he had me for his responsibilities. Carlotta came over to me and hugged me. If he doesn't show up today and doesn't have a very good excuse, you need to tell his parents about Batista. I nodded, and Carlotta pulled back. She kissed my cheek. I really need to go, or Diego will come up. He's already suspicious about why I never invite him in. I know. And thanks for always having my back. Carlotta smiled. Then she turned and went over to Batista and his playpen to kiss his forehead before she grabbed her backpack and left. Batista pulled himself into a very unsteady standing position and looked at me hopefully. I went to him and picked him up, then blew a raspberry on his chubby cheek, which caused him to giggle uncontrollably. I'd be late for my internship, and Doc Gentile wouldn't be impressed at all. I set Batista down despite his protests and picked up my cell phone to call the hospital. After I'd closed the kitchen door to avoid Batista disturbing me, I called in sick. I could hear that he thought I was faking it, and of course, he was right. I went back into the kitchen where Batista had started bawling because I'd left him alone. He stopped once I picked him up again, singing Wheels on the Bus. I tried to call Nevio again, but the call didn't go through. Batista babbled along with the song, a bit of drool running down his chin thanks to his teething. Your father is an idiot, I murmured. Batista chortled as if I'd told him a joke, which unfortunately wasn't the case. My phone rang and my eyes widened, thinking it was Nevio. Instead, Dad flashed on my screen. Oh no. Hey, Dad. Are you okay? The dog called me. I bit my lip. I should have known Dad would find out, but this was quicker than I thought. I'm fine, just a headache. I'm coming over. Something's up. Dad, no, he said firmly. After Nevio's last visit, I'm done believing things are fine. Of course, Nevio leaving bloody footprints and looking like death himself had left Dad very concerned. Nevio was causing me way too much trouble. If he hadn't disappeared from the face of the earth, I would have beat the truth out of him. He's gone? Not the first time he's taken off, and probably not the last time either. Maybe Remo will have to save his sorry ass from another police cell again. I shook myself. Can you send Mum over? Please? Silence on the other end. Aurora, what's going on? Are you able to talk freely? I'm not in a hostage situation, Dad, I said. I just need Mum. Fuck. Now you really have me worried. I'll drive your mum over, but I'm coming with her. No way am I going to let her go alone as long as I don't know what's going on. He hung up. I stared at Batista. Everything will be okay. Suddenly, my heart felt heavy thinking of having to let him go. We'd become a good team, and he was really attached to me. When the door rang, I put Batista back into his playpen to open it. Mum and Dad waited in front of the door. Dad held a gun in his hand as if he was ready for war. Mom looked upset and concerned. I was already in scrubs. Dad scanned me from head to toe. I'm not injured, I said, opening the door wider so he could see nobody was behind me. Is anybody with you? Dad asked. I hesitated, because technically there was, just not in the sense that Dad meant. But my hesitation was too much for Dad. He gently pushed me aside and rushed into the apartment, taking one room after the other until I heard him curse. Mum's expression tightened. Aurora, what is going on? I motioned her to follow me, and once inside the kitchen, she too let out a startled curse upon seeing Batista. He had started crying when Dad entered the room. I picked him up and soothed him with gentle words. Mum and Dad stared at me in horror. What the hell? When did this happen? How did you hide this from us? It's Nevio's. I just have to look at those eyes. I'm gonna kill him for touching you. It took me a moment to realize Dad thought Batista was actually my son. Aurora wasn't pregnant, Mom said, but I could hear the barest hint of hesitation in her voice. How could I have hidden a pregnancy? You saw me in bikinis all the time, I said with a laugh. Neither Mom nor Dad laughed. but they looked relieved when they realized I said the truth. "So, he's not yours," Dad said. "He's not mine. Nevio asked me to take care of him." "Of course that's what he did," Dad gritted out. He paced the kitchen, the gun still in his hand as if he hoped Nevio might show up. "Can you please calm down? You're scaring Batista." Dad stopped abruptly, but he didn't appear calm at all. His blue eyes burned with fury. Mom came toward me. "You've been taking care of him since you moved in here, right? That's why you wanted to move in so quickly? 4 weeks. That's a long time for someone as young as yourself." "Many women in our circles aren't much older when they give birth," I said. Batista watched Mom open-mouthed. "I know," Mom nodded, regarding me with admiration which slowly morphed to reproach. "You've lied to us," Dad scoffed. "Nevio made her do it. That's his special talent." He came closer but stopped when Batista started bawling again. "Shh, it's okay," Mom whispered. But Batista pressed his face into my chest, and I rubbed his back until he quieted. Dad fixed me with a hard look. "Answer me one question. Why?" I shrugged. Even I didn't really have an answer to that question. "I suppose I wanted to help Nevio." "Has he touched you?" "Dad," I blushed. "Don't dad me now. Answer my question. Has he touched you?" "Fabiano, I really don't think that's our business," Mom said gently. But I bet she would have asked me the same question once it was just the two of us. Dad moved closer, and this time he didn't stop when Batista started crying. "Aurora, I want an answer. If you don't answer me, I'm going to take your blushing as a fucking yes, and I'm going to hunt him down." "She's probably blushing because that's a very personal question." I swallowed. Mom defending me made me feel even worse. But she had a point. My sex life wasn't Dad's business. "Nothing happened against my will," I said. Dad let out a roar and kicked one of the chairs so it flew across the room and smashed against the wall, losing a leg. "I'm going to rip his balls off." "Fabiano," Mom said, wide-eyed. "No, you're not. What happened between Nevio and me is only my business." Dad's head was almost purple from fury. "It's my business if he compels you to have sex with him." "You had sex with Mom before marriage. If this is about having sex out of wedlock..." My cheeks burned. Talking about sex with Dad was the absolute last thing I wanted. But he didn't leave me a choice. "It's not about some conservative world views," Dad gritted out. "This is about you being with Nevio fucking Falcone. He's not someone you should be close to. And I had serious intentions with your mother. What about him?" I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure of Nevio's intentions. I doubted even he knew. "You were unsure about us when you started pursuing me. Maybe it's the same with Nevio," Mom said, touching Dad's upper arm in a calming gesture. He met Mom's gaze, and for once, she didn't get through to him. "I sure hope not. I don't want him with Aurora. I won't allow it." "I'm here, and I have no intention to be with Nevio," I said. This was my life. And though I'd admitted I made some very bad decisions when it came to Nevio, I now had a new resolve to ban him from my life once and for all. Dad pulled his phone from his pocket. "I need to call Remo now." I took a step forward. "Wait." Dad frowned. "It's his grandson. He needs to know so he can rip Nevio a new one." I bit my lip. I wasn't sure why I was suddenly so scared to tell Nevio's family about Batista. They had a right to know. They were his family, after all. Mom gave me a reassuring smile. "It'll be all right. Remo won't be mad at you for helping Nevio keep his secret." "He'll be mad, as he should. And I'm mad as hell," Dad said, giving me a stern look. "Lying about everything. That's not who we raised you to be." "You taught me the importance of loyalty. You don't always agree with Remo's decisions, but you have his back." "He's my capo." Mom gave him a look, but she didn't contradict him. "He's your friend first," I said. Though friend really wasn't the right term. Fabiano considered Remo almost as his brother. But I couldn't bring myself to see the Falcone as his family, especially now that I'd slept with one of them. That would be too weird. Which is why I'm going to call him now. The secrets, and now. Not all of them. Maybe we should tell Remo in person, Mom said in her lawyer voice. That way, he can't build up his rage. He'll have more than enough if we tell him in person. But this might be news that's really better told directly. Dad lifted the phone to his ear. After a few rings, Remo picked up. I need to come over to talk to you. It's important. Pause. I'd rather not tell you over the phone. Pause. Yes, it's linked to Nevio. Dad lowered the phone. Then he met my gaze. I swallowed. This isn't going to go over well.
Chapter 34. Nevio. I never thought I'd leave Las Vegas. Not for long, not without a definite return date. Yet today, I'd purchased a one-way ticket to Naples. I hadn't talked to anyone about it, not even Greta or Aurora. There was enough commotion in my brain as it was. Nobody could take this decision from me, because nobody knew how messed up my thoughts were right now. I needed time to get a grip. To grow up, how Dad would call it. Maybe that too. But who'd ever heard of a serial killer growing out of his murderous urges? The problem wasn't even the latter. Being a good killer and loving it was the best condition to be a made man. The whole male side of my family were murderers. Some liked it more than others, but we were all good at it. Problem was that it had become an addiction. After a kill, I was already thirsting for the next kill. I lived for my nightly hunts and needed to get a grip. I wanted to. I wanted to manage my dark side like Dad and Nino did, something I'd never admit to them. I admired them for how they handled a family life and the darkness that they harbored. Sometimes I wanted to hurt everyone, but there were certain people I always wanted to save a little more than I wanted to hurt them. Save them from me. The problem was, every day, I was a little less sure who held the reins, me or the monster. When I left the Falcone mansion in the morning, I wasn't sure when I'd return or if I'd return. I could die helping the Camorra in Italy. I could decide my darkness simply wasn't controllable. The hardest part was not saying goodbye, especially to Aurora. She wouldn't forgive me for this, and she had every right to hate me. But she'd be able to hand Batista over to my parents, and they would take better care of my son than I ever could. My first stop after landing in Naples wasn't the local Camorra headquarters, or my great-uncle's villa outside the city. I went to the best tattoo studio in Naples. When my plan to leave had formed in my head, I'd known I wanted to take Batista and Aurora with me in any way I could, so I decided to ink them into my skin. Aurora because of the feelings I had for her, and Batista because of the feelings I should have for him. I didn't have an appointment, but managed to get in anyway. I showed the tattoo artist an image of an Aurora Borealis. Aurora's name couldn't have been more fitting to how I saw her. A bright light against the dark sky. Her light even managed to brighten the blackness inside me. Maybe one day I would reach my personal equinox, and maybe one day my dark and light would be even. The Aurora Borealis always shines brightest on the night of an equinox. As long as my darkness overweighed the good inside me, Aurora's light would always burn a little less in my presence. I didn't want that. The tattoo artist created a few quick drawings of Aurora Borealis tattoos. I didn't want a backdrop of a forest or mountains. I wanted the sole focus to be on the northern lights and the night sky behind them. I picked a black night sky as the background and bright green and turquoise lights. I didn't have many tattoos, not as many as Alessio and Massimo. Only 4 so far. 2 small ones, an F for Falcone, and the outline of my first bullet wound. And 2 big ones, the Camorra tattoo of the eye and the knife, then a Joker tattoo on my back, with his smile and "Why so serious" in blood red beneath it, followed by a string of ha 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 ha. The A's didn't fully close at the top, because every vertical stroke stood for one life taken, like a tally list. There were many ha-has by now. becoming smaller and smaller as they meandered down my back. I had a feeling I'd eventually have to give up taking tally. Both tattoos were held in black and red, both colors I appreciated for their deeper meaning to me. Now, the first dash of color would be added to the list. "Where do you want the tattoo?" the tattoo artist asked after I'd picked the design. I motioned to the center of my chest, then slightly to the left. "I want the lights over my heart," I said. The tattoo artist nodded but didn't comment. Good for him. I pulled my tea over my head. "Great artwork," he said when I turned my back to him. Nino had done a fabulous job of the Joker tattoo and the bloody tally list. I showed the guy the Kimura tattoo on my wrist was equally as good. My uncle did them. "Impressive. Why didn't you choose him for these tattoos?" "I didn't want to." "Are you worried your art won't be as good as his?" I raised my eyebrows at him, "Because I'm putting my trust in you, and these tattoos are very important to me." He swallowed. "It's going to be my best work." I stretched out on the chair and held out my forearm to him. "Let's start with the letter." The tattoo for Batista would be simple, a red B over my wrist, because he was my blood. I'd wanted to pick a tattoo with a deeper meaning like I'd done for Aurora, but I simply didn't know him well enough. I hoped if I'd ever get the chance to do so, I could add more detail to the tattoo. For now, I'd carry his initial with me, as a constant reminder that Aurora wasn't the only one who needed me to face my demons and shackle them. After less than an hour, the red bee decorated my skin. The moment the tattooist touched the needle to my chest, I closed my eyes, allowed the burn to invade my body. It felt as if it almost touched my heart, as if the ink buried itself deeply enough to reach that part of me, just as Aurora had done. After 3 hours, the hum of the needle died down for the last time. I opened my eyes and stared at the tattooist. His forehead was sweaty, probably not just because he'd worked 3 hours straight. He grabbed the mirror from his workstation and held it out to me so I could see his work. The black of the night sky over my heart made it look like there was only a black hole in my ribcage, which was fitting, but it was illuminated by meandering light strokes in green and turquoise. I gave a terse nod. It was how I'd imagined it. I swung my legs off the chair and got up. "You did good," I said. I wanted to leave, felt the need to be alone with the strange sensations this manifestation of Aurora on my body created. I grabbed my shirt and put it on. Then on my way out, I tossed a wad of cash onto the reception desk, way too much for his work, and then again, not. I didn't wait for him to count it. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt restless, hunted. I had expected a reaction to the tattoo, which was one of the reasons I hadn't picked Nino for the tattoo. He would have seen something in my eyes or face, something I didn't want to share with the people who knew me. I could only imagine what Alessio and Massimo would say if they saw the tattoo. Know-it-all Massimo would put 2 and 2 together. He definitely knew what the tattoo showed. Aurora Borealis. Aurora. The fucking light in my life.
Chapter 35. Ramo. "I have a fucking bad feeling," I muttered. Nino narrowed his eyes in thought. "You think he knows about the party incident?" "Fuck if I know." He sounded pissed. "Maybe we should tell him that we've known about the incident for a while," Savio suggested with a shrug. "Better than keeping up the lie and having it explode in our faces later." He let out a chuckle. "Who would have thought that Nevio would be the one to cause a sex scandal? It should have been me." "You could still cause one, but Gemma would rip you a new one, and I'd help her," I said. I'd never thought Savio could be faithful at all, but Gemma seemed to be what he needed. "The only sex scandal I'm up for is being caught having sex in public with Gemma." "How about we return to the matter at hand?" Nino asked. I gave a terse nod. "Tell your sons to get their asses over here. Maybe they know more, or have heard from Nevio. Serafina's starting to worry, and I'm getting pissed." "You weren't before?" Savio asked with a cocked eyebrow. I didn't remember the last time I wasn't pissed at Nevio. He had an uncanny talent to cause trouble. I really hoped it would grow out of him soon. He needed to be more responsible if he wanted to become capo one day. Massimo and Alessio entered the room after Nino a few minutes later, both with unreadable expressions. I wasn't kidding myself into believing that their loyalty to me trumped their loyalty to Nevio. These three were usually attached by the hip. "What's going on?" Massimo asked, glancing from Nino to me. "Nevio's in trouble, and so by proxy, you two are probably as well," Savio said. Alessio and Massimo exchanged a look, one I couldn't decipher. "We suspect that Fabiano found out about the party incident," Nino said, eyeing his son closely. "Or is there something else that might upset Fabiano?" "I'm pretty sure nothing could upset Fabiano more than Nevio taking Aurora's innocence. Isn't that enough?" Alessio asked with a sarcastic laugh. Nevio always found ways to make an already bad situation worse. He lived for mayhem. "So you two are unaware of further developments that might cause us trouble." Another look passed between them. Sometimes they reminded me of twins. Nevio and Greta, too, had shared looks that no one but them could read. "I'm about to lose my shit. If Fabiano tells me something you two should have warned me about, then there will be hell to pay." "Your loyalty to Nevio is admirable, but first and foremost, your loyalty should be to Remo." The door ripped open, and Giulio stomped in. "Fabiano was here with Aurora and Leona, and a baby that looks like Nevio when he was little." His voice was eager, as if he could smell that trouble was afloat. He too lived for it. My genes had really gone all in with my sons. Then his words registered, and my heart started pounding in my chest. "A baby?" Giulio nodded with a grin. "Like a little Nevio." "Fuck it," I growled. I definitely hadn't fathered a kid, so that left one conclusion. My son had impregnated someone. Don't tell me Nevio impregnated Aurora. If their first sexual interaction had been at the party, she couldn't have had his child, Nino said, as if I couldn't do math. Who knows if they didn't have sex before? I stalked toward Massimo and Alessio, looking from one to the other. "It's not Aurora's child," Massimo said, looking calm and composed. I had half a mind to grip his throat, but he was Nino's son, so I controlled my first impulse. "How long have you known?" Quick female steps came closer, and Serafina appeared in the doorway. Her eyes wide with shock, and her face flushed. I ran a hand through my hair. I really wished I could have kept this from her, but one look at her told me she'd just seen little Nevio. "I think we should all talk to Fabiano now." "Remo," Fina said slowly. I touched her lower back. "I don't know any more than you." When we entered the common room, Fabiano was pacing back and forth with a look of agitation on his face. Leona sat beside Aurora on the couch, and the latter had a baby on her lap. Dark hair and eyes, and the typical Falcone features. "Fuck it," I snarled, causing the baby to burst into tears. "You still got it," Savio said with a chuckle, as he walked past me to get a closer look at Nevio's kid. He let out a whistle. I motioned at Aurora and the baby. "Would someone care to explain what the hell I'm seeing here?" Fabiano stopped and stretched out his arms to both sides with a bitter laugh. "Apparently, your son got a girl pregnant, who then dropped the kid off, and he decided it was a good idea to let Aurora take care of the baby for weeks." Gemma came in with a look of confusion. "What's going on?" Giulio perched on the backrest with a devilish smile. "Nevio is in trouble." Gemma looked at the baby and blew out a breath before she walked over to Savio. I shook my head. "Maybe someone should get Chiara so she can be in on the fun," Savio said with a laugh. "This isn't funny," I growled. "Maybe not for you, Grandpa," Savio said. I had half a mind to kick his ass. I still remember the times when he'd driven me crazy with his antics, but in comparison to Nevio, he'd been a saint. "Maybe we should allow Aurora to tell the story, since she seems to be the one who knows the details," Nino said in his usual logical manner. I motioned at Aurora to start. She swallowed, still rocking the child on her thighs. The words of what had happened since the boy's mother had abandoned him rushed out of her. She didn't mention the party, or if there had been any other similar encounters between Nevio and her, but I had a feeling the party hadn't been the end of it. That wasn't my main concern right now, though. I was fucking relieved that Fabiano didn't know about that yet. "So you took care of Battista for 6 weeks?" Serafina asked softly, and walked over to the sofa. She sank down beside Aurora, but Battista had his face buried against her chest. "You should have told someone," I gritted out. I was torn between anger over this major secret that she'd kept for Nevio, and admiration for taking care of a baby that wasn't even her own, when she was only 18. The girl was a better mother figure than many much older women, such as the kid's actual mother. "Do you know where Nevio is?" I asked. She shook her head with a look of anger. "He was supposed to watch Battista today, but he never showed up." "I assume he left most of the work of taking care of the baby up to you?" She nodded. "He tried to be there for us, but it was difficult for him to accept that he was a father. Carlotta helped me with the babysitting." Was she actually defending him? After all the shit he pulled? When I'd found out I had kids, I had known one thing for certain, that I would take care of them, that I would take full responsibilities, and that their needs would trump my own. The kid looked at me, and it hit me like a fucking sledgehammer again. "Fuck him," I snarled. "Ramo," Serafina said reproachfully, because Battista had started crying again. She rubbed his back, but he pressed closer to Aurora. He was obviously very attached to her. "Poor baby has gone through so much," Serafina murmured. I could see her motherly instincts rearing up again. But this kid wasn't our child. It was Nevio's. Still, I could already feel my own protectiveness rise. This boy was now a part of our family. I turned to Massimo and Alessio. "Where is Nevio? No more lies. This is too serious for your loyalty bullshit." "We don't know," Alessio said with a shrug. "He disappeared without a word. We haven't seen or talked to him in more than 24 hours. Maybe he's on a raid to clear his head." I doubted it. Our last conversation flitted through my mind. I'll leave if I ever fear of breaking my promise. Was this the case? Check his room. Are his clothes gone? Massimo and Alessio left. "Do you think he'll be gone for longer?" Fina asked quietly, her eyes wide with concern. "Running away from his responsibility," Fabiano said with a scoff. I hadn't told Fina about my conversation with Nevio. It would only make her worry more. "He'll be back." I didn't feel the same conviction that my voice conveyed. "How long have you known about this?" I asked Fabiano. "Today. If I'd known before, I would have told you and kicked Nevio's ass for burdening Aurora with a task like that. She's pretty much a child herself." "I'm of age, and I've been taking good care of Battista." "Nobody doubts that," Nino said. "But it shouldn't have fallen upon you to take care of Nevio's child." "Exactly," Fabiano said. Then his eyes met mine. "Did you know that Aurora and Nevio had sex?" "Dad!" Aurora cried, her cheeks blushing furiously. "I never said that." "Do you think I was born yesterday? One look at your face, and I know it's true," Fabiano growled. "I've interrogated too many people not to be able to read expressions." "I would prefer torture to this mortification," she muttered, avoiding everyone's eyes. Leona patted her knee. Fabiano crossed the room and stopped in front of me. "Did you know?" "Yes," I admitted, even if it would hurt Fabiano's trust in me. But if I kept lying, it would only make things worse. "What about the promise we made after our death battle? I took it seriously. You obviously didn't." "Our children's sex life is a private matter, so I guess Ramo didn't want to break Nevio's trust," Leona said. Fabiano scoffed. "Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened. How many more of you knew?" He looked around. "Great. So everyone knew except for me." "I didn't know," Giulio said quickly. "Did you know as well?" Fabiano turned to Leona, who gave him a stern look. I didn't. But if Aurora had confided in me about something like that, I wouldn't have broken her trust by telling you. She didn't, though. She gave Aurora a look, which made the latter sink even lower into the cushions. The only sex I care about is the one that created that baby, I muttered. But one look at Fabiano's face told me he definitely wouldn't drop it easily. I don't know anything about the mother, except that she's not from the States, and probably already fled the country, Aurora said quickly, obviously glad for the topic change. Figures, I muttered. Alessio and Massimo returned. Some of his clothes are gone, but none of his weapons, Massimo said. What does that mean? Fina asked, a hint of panic in her voice. She rose to her feet and came over to me. That he's taking a flight, I said. Fina gripped my arms. But where could he go? We'll find him, I said firmly, kissing her mouth, then gently prying her off. We should give Adamo a call, in case Nevio shows up there, despite the evidence hinting to another scenario, Nino said. I doubted that would be the case, but Nino was right, and Adamo needed to know anyway. Do that. Nino took out his phone and went over to a corner of the room to have quiet. Maybe he's with Greta, Fina said. I'll give her a call. Don't say anything about the kid yet. She nodded slowly. Greta couldn't carry children because of her injuries, and Nevio had a kid that he obviously didn't want. I fixed Aurora with my eyes. The baby had fallen asleep in her arms, one of his hands clutching her right thumb. Batista has lost too much in the last few weeks. If you take him from me now, it'll be too much for him. You're all strangers to him. I nodded. I could tell that Batista and Aurora had formed a bond, and the boy needed someone he trusted for now. You can't return to the apartment. While I hunt Nevio down and make sure he gets a fucking grip, I want you to keep watching the baby like you have done so far. Aurora hesitated. But if I move out, Diego will insist that Carlotta moves back to his house, too. That wasn't my problem. I won't have my grandson anywhere but inside this mansion. She nodded, and I tried to wrap my head around the fact that I was a fucking grandpa. What a mess. I didn't feel old, and I could still kick anyone's ass. But now I had a grandchild. Greta and Amo had discussed having children, and Fina had even agreed to help them once they felt ready. But I hadn't thought I'd become a grandfather this soon. She won't move into the Falcone mansion. Her home is our house, Fabiano said firmly. His stance was aggressive, and I can tell he wouldn't budge on this. Usually, this would have made me absolutely raging mad, but I had something to make up to him, not to mention that our two mansions were very close together. I'll let her live with you, I said, but she needs to come over with Batista daily. He's not with Greta either, Fina said, once she returned from her call with Greta. I hadn't expected him to be. Nevio felt volatile, and even he knew that going into Luca's territory when he felt unstable wasn't the best idea. My phone rang. It was the head of the Italian Camorra. My first impulse was to ignore his call. He probably needed help and money again. But then I had a suspicion. Alves, what do you need? Remo, your eldest son showed up on my doorstep today. Did you send him to help us? Of course Nevio would go there. The Camorra in Campania was at war on several fronts. This was the perfect place for someone like my son. The black sheep of the family. Maybe every fucking family had one. Maybe some would consider Nevio our black sheep. Maybe he did too. It was bullshit. The Falcone family was a herd of black sheep, with a few gray and even fewer white ones in between. Nevio thought he was the wolf in sheep's clothing, a risk to us, but he wasn't. He could fit in if he really tried, but he didn't want to. He chose the excitement of a war-torn Camorra over the responsibilities piling up in Las Vegas, and I would tell him exactly that once I saw him in Campania. I'd boarded a flight to Naples 2 days after I'd found out about Batista and Nevio's flight. Naples was where the head of the Camorra in Italy had resided for over a century, and where the majority of their business was still conducted. But Alvise, the over 70-year-old capo, was hiding away in an estate in the countryside in Campania, and Nevio was there right now. I was angry. Fucking furious. I hadn't been to Italy and the Camorra there in a long time. I didn't see a reason to. Sure, it was where my ancestors had once come from. But the Camorra in Italy right now was a mess. Fighting among each other, struggling with the Italian police and Europol. It was a cesspool of intrigue and envy. They hadn't given us a second glance when the Camorra in the U.S. had been struggling and weak. Now that we were strong, stronger than they could even dream of right now, they came running, hoping for help, hoping for money. Fuck them. And still I was heading there now, to kick my son's ass. The son who had a son himself. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I had never felt ready to become a father. But the moment Greta and Nevio had entered my life, I had been. I had taken responsibility by the balls. Nevio had run. He was younger than me when I'd been thrown into fatherhood, but not by much. He was less controlled, and what really mattered was that he didn't have the boy's mother at his side. Serafina had been a lioness of a mother. She had been a shining beacon. I'd admired her for it, and had wanted to be an equally worthy parent. Batista's mother was a bitch who abandoned him. I'd already taken care of my brothers. I'd fought for a territory and won. I'd lacked control, true, but I'd been better at channeling my violence because years of responsibility had taught me to do so. Nevio had always had the freedom to follow his violent desires and live them as freely as our lifestyle allowed. Maybe I should have forced him to restrain himself, giving him more responsibilities and a purpose. Becoming capo was in his future, but it was too far off for him to hold on to as an incentive to become a more restrained version of himself. I didn't text Serafina or Aurora the outcome of my conversation with Nevio. This was something that needed to be said in person. Of course, words weren't needed when I entered the mansion without Nevio by my side. My face was probably a dead giveaway, too. I felt like exploding. Serafina closed her eyes, but when she opened them, a new resoluteness entered her expression. Our main concern should be Batista right now. He needs a family and love. She and Chiara exchanged a look, motherly concern filling their faces. What neither of them probably noticed was how Aurora's arms tightened around the boy. I wasn't sure why she'd agreed to help Nevio with a task like this, but from the way the little boy sought her closeness, she'd done a good job. What are your thoughts on the matter, Aurora? I asked. It was strange to think that after meeting my children several months after their birth due to the circumstances, the same thing now happened with my grandchild, too. Fuck. I never thought I'd be a grandfather at my age. I really wanted to kick Nevio's fucking ass. Surprise crossed Aurora's face. She swallowed and squared her shoulders. Batista has lost his main attachment figure only 2 months ago and had to get used to me and Nevio as his new caregivers. Now Nevio left too. I don't want Batista to lose another person in his life. Right now, I'm the only one he is attached to. So taking that from him would be cruel. I seriously doubted the kid's mother had been any kind of attachment figure. If anything, she'd probably caused the kid attachment issues for life. He was better off without her. But fuck Nevio for not being up to the task of being what the boy needed. Do I understand correctly that you want to keep caring for the boy for now? Fabiano walked back and forth in the room, his face on the verge of an outburst. I got it. He must be pissed about the situation. His eyes slanted to me, and I could see the same anger in them as 5 days before. I couldn't blame him. Nino and I had kept things from him. Important information about his daughter. I was glad he hadn't packed his bags yet, that he was still here, and willing to work on a solution for a fucking nightmare of a situation showed how loyal he was. This is insane. You're 18. You have your whole life ahead of you. This isn't even your child. And even if it were, Nobody would blame you if you handed his care off to someone else. You're almost a child yourself. You should live life to the fullest, not be bound by this responsibility. I'm not a child, Dad. Growing up in our world makes it impossible to stay a kid for long. Not just the boys who become made men. Leona sat there silently. She was generally a more quiet participant whenever arguments arose between our families, which had happened rarely. I'm sure Serafina and Ramo would gladly take care of Batista as his grandparents. That way you could move back to your apartment. Fina nodded enthusiastically. She had already bought clothes, toys, and furniture for the kid. Of course. We would raise him until Nevio returns. Fabiano scoffed. If he returns. And let's be honest here. He still won't be father material then. He's a fucking mess. He's lucky I haven't bought a ticket to Naples yet to end his sorry ass for what he did to Aurora. I gritted my teeth. Threatening my son, the future capo, was something that didn't sit well with me. But fuck. Fabiano had every reason to hate Nevio right now. As his father, even I wasn't happy about any of this. He'd messed up royally, and I wasn't sure he'd ever redeem himself. Ultimately, it's your decision as the head of your family if you're willing to have Batista stay under your roof. But like Aurora said, the boy needs consistency. She can live here. You know full well that this isn't about the boy living under my roof. It's about Aurora. Nevio has done nothing to deserve Aurora's sacrifice. I nodded. I wasn't blind to Nevio's many faults. I met Aurora's gaze. I think we can all agree that he doesn't deserve you. I know, she said. Maybe one day he will. You really think that? Fabiano growled. You are too clever to be foolish. First and foremost, I'm doing this for Batista, not for Nevio, so it doesn't matter, she said defensively. Aurora reminded me of Fina in some ways. Like me, Nevio seemed to be drawn to the light when it came to women. And like me, Nevio had given up said woman. Fina had returned to me, and I'd won her back. I hoped Nevio would manage to do the same.
Chapter 36. Nevio. 5 days prior. After my tattoo appointment, I decided to head for Alves' estate in the countryside. I didn't want to announce my visit to one of his 3 captains in Naples, all of whom were married to his daughters and hoping to become the next capo for want of a son. His mansion was near the Vesuvius National Park, and the volcano's foreboding cone loomed in the horizon. Massive cast-iron gates and an old stone wall barred my way onto the premises. I got out of my rental car and approached the gates. There was a security camera at the top. I looked up so whoever watched the footage would get a good look at my face. I'm Nevio Falcone, and here to support my great-uncle. For a while, nothing happened. I gripped the steel bars and looked inside. Over boarding bushes with pink flowers, huge olive and fig trees, and extensive rosemary shrubs filled this side of the garden. Farther up, I could see the red shingles and white top floor of a villa. Steps crunched on the asphalt, which was ripped where the unrelenting sun had worn the material down. 2 guards with machine guns came into view. They shouted at me in Italian, with a Neapolitan dialect. "Put your hands behind your head and lie down." What a warm welcome. But I did as they said. If I killed them, Alves might be less inclined to let me stay. The sun had heated the ground to a degree that I had to hold back a hiss when my chest pressed against the surface. My tattoo was still fresh. Maybe the foil the tattoo artist had put on it would burn itself into my skin. One of the 2 patted me down for guns, while the other pointed the barrel of his machine gun at my head. All clear. The 2 men grabbed me by the arms and legs, then carried me inside. I relaxed in their hold. Alves stood on the last step of the stone staircase leading up to the wood double doors of his villa. He was a fat man, though I doubted anyone dared to describe him as such. They probably called him sturdy or imposing. And what the hell was up with his hair? He had hardly any left except for something that resembled a tonsure. He wore a suit, sunglasses, a hat, and wingtip shoes. I had trouble stopping a sarcastic comment. He was like a caricature of a mobster. But this was his kingdom, and even if he was a miserable king, I had to show him respect if I wanted to play here. His men dropped me off at the base of the stairs. I sent them a hard smile. "Nevio Falcone?" he asked doubtfully. I straightened. The one and only. I thought my welcome here would be warmer. He stepped down the last step. "True, my men can be somewhat overcautious. These are dangerous times." "Indeed," I said. The two baboons stayed close as if they thought I'd come here to off my great-uncle. Did they think I wanted his place? I could become capo of a functioning empire. I didn't need one that was in shambles. "Did your father send you? Are you here to help? I thought he'd send a few more soldiers, not just one." "Trust me, I'm worth more than just one man." I ignored his question about my dad. For one, it would have made Dad look weak if I'd gone without his permission, and it might have led to him sending me back. "I've heard the stories." He motioned at the door. "Why don't you come in for a drink, and I'll give your father a call to thank him." I nodded, not batting an eye. Dad wouldn't admit that I'd gone without asking him. The two guards followed us inside. I cocked an eyebrow at them. Alves was obviously scared of being alone with me. That wasn't a good thing for a capo. Dad was capable of defending himself as any capo should. "We're family," I said. Alves cackled. "That doesn't mean much, does it?" "For my family, it does." "Then why are you here? Shouldn't you help your family in Vegas?" My chest tightened with an unfamiliar feeling. They don't need help. Yet I knew right at that moment that I'd do anything to return to them as quickly as possible, especially to Aurora and Batista, even if both probably didn't even want me to. Alves asked me to stay at his villa for a couple of days before I was supposed to leave for Naples to get in the thick of things. I'd known Dad would be majorly pissed when he found out, but I hadn't expected him to cross half the globe. When Alves told me my father was on his way to the villa from the airport, I had trouble hiding my surprise. Dad rarely bothered hiding his emotions, especially his rage. Sometimes he toned it down for Mom's benefit, but when he stepped into the living room of the villa with Alves by his side, only his eyes revealed his fury. His face was a mask of control, while Alves droned on and on about the current state of the Camorra in Campania. Dad didn't like the guy, so I knew it cost him extra effort to restrain himself. "I need to talk to my son alone for a bit," Dad said. Alves nodded. "You can stay here, and I'll give you some privacy." "We'll head into the gardens for some fresh air," Dad said, motioning me to lead him outside. I wouldn't have stayed inside these walls for a private conversation either. I bet Alves had eyes and ears everywhere. The moment Dad and I were outside, hidden between the massive olive trees, his controlled mask slipped away. "I don't even know what to say to you." That was a first. I told you I'd leave when I felt like I was losing control. Going here and helping the Camorra somewhere else seemed like a wise choice. I didn't ask you for permission because it wouldn't have changed anything. "This isn't even why I want to slam you against this fucking tree," Dad growled. I nodded. Is this about Aurora?" Dad got in my face. "It's about the fucking son you didn't bother telling me about." I wasn't mad at Aurora for telling my family. I'd failed her and Batista. She had no reason to take care of him for me anymore. She wanted her freedom and her life back. I've known about him for only 2 months. "Then you should have told me 2 months ago. Instead, I find out you made Aurora take care of your son while lying to all of us. Fabiano is pissed, and that's an understatement. I wouldn't turn my back on him if I were you." I needed to figure things out for myself before telling you. "And this is how you figure out being a father?" Dad motioned around us. "Running away to Italy?" "Trust me, everyone's better off with me here. I need to get a grip before I return." "You sure as fuck will get a grip. I did, and so can you." I glared. "But I'm not you, Dad. I have to figure things out for myself." And while you figure things out, you expect everyone else to take over your responsibilities. I bet Mom and Chiara love to take care of Battista while I'm gone, and all the other tasks can be done by Massimo and Alessio, now that they get their beauty sleep at night again. I think Aurora wants to keep taking care of your son. I don't know what you did to that girl's head, but she's obviously willing to sacrifice a lot for you. I was stumped. I hadn't expected Aurora to keep watching Battista. I'd always thought she would hand him off to my parents the moment she got the chance. I had to admit, my heart doubled in size thinking about it. I touched the tattoo without thinking about it. Dad gripped my shirt and shoved it up, revealing the Aurora Borealis tattoo. He scanned it briefly before he narrowed his eyes at me. Is this what I think it is? I'm not good at reading your thoughts. If you care about Aurora, running away and abandoning her certainly sends the wrong message. You sent Mom back to the outfit even though you cared about her. That was even more stupid. She could have married her fiancé and you would have never seen her again. Dad grabbed my shoulder. As you like to point out, you're not me. Will you be able to see Aurora move on? What if she's with someone else when you return? She won't be, I said firmly, possessiveness burning through me. The mere idea of anyone touching Aurora made me want to maim and kill them. Considering your actions of the past, she would be stupid not to move on. Mom didn't move on, even though your actions were even worse than mine. I hadn't kidnapped Aurora or tried to destroy the people she loved, so I really wasn't sure why Dad was so pissed at me. Your mother was busy being pregnant and raising twins, Dad said. But you didn't know that when you sent her away. I can't imagine you being okay with someone else being with Mom. I knew she wouldn't move on with someone else, he said. And if she had? His face gave me an answer. See, and I would do the same. Just because I'm here doesn't mean I won't find out if a guy makes a move at her, and then he'll quickly back off. Maybe Aurora deserves to move on, especially if you were gone for years. I scoffed. Please, don't pretend you had it in you to be noble. I certainly don't. I'm a murderous, possessive asshole, and Aurora knew that when she fell for me. Now that she's in my head, she must know what that means. And apparently, not just in your head, Dad said, with a wave at my chest. I didn't comment. My feelings were volatile and elusive. I preferred not to dwell on them. Does Greta know? I asked, changing the topic. I had reduced my contact to her to a bare minimum since I'd found out about Battista. Maybe it was guilt. While she wanted children but couldn't have them easily, a son had been thrown in my lap, and I didn't even want him. Your mother didn't mention Battista to her yet, but it's not something we can keep from her for long. I nodded. She'll be sad that we kept it from her at all. I shoved my hands into my pockets. I need to stay here. I need to figure things out and battle my demons. You should figure them out with the help of people who care about you. Does that include you? I asked, bracing myself for the answer. His fingers on my shoulder tightened. It does, but that doesn't mean I don't want to strangle you for the pain you're causing your mom and everyone else. Your strength, your dedication to the Camorra, and your fight skills have made me incredibly proud in the past, but nothing would make me prouder than seeing you become a good father to your son, and a good man for Aurora. We returned inside after that, and Dad left the next day without me, only leaving me with the burden of his words. Yet I was glad he'd said them because they'd showed me he still believed in me, and I sure as fuck wanted to become both. A good father for Battista, and a good man for Aurora.
Chapter 37. Aurora. Dad's anger filled the room as we sat at the breakfast table. It had been 5 days since he'd found out about Battista, since I'd moved back in with my parents. But he still barely talked to me. Most of his anger was directed at Nevio, but a small part was for me too. He felt betrayed, not just by Remo and Nino, but also by me. I had lied to him and Mom. So many lies. Nevio wouldn't come back, not anytime soon. Remo hadn't been able to bring him back. Nevio didn't want to be here, and I doubted anyone, Not even Remo could force him. I rocked Batista on my lap. I'd been taking care of him for 2 months now. 2 months of spending every waking moment bonding with him and hoping that Nevio too would find a bond to his son. He hadn't. Instead, he decided to remove himself fully from not only Batista's life, but also mine. Remo had said he did it because he was on the verge of losing control, that he was too erratic, too volatile, too much in need of the thrill of the kill to take over any kind of responsibility. Maybe one day he would be. I worried it would be too late for Batista, and I was certain it would be too late for us. I wouldn't press pause on my life for Nevio. Not this time. I had to move on because he obviously did. Even if it broke my heart for my silly younger self, who dreamed of a future with Nevio. For the boy on my lap who deserved a father. I was seething at Nevio for letting me deal with this on my own. He should have told his parents about his son and not dropped it on me. "I'm sorry, Mom," I said when I saw her expression. I'd already apologized to Carlotta several times, and she always responded with, "Don't be," which had made me feel even worse because her understanding made me feel like a miserable friend. She too had to move back home because of me. Our brief taste of freedom and adulthood had quickly been ripped away again. Mom patted the hand that wasn't holding Batista. "I admire your strength, but at the same time, I worry about you more than I can put into words." Dad regarded us without a word. Since Remo had returned from Italy last night, his mood had soured further. He'd barely talked more than a few words with me. I got it. This wasn't a simple fib, and it would take time to build trust between us again. Davide turned to Dad, his mouth full of half-chewed cornflakes. "Are you going to challenge Nevio to a death fight now?" "He won't," Mom and I said simultaneously. "I'd rather just kill him. He has lost my respect, so I don't see why I should pay respect to him by offering him the same chance his father once had." "He probably won't return anyway," I said, not sure if that was what I really wanted.
Leona. As a parent, you always hope to raise children that are good people. Well, I supposed Fabiano's wishes for Davida were of a different kind, but beyond their life as part of our cruel world, I wanted both my daughter and son to have a good heart. Aurora harbored an abundance of kindness, and a heart so incredibly huge that she took a child that wasn't even her own under her wing when she herself was only 18. She was still a child, in my eyes. My baby, my firstborn, in need of my protection. Yet here she was rocking a baby on her lap and making soothing sounds. She looked grown up at that moment, and it was hard to wrap my mind around it. When she noticed me watching her, her smile became tighter, apologetic. She'd lied to us for months. Helping Nevio with his son wasn't the beginning of it. I had a feeling the root of it was around the time of the party when she'd insisted on sleeping over at Carlotta's. I wondered if I'd failed as a mother, for her not to confide in me. Fabiano chose to focus on his anger, which I supposed was easier in some ways, but I simply didn't feel enough anger toward Aurora to do that. I hoped he'd feel relieved of some of his anger once he returned from the gym with Davida. I was also glad for the time alone with Aurora that their trip gave me. "Don't look at me like that," Aurora said softly. "I told you I'm sorry." "How am I looking at you?" "Full of sadness and disappointment." "I'm just wondering if I'm a bad parent." Aurora's eyes widened. "How could you ever think that? I want to be a good mom like you one day." My eyes heated. "I think you already are." I motioned at Batista, who had fallen asleep against her chest, his mouth open, dripping drool on her shirt. Aurora's eyes darted down to him, then she got up and carefully put him inside his bassinet. "But I'm not his mother, and I don't know what I'm doing." "Oh, I didn't know what I was doing when you made me a mom. I think few people really know when they become parents. You figure it out as you go, and that you take care of him even though he isn't yours makes it even more special." Aurora gave a shrug. "In the beginning, I did it mostly to help Nevio. I don't even know why. I think you do, I said gently. I wasn't sure why she'd fallen for him. Remo scared me on occasion, though I'd learned to handle him over the years, but I wasn't sure if I'd ever get used to Nevio's kind of darkness. It was one that felt far more volatile than his father's ever had. Will you forgive him once he comes back? I don't want to forgive him, she said. I want to move on. Maybe find someone else, someone who doesn't stalk me and kill any guy who shows interest in me. I raised my eyebrows. I hadn't heard that tidbit before, but I couldn't say I was surprised. If you want to move on, taking care of Nevio's boys seems counterproductive. Aurora bit her lip. Perhaps, I don't know. Right now, I'm still too wrapped up in everything that happened to consider dating ever again. She moved to my side. Do you think I should move on? I want you to be happy. That's all I wish for. I don't know if you can be happy with Nevio. I don't know if I can be happy without him, she whispered, sounding almost scared. I got up and wrapped her in a tight hug. You deserve happiness, and I know it'll find you in whatever form you need. You have a family that loves you more than anything, and we have your back no matter what you choose to do. I doubt Dad is in favor of me forgiving Nevio. He's not, but even he'll eventually come to terms with it. If Nevio proves himself worthy, which he hasn't so far, you should make him redeem himself. He has so much to make up for once he returns. She nodded against my shoulder. Thank you, Mom. It means so much to me that you allow me to make my own decisions, and I promise I won't give Nevio another chance unless he finds a way to make it up to me and Batista, which I doubt he's capable of. I hugged her tighter. I wanted to protect her from harm, but I knew giving her freedom was equally important. I wasn't sure what to wish for. Nevio's return, or that he stayed in Italy. One thing was sure. I'd keep reminding Aurora of her promise to make it hard for him.
Chapter 38. Nevio. The first few weeks in Italy passed in a blur. I really threw myself into every battle and job Alvy's had for me, no matter how risky. Killing became an all-consuming job, one that filled me with excitement and fulfillment. But a nagging voice remained at the back of my head. A voice that called for Aurora's closeness, for my family, even Batista. Did I feel ready to return? No. I had avoided all calls from my family, even Greta, in the week since Dad had left. I needed this time to figure things out, to see if I could be someone worthy of Aurora and Batista. Today I decided to answer Greta's call. She could be stubborn if she wanted to be, and she wouldn't give up until I finally talked to her. Hey, Greta, I said. Nevio. The relief in her voice was unmistakable. I'd given up hope you'd ever answer my calls. I didn't say anything because I didn't have a reason for avoiding her except fucking cowardice. Her disappointment always hit me hard. I had a feeling she knew about Batista by now, which made me even less eager to talk to her. I miss talking to you, she said softly. You ran away first. I didn't run away. If anything, I ran toward Amo. What did you run from? Myself, I said with a dark chuckle. That's impossible. Maybe. But I ran from the part of me I was supposed to be. Greta murmured. You should be with our family. You too. She sighed. I love our family, but now Amo is my family too. And you have your own small family now too. Batista? I asked warily. Him and Aurora if you figure out a way to make her forgive you. Any tips? Not that I'm returning anytime soon. I need more time here to get my shit together. I know how it feels to succumb to darkness, but I also know it feels better to choose the light. Comparing us doesn't work, Greta. But I want to run toward the light, believe me. Aurora was my light at the end of the tunnel, the one I was trying to run toward. If I didn't make the walls collapse around me before. Maybe you don't believe it, but I know you can be a good father. What distinguishes you from men like Luca, Dad, and Nino is simply that you haven't made the choice to be a good father yet. Was I crazier than any of those three? Considering what Luca had done to the bikers, how Dad had slaughtered his enemies, and what Nino had done to Chiara's abuser, it seemed unlikely. Have you talked to Aurora in the last few weeks? Once. She seems really close to Battista. I could hear how much she cared about him. That was Rory for you, being a better mom than the actual mom, and taking over my job as dad, too. Did you talk about me? We did, but that's confidential. I don't want to break her trust. I grimaced. I'll send her a beautiful present for Christmas. I don't think she wants presents from you. She wants you to be there for Battista and prove to her that you really care about her. That's what she said. That's what any woman would expect from a man. Aurora never reacted to the present I sent her. I had a feeling she'd either thrown it away unopened or pushed it to the back of her wardrobe. Greta was probably right. What Aurora wanted from me couldn't be paid with a black American Express. Maybe a fucking idiotic part of me had even hoped she'd give me a call. Instead, Fabiano had. His words repeated in my head ever since. Don't come back if you're the same crazy, irresponsible motherfucker that you are now. Aurora doesn't need you to ruin her life more than you already have. We all don't need you to stir up shit like you used to do. The man you're now is not worthy of becoming capo of the Camorra, so unless you become a worthier man, which I fucking doubt, then stay there and don't come back to Vegas. Your father fought the same, maybe even worse demons than you. But he fucking stepped up to the task of raising his brothers, to claiming his territory, and even becoming a better father than anyone could ever hope for. He's capo of the Camorra. You're not, and I don't see that changing. If you have a shred of decency, you'll let her go. His words had hit their mark. He'd voiced some of my own thoughts of the last few months, but letting Aurora go was simply not an option. Even from Italy, Alessio and Massimo kept me updated on her life, despite their initial protests.
Aurora. I wasn't sure what I'd expected when Nevio had left. That he'd be back by Christmas. But 2 months after he'd run off to Italy, he was still there. I made sure not to pay attention when Alessio and Massimo discussed what he was up to. I didn't want to hear about possible female conquests, or how he had the time of his life killing for the Camorra there. On Christmas morning, I glared at the present that Massimo was holding out to me. He'd been clever enough to hand it over to me before my family and I met with the Falcones for our traditional gift exchange and breakfast. Though handing it over wasn't the right term, as I refused to take the small parcel wrapped in expensive-looking blue gift wrap. It's for you. Massimo held it closer to me. Battista, who I was holding on my hip, made a move to snatch it up. He turned a year old a few weeks ago. I'd picked a date for him for lack of knowing his real birthday. Nevio had even sent him a present, too. I bet Serafina had told him what to get, and Battista had been excited about the Ferrari ride-on car. But I definitely didn't want a present from Nevio. I don't want it, I said. I could hear Mom and Dad talking upstairs, and it sounded as if they were about to come down. If Dad saw the present, his mood would go downhill. Just the mentioning of Nevio usually brought out his anger. Shouldn't he have bought something for his son? That's under the Christmas tree in the common room, like all the other presents. But I thought it prudent to hide Nevio's present for you from our families, as it might cause some aggression. I snorted, which made Battista's eyes light up, and he giggled. Why did Nevio even think I wanted a gift from him? It only made me furious. I was trying so hard not to think about him, a task which was made almost impossible by the small boy who resembled him more and more every day. I'm not taking it back, Massimo said simply. I can leave it here on the patio, or I can give it to you. I ripped it from his hand. All right, but I won't look at it. Can you give this to Carlotta? I can't visit her in the hospital. He held out another parcel to me. Sure, I said in a less hostile tone. She'll be very happy about it. Carlotta had been struggling with her health in the past few days, and it had gotten so bad that she'd be spending Christmas in the hospital to keep a close eye on her oxygen saturation. Dad and Mom entered the kitchen at that moment. "I hope that's not a gift from Nevio," Dad growled. I gave him an annoyed look. "It's from Massimo for Carlotta." "Oh, that's sweet," Mom said with a smile at Massimo, who looked as if he'd rather be somewhere else. Dad's anger disappeared, of course, but then he spotted the other present. "And what about that one?" "That's from Nevio. But I won't open it if that makes you happy." "Happy? No. I'd be happy if he stopped bothering you." Dad stalked toward Massimo. "You shouldn't support his bullshit. You should know better." Massimo cocked an eyebrow. "I'm doing a friend a favor. It's not my place to judge the morality of it, and neither do I care, if I'm being honest." He glanced at his watch. "Gift exchange starts in 5 minutes. The kids won't be happy if we're late." He turned around and moved across the garden toward the Falcone mansion. "Do you want me to throw it away?" Dad asked, picking up Nevio's present. "I could burn it." I narrowed my eyes at him. "I can handle it myself. Just leave it here." "Come on, Fabiano. Let's not be late," Mom said. She put her hand on his arm and he finally put the present down. "It's Christmas." Together we moved toward the Falcone mansion. Mom and Dad chatted quietly, and soon Dad's face became less angry. Gemma opened the glass door to the common area for us. She wore an incredibly ugly Christmas sweater over workout tights. Huge red pom-poms were positioned right over her breasts and jiggled when she moved. Seeing my expression, she rolled her eyes. "Safio picked it for me. The girls wanted to make ugly sweaters a tradition for Christmas." Her smile became wicked. "But I found a good sweater for him, too." I glanced at Savio, who watched as his daughter searched the presents for their name tags. His sweater showed the back of Santa Claus, who was pulling his pants down and flashing his very pale ass at everyone. "Good one," I said. Gemma made faces at Batista, which made him shake with laughter. "Thinking of having another one?" Dad asked Gemma as we entered the house. "I don't think I want to give birth a third time," she said with a grimace. Chiara came toward me, beaming. She held out her arms and I handed her Batista. She had taken care of Batista often when I couldn't, and Serafina was busy with Giulio. Now that Batista was being pampered by Chiara, I went over to Amo and Greta, who were in conversation with Serafina. Greta gave me a warm smile. I wasn't sure when she'd last talked to Nevio, and was half tempted to ask, but decided against it for my sanity. "He looks like Nevio," she said with a nod toward Batista, whom Chiara was showing the red ornaments at the tree. Caterina and Luna soon joined her to entertain him too. I tried to keep my face neutral. Christmas wasn't the time to badmouth someone, and right now, I only had bad things to say about him. "He should be here with us on Christmas," Serafina said heavily. "He shouldn't be spending that day alone." I wondered if he was alone. Maybe he'd found a girl to bang or was busy torturing a poor soul. "Time to open the presents," Chiara announced. Giulio and Roman, who had played chess with Nino, dashed toward the tree. Davide rolled his eyes and crossed his arms, as if he was above such childish displays, when he too had been like that a year or two before. Caterina, Luna, Batista, Roman, and Giulio were the youngest Falcones, and all of them still believed in Santa Claus, though at almost 9, Giulio had started asking tough questions. Serafina went over to Chiara, and they helped Batista unwrap his presents together. "I think we should make ugly sweaters a Falcone Christmas tradition," Savio said loudly, motioning at his sweater. "Over my dead body," Alessio said. He and Massimo lounged on the couch. Savio shrugged. "That can be arranged." "It's Christmas. No violent thoughts welcome," Serafina said. "Then you need to kick out your husband. I doubted he's ever not felt violent in my presence," Amo said. Remo didn't contradict him, only flashed a dark smile. Greta huffed. Soon we all settled around the dining table, which was loaded with breakfast casseroles, charcuterie, cheese platters, panettone, and many more delicacies. I caught Greta's eyes across the table. In hers, I could see a hint of sadness. Nevio should have been here. Part of me was relieved he wasn't. Chapter 39. Aurora. 6 months later. I chased Batista across the lawn. He was surprisingly fast with his short legs. He stumbled over a bump on the ground and went flying. He didn't cry, only peered up at me with a look of puzzlement. "Not so fast," I said with a smile as I picked him up, dusted him off, and set him back on his feet. My eyes slanted to movement on the patio in front of the Falcone mansion. It was early on a Sunday, and usually the only people awake at that time were Massimo and Nino for their morning swim. But it wasn't them. Nevio stood on the patio in swim shorts and a black t-shirt that stuck to his wet skin. I froze. Nobody had warned me that he would be back, that he was right here in Las Vegas. When had he returned? I'd spent the day before with Carlotta in the hospital as she recovered from pneumonia, so I hadn't been over at the Falcone mansion. Serafina had watched Batista all day, and Mom had picked him up in the evening for me. I hadn't seen or talked to Nevio in 9 months. I wasn't sure what exactly he'd been up to in all this time while I'd taken care of Batista like a mother. He'd probably fucked his way through the Italian girls. I never asked Remo. I hadn't wanted to know. Nevio had decided to extract himself from my life, from Batista's life, and I had decided to do the same with him as far as my subconscious allowed, because my dreams and nightmares were still filled with him. And now he was back. His eyes slanted to me. Something had changed about him. He seemed even taller, more grown up, harder in a sense, but also more serious. I kept on walking, following Batista, who made a beeline for the sandpit. I wasn't going to make a big deal out of his appearance. I didn't want it to be. I'd worked my hardest to forget him. I knew I'd have to interact with him because of Batista. If Nevio wanted to see his son, which I truly hoped, even if part of me dreaded how close that would bring Nevio and me again. Part of me was even scared. What if Nevio had found someone? A nice Italian girl to marry who wanted to raise Batista with her. It wasn't my son, but he felt like it. And I was terrified of losing him. Few people understood why I'd so easily adapted to a life full of responsibilities at my age. But I'd never been a party girl. Steps followed me, and I took a deep breath, knowing what was to come. I'd prepared for this moment for months, had replayed what I'd say. But now his sudden appearance threw me off completely. "Rory, wait." Nevio's voice sounded deeper, more adult. How was that possible in less than a year? Batista had reached the sandpit and played with the sand molds. I turned slowly, keeping my expression neutral. Nevio stopped right in front of me. He had a new scar on his chin, a white line in his otherwise tanned face. He must have spent plenty of time enjoying the South Italian sun. "You're back," I said, sounding surprisingly unemotional. It was a good thing Nevio couldn't see into my heart, though, because that one was a complete mess. Nevio's eyes traveled the length of me. Droplets of water trailed down his face. His shorts clung to his body, accentuating every inch of his abs. "You look even more gorgeous than I dreamed about." My heart skipped a beat hearing those words. He'd never said anything like it before. Instead of letting his praise mollify me, I scoffed. "Really? You never once called, and you probably got it on with countless girls. And now that you're back, you want me to believe that you dreamed about me? I'm sorry. Maybe past Aurora was the stupid, but I'm not. And I'm not going back to being like her." Nevio nodded and took a step closer. "I never lied to you, Rory, and I won't start now. If I tell you I dreamed about you every fucking night, then that's the absolute truth." His voice had a slight growl to it that sent a shiver through my body. It reminded me of past encounters that a part of me desperately wanted to relive. But I wouldn't let that part of me win this time. And about me fucking countless girls. You are the last girl I fucked. And if I get my will, you'll remain the last girl until I die. I didn't allow his words. Words I'd so desperately wanted to hear a year ago. Weakened my resolve. So, you intend to stay abstinent for the rest of your life? I congratulated myself silently at how tough and sarcastic I sounded. A quick glance at Batista showed that he was so immersed in his sand play that he didn't pay attention to us. He didn't recognize Nevio, that much was clear. One corner of Nevio's mouth pulled up in a sly grin, and he chuckled. I guess I deserve that. Oh no, you deserve far worse for the shit you've put me and, worse, Batista through. And I wasn't joking. I won't sleep with you. It caused a mess last time, and it'll cause a mess again. I don't want that. I don't need that in my life. His eyes flickered with bitterness. Oh, Rory. I know you don't need me or the fucking mess I was, and probably still am in some ways. You're tough as steel the way you took care of Batista, the way you handled everything. But you know what? Nevio leaned down so we were almost at eye level. I tensed, ready to shove him away if he tried to kiss me. He didn't. I need you. I want you. And I will stop at nothing until I get you, until I've proven to you that I deserve you. At absolutely nothing. His eyes darted to Batista. And I'll prove that I can be a good father for my son, too. What makes you think I'm still available? You were gone for a year. What if I moved on and I'm dating someone? Nevio shook his head. You want to get me out of your head, but I'm still in there. I can see it in your eyes. And I know you wouldn't have moved on to someone else so quickly, especially not when you had Batista to take care of. I glared. He was right. I hadn't had time, or the mind frame, to see anyone. Batista, my work at the Cora hospital where I'd started to learn everything I needed to work as a nurse, and Carlotta's health problems had kept me busy. You probably had Massimo and Alessio give you updates about my love life anyway, so you could fly in and ruin it if you felt like it. I'm not a good guy. I'm a very, very bad guy, trying to be a slightly less bad version of myself. Letting the girl that I want more than anything in the world see other guys isn't part of my self-improvement strategy, I'm afraid. So yes, if I'd found out a guy would have made a move on you, I would have made sure he regretted it. I wasn't really surprised. I wasn't even as annoyed as I should have been. Part of me loved Nevio exactly for that reason, no matter how crazy it sounded. Maybe it was in my genes. Mom had fallen for Dad, even though she hadn't even grown up in the mafia world. Even though she'd known he was bad news, and even after he'd killed her father. Falling for bad men seemed my fate. Could you evade fate? Batista wants to play in the sand for a bit. I can bring him over once you've changed into dry clothes so you can spend some time with him. If that's part of your self-improvement strategy. I cocked an eyebrow like he liked to do. Aside from my anger for how he treated me, I was even more furious for how he just abandoned Batista, his own son, when he needed him most. I wasn't sure how he ever wanted to make up for it. Batista was still young, not even 2 years old, so maybe he'd eventually forget that his father had missed so much of his early life. I'm going to step up now, Rory. I'm not going to half-ass it again. I'm here to stay, here to take responsibility for my son, for you. You don't have any responsibility when it comes to me, Nevio. We're not a couple. You left. You moved on. I smiled tensely. But I'm glad you finally decided to be a father for your son. He deserves a good father. Batista briefly looked up from the sand, probably because of my tense voice. But after a smile for me, he focused on the sandcastle in front of him. From what I hear, he has a good mom already, he said, his dark eyes softening. I swallowed hard. Someone had to take care of him. He's been abandoned often enough in his short life. You didn't have to. You could have handed that responsibility over to my parents. They wouldn't have expected you to help them. That responsibility is a little boy who already lost his mother and then his father because they both didn't want him. But by the time you left, Batista had formed a bond with me. Handing him to your parents would have been another hard hit in his short life. I couldn't do that. Not before I was sure he wouldn't suffer. You still haven't. You're still taking care of him. And Dad said he started calling you Mom. My heart swelled thinking of it. It had shocked me to my core when Batista had called me Mom one morning when he'd woken beside me in bed. And he'd kept doing it ever since. I didn't make him. He just started it. Because you act like a mom should. I didn't say anything to that. I felt like Batista's mom, which was strange because I'd really never intended to let it happen. What had been meant as a temporary solution had turned into something I didn't want to lose. Batista had become part of my life. I suppose that's what he and his father had in common. They'd both wormed their way into my heart and simply wouldn't leave. He motioned at my clothes. You even wear matching outfits. Batista and I both wore short denim overalls, which had happened by accident. When you bring Batista over, I thought we three could spend some time together, Nevio said. My first instinct was to say no. I didn't want to spend time with Nevio, but I was also worried about how Batista would react to Nevio trying to spend time with him, so I nodded. I squared my shoulders and narrowed my eyes. Batista was left twice. Once by his birth mother and once by you. I hope you're 100% sure that you've come to stay and not run off again. Because I'm sick of picking up the pieces after you. I don't want Batista to get to know you again, to spend time with you again, only to have that taken from him yet again. Nevio gave me a strange smile. This is exactly why I won't stop until you're mine. Why I left Batista in your care. There's no better person in this rotten world than you. He kissed my cheek, startling me. I won't run. I'll stay. Because of Batista. Because of you. He pulled back. I took a few steps back and cleared my throat. You should probably go inside before you catch a cold. I'm sure your family wants to talk to you. Except for Dad. No one knows I'm back. And he only found out last night when he ran across me in the common room. But I'll give you some time to yourself now. He headed for the patio and disappeared inside. I let out a shaky breath and walked over to Batista. He showed me what he'd built so far, and I smiled in response, even if it cost me. My thoughts were a mess. I needed time to wrap my mind around it.
Nevio. My decision to return home had been spontaneous. I'd felt ready for a few weeks, but then one day, I'd simply known it was time. I was still a messed up motherfucker, but I felt like I wasn't haunted by this irresistible urge to kill anymore. I felt more centered. 24 hours after my decision, I had already been on a plane back home. I hadn't told anyone, except for a text to Alvi's before I'd boarded. When I entered the code to the Falcone mansion after midnight, I felt a sense of belonging that I hadn't in a long time. This house and city were my home. I'd missed both, but especially the people who made this place special. My family, and Aurora, of course. The house was silent when I stepped inside and made my way into the common room. I sank down on the comfy couch and crossed my arms behind my head, letting out a sigh. Fuck. This felt right. Steps sounded. Heavy male steps. You better be a burglar, because if this is who I think it is, I'm going to have to kick his ass for another solo run, Dad muttered. I opened my eyes with a tired smile. He towered over me in pajama bottoms and with a stern look, but he wasn't really angry. I knew all of his angry expressions, and this wasn't one. It's good to be back. Dad didn't say anything for a while, then asked, "Are you back for good?" "I am," I said. "This is where I belong." "Took you a long time to realize it. Your mom will be ecstatic to have you back." I pushed to my feet. "And you?" Dad pulled me against him and patted my back hard. "You belong here." He moved back. "I think you know that not everyone is going to be excited about your return. Aurora, and Fabiano, he's still pissed at you. I'll talk to him. I'm sure I can make him see reason. You are not the person I'd pick to make someone see reason without torture." I smirked. "I've gone through some self-improvements. I hope those updates are better than the ones on my phone, because those are making me murderous. I should probably head to bed. I want to beat jet lag and get up early. Tomorrow would be a busy day, and one with many emotional ups and downs." I ran a hand through my hair when I entered the mansion after my morning swim, after having met Aurora again. I hadn't expected to see her yet. It was only 7 in the morning. I went into the kitchen for a coffee and a protein shake. Dry clothes could wait. I hadn't even finished my first coffee when Mom's voice made me jump. "Nevio!" I turned, only for her to fall into my arms and hug me tightly. I rested my chin on Mom's head and waited for her to calm. When she pulled back, she slapped my chest hard. "Don't you dare leave again." "I won't." She looked down at her now wet bathrobe, then up at me. "You're dripping water all over the floor." "I missed your early morning nagging the most." She slapped my chest again. "Get out of your shirt, at least, if you don't want to go up and change." I pulled my shirt up over my head and draped it over a chair. Mom's eyes immediately registered the tattoo on my chest. "What?" She went silent as realization settled on her face. "You have a lot of work ahead of you if you want to win her over." "I know." The door banged open again, and Alessio and Massimo walked in. They both noticed the tattoo, of course. "Back to cause trouble, I see," Alessio said with a shake of his head and clapped my hand before he pulled me in for a brief hug. Then it was Massimo's turn. His expression remained tight. I suppose the thing with Carlotta troubled him. "Good work," he said. "Even Dad couldn't have done a better job." "I would have tried to talk him out of this emotional display," Nino said as he came in, followed by Chiara. My return must have made the rounds. "You have emotional tattoos," I reminded him, which he pointedly ignored. "You didn't stop him when he disfigured his privates with a bull," Gemma muttered from the doorway with a head toss toward Savio behind her. Fuck, how I missed the Falcone banter. Always a little too honest. With a howl, Giulio barreled into the kitchen and flung himself at me. I grunted from the impact and chuckled at his excitement. The little shit drove me up the walls more often than not, but he was my favorite to do so. "You missed your favorite prank victim, I see." He grinned up at me. I'd probably fall victim to him often in the next few days. Being reunited with my family made me realize why I'd often felt this hollowness in my chest while I'd been away. It was almost gone now, and what remained could only be filled with Aurora and Battista.
Chapter 40. Aurora. After his midday nap, I cuddled longer than usual with Battista. Maybe I was overreacting, but I was really worried the Falcones would decide to take him from me so he could live under the same roof with Nevio. Eventually, I couldn't postpone Nevio meeting his son anymore. And deep down, I knew it was the only right thing to do, to give these two a chance to form a bond. So far in his short life, Battista had spent hardly any time with his father, and I really hoped it would change now. Dad was such an important part of my life. I couldn't imagine being without him. Battista was good on his feet, so he and I walked over to the Falcone mansion, his small hand secured in mine. My stomach coiled tightly when I slipped through the open French windows into the common room where Nevio waited for us. He sat on the sofa, bent forward, his arms propped up on his thighs, looking thoughtful. This side of Nevio was new and surprising. I really hope it meant he'd grown up. He looked up and smiled an honest smile and pushed to his feet. "Hey, Battista." Battista didn't remember him, which wasn't surprising as he'd only spent very little time with Nevio in his life and hadn't seen him in a while. And Nevio's attention Batista pressed himself against me and tugged at my clothes, his request to be picked up. I bent down and lifted him into my arms. He pressed his cheek against my chest and regarded Nevio from there. Nevio didn't try to approach us. You don't remember me, right? Batista only stared. He wasn't a talker. Could only say about 20 words, and never when you expected him to. His motor skills were definitely his strength. I wasn't exactly sure what to say. Should I introduce Nevio as his father? Or would that confuse Batista at this point and make everything worse? I'd often told him stories about his dad, that he had to leave for a while. Something I'd always hoped, to be a hero. A white lie because Batista needed a hero in his life. Even if Nevio hadn't gone to fight for a good cause, he'd gone to help the Camorra in Italy. He'd also run, but Batista didn't need to know that. Nevio motioned at something beside the armrest of the sofa. A ride-on car that looked a bit like his Ram. I hope you like trucks. Batista lifted his head off my shoulder, definitely interested. He loves cars, and diggers, tractors, forklifts, trucks. I grinned down at Batista. I would have never thought I'd ever spend so much time looking at images of construction vehicles and dinosaurs. When I looked up, I caught Nevio staring at me. Do you want to ride it? He asked after a moment. Batista gave a small nod, so I put him down on the ground. He grabbed my hand and tugged me toward the car. Once there, he mounted it and started racing through the living room with it. He bumped against pretty much every piece of furniture. But that only seemed to make him happier, judging by his boisterous laughter. That reminds me of you as a little boy, Serafina said from the doorway. I hadn't noticed her before. She leaned against the doorframe with a soft smile as she watched Batista race around. She wore a long, flowy dress that hid her bloated belly. She had started taking hormones so she could eventually carry Greta's babies for her. You never had this angelic smile on your face when I barreled into furniture. Nevio scoffed. It's different, she said with a shrug, and her eyes caught mine. I could tell that she felt as emotional as I did. Serafina and Remo had stepped up as a family for Batista from the moment they'd found out about him. They'd supported me without hesitation. Remo appeared behind his wife and also watched the scene unfolding in the living room. I wondered if they expected me to leave so the four of them could share a moment. I wasn't part of the Falcone clan, but I couldn't leave Batista. He took a turn around the sofa too sharply and toppled over with the ride-on car so his forehead bumped against a leg of the side table. He immediately burst into tears, his eyes seeking mine. Mom! Mom! I rushed over to him and knelt beside him. I picked him up and blew on the already forming bruise. It wasn't too bad. More of a shock than anything else. But I kept blowing until his cries eased, and he only sniffed. Already giving the ride-on car a side-eye. Ready to try again? I asked with a laugh. He nodded enthusiastically, so I helped him right the ride-on car and settle on it. Nevio came a bit closer and cheered Batista on, who visibly relaxed over time. I'll prepare snacks for Batista, Serafina said with a smile at me. Did she want me to join her so Nevio could be alone with Batista? I nodded. I'll help you. Remo moved toward Nevio to watch Batista as I headed for Serafina despite my reluctance. It was stupid of me to be this attached. Remo and Serafina, and also Chiara, Nino, Gemma, and Savio had watched Batista without me before. Even Massimo and Alessio had on occasion kept an eye on Batista for a short time. Mom! Batista called. I turned. He'd stopped racing and watched me leave with big eyes. No, go! I raised my arms in surrender, relief surging through me. I'll stay. I'll help Fina, Remo said and walked out with her. I focused on Batista, not Nevio. Still unsure what I felt about his return. I was glad for the constant visits of other Falcones, especially when Massimo and Alessio showed up and settled on the sofa to play blocks with Batista. It prevented Nevio and me from having another private conversation. Batista didn't leave my side while he and I spent a few hours with Nevio. Serafina and Remo came in twice more to check on us, obviously curious how things were going, and Chiara brought us cookies after Batista had finished his fruit and vegetable platter. I wondered if Nevio being back meant his family would insist on Batista moving into the Falcone mansion. I couldn't imagine being separated from him, but what could I really do if they decided that was what should happen?
Serafina, what my daughter Greta so desperately wanted, a child, had been thrown into Nevio's lap, but he hadn't been willing and able to accept the responsibility that came with it. Seeing him trying to form a bond with his son, who didn't even remember him anymore, tore at my heart. I still wasn't sure he was ready for the task, that he was 100% willing to do what needed to be done to be a father. Sacrifice and thoughtfulness came with the task. I still wanted to protect Nevio. He was my son, and I would always feel a deep sense of motherly protectiveness for him. But I felt even more protective of Batista, because he needed my protection more than his father did, because he was helpless and in need of love. I worried that Nevio felt that I wasn't on his side, which wasn't true, because deep down, I knew that one day he'd realize protecting his son was also protecting him from a world of guilt and regret. It was an hour past Batista's bedtime when I went over to the Scuderi mansion. I'd seen worry and fear in Aurora's eyes tonight. Through the patio door, I could see Leona, sitting in a silk dressing gown at the dining room table, bowed over paperwork. I knocked at the French window, and she looked up, disoriented. When she spotted me, she got up with a worried expression and opened the door for me. "Hey, Fina, what's up?" "I'd like to have a word with Aurora, if she's awake." Leona regarded me with growing concern and the protectiveness I knew too well. "Batista took a long time to fall asleep tonight. She's on the treadmill now. Today was a lot to take in for Batista and for Aurora. She's been giving everything for this boy since day one." I smiled understandingly. "I'm not here to take anything from Aurora. She's like his mother, and nothing in this world would ever make me separate a child from a loving mother." Leona nodded and finally stepped back, allowing me to enter. We had been friends for a long time, and I didn't blame her one bit for how she'd just acted. I would have done the same, and I appreciated her even more for it. "Is Fabiano still working?" I asked. He had been gone all day, which was probably for the best, considering his fury toward Nevio, but eventually those two would have to settle their disagreement. She let out a sigh. "He's not ready to come home. Knowing that Nevio is here, he's holding a grudge." We both knew that was the understatement of the year. Fabiano was furious, and if Nevio wasn't Remo's son, I was sure he would have tried to kill him. Aurora hadn't given us any details, but we all realized that something had happened between Nevio and her, and it was pretty clear that Nevio had broken her heart. Again. I couldn't blame Fabiano for feeling murderous. If someone had broken Greta's heart, I would have become a fire-spitting dragon. And I liked Aurora. Scratch that, I adored her. She was kind and tough and responsible despite her young age. She was someone I wished at Nevio's side. I wasn't sure I wished it on her to be with him, though. I loved my son. But I wasn't blind. Aurora deserved better. Had Nevio changed enough to be deserving of her? Today he tried to bond with Batista, giving Aurora the space she needed. But I wasn't stupid. What happened when those two were alone would determine their chances. I eventually found Aurora in the gym. She had headphones on, but I could still hear the fast beat of the music as she raced on the treadmill at what must have been full speed. She wasn't working out for the sake of it. She spotted me, surprise then worry flitting across her red and sweaty face. I waved and smiled, hoping to reassure her I came in peace. She slowed the treadmill to a stand, then wiped her face and took the headphones off before she stepped down. "Serafina?" she said hesitantly. "What's wrong?" "I want to talk about Batista with you." I could see her walls coming up, could see her body tensing, her mouth setting in a thin line. She was preparing for a confrontation, and if I'd come here to take him from her, she would have put up a fight. I stifled a smile. She'd really become a true mother to this poor child. My conversation with Chiara rang in my ears. How quickly she had felt like Alessio's mother, and I could tell it was the same for Aurora, even if their stories were vastly different. Aurora hadn't been ready for a child. She'd been on the cusp of figuring out her own life, but she'd put it on hold and made Battista the center of her life. Nevio wants to be Battista's father. He still has a long road ahead of him. Today proved that. But I want you to know that even if Nevio's bond with his son grows, that doesn't change the fact that you're Battista's mother. Nobody in my family would ever consider taking the boy from you. I want Nevio to see his son, but unless you and him move in together, I would never suggest Battista living with him. The boy should always live with you, as he's been doing since Nevio gave him to you. Remo and I agree on this. So please, don't worry that anyone's going to doubt your right to this child. Aurora stared at me and swallowed hard. She gave a terse nod, then walked over to a bench and sank down. She buried her face in a towel and her shoulders began to shake as she succumbed to sobs. I rushed over to her, plopped down beside her and wrapped an arm around her. I'm sorry that this has been weighing so heavily on you. I thought you knew that Remo would never consider taking Battista from you. Aurora rubbed her face with the towel, then peered up at me with swollen eyes. He's a Falcone, on paper and by blood. And by heart, he's yours, I said softly. I'm gladly his grandmother, even if it's still hard to stomach that I'm old enough to be one. Especially since I was trying to carry a child for Greta soon. Aurora laughed along with me. You don't look it, if that's a consolation. I sighed. I know you probably have no reason to believe it, but Nevio loves you. I see it in his eyes, and even if I probably shouldn't talk to you about it, he admitted it to me when he first came back. I know he's more than most can handle. I know he has many faults. I know in many people's eyes he's beyond redemption. But so was his father. Still is in most people's eyes. I hated him for a while, then hated and loved him, then wanted to hate him, and eventually I just loved him. It hasn't always been easy, but I never regretted becoming Remo's wife or accepting his love and who he was and will always be. To be honest, I could never understand how you forgave him for kidnapping you. I laughed. To be honest, I don't always either, but I did. And not just because of Nevio and Greta. It's hard to explain, but I guess love always is. I know Nevio hurt you too, even if I don't know what exactly he did. And I'm not telling you to forgive him. I just ask you to listen to your heart. I know you're the person Nevio needs by his side. I know having you and Battista in his life would make it easier for him to become an even better version of himself. But I want you to know that I won't blame you if you won't or can't give him another chance. I got up and squeezed Aurora's shoulder. Sleep well. I turned and left. I'd said what I wanted to say. And now things were out of my hand. I wasn't sure if Aurora would give Nevio another chance. Remo was in bed when I came into the bedroom. His expression tightened with concern upon seeing me. I hope Nevio didn't do anything to cause this look. He was angry. He'd never understood why Nevio had left. For him, Nevio should have fought harder to maintain control and taken responsibility. Seeing how wary Battista was of Nevio had awakened his anger again. I talked to Aurora. I hope you didn't try to talk her into forgiving our son, because I'm not sure he won't fuck up again. I gave him a stern look as I changed into my nightgown. He won't, Remo. I talked to him. He's determined to win her back, to be a father for Battista, to take over more responsibilities in the Camorra. Just took him a year. A year he won't get back with his son. I always regretted not getting to experience many firsts with the twins, and he just threw the chance away. He did. But I think he did it out of responsibility. He knew he was on the verge of something bad and didn't want Bautista and Aurora to be affected by it. He and I, all of us Falcone men, are always potentially on the verge of something bad. It's in our blood, in our nature. He can't always run. He'll have to face his demons and shackle them.
Chapter 41. Fabiano. After I was done with 2 high-profile debtors in the early afternoon, I called Diego to tell him I'd take over a few of his customers. He was glad for the free time that gave him so he could visit his sister. I couldn't return home right now, knowing that Nevio was back, that it would be so easy to kick his sorry ass. I needed more time, and I needed to get rid of some of the violence that filled every fiber of my being. I sent Leona a short message so she wouldn't worry, though she probably would anyway. Then I drove to the first address that Diego had given me. I hardly felt less violent when I eventually entered our mansion shortly before midnight. Leona had fallen asleep at the kitchen table with her head on her work folders. Her maroon hair was a mess, having fallen out of her ponytail. A pen was still clutched in her fingers. I gently pried it from them, then lifted her in my arms. She stirred, but I shushed her and carried her upstairs. After I'd put her down on our bed, I went to pull the curtains shut, but spotted light in the former ballet studio on the Falcone premises. Nevio, no doubt. I jerked the curtains shut and stormed out. "Fabiano?" Leona called drowsily, but I didn't stop. When I reached the ballet studio and ripped open the door, it wasn't only Nevio who was inside. Of course not. The unholy trinity was finally reunited and was up to no good again. They sat on the ground. Alessio was smoking a cigarette while Nevio and Massimo drank beer. "Fabiano," Nevio said with a tight smile. His eyes were vigilant. Seeing him back in this place, already looking as if he had never been gone in the first place, only multiplied my anger. "I hope you're not drunk. Kicking your ass will be less fun if you're inebriated." Massimo put down his beer and got up, opening his arms in a disarming gesture. "Fabiano, this is something Aurora and Nevio have to settle. Don't interfere. This isn't your business. You two can leave. Fabiano and I will talk about this like adults," Nevio said as he put down his beer and rose to his feet too. "Now you're trying to be the reasonable adult?" I growled. Alessio and Massimo left the studio. I hoped they wouldn't run off to their father. Nevio pushed his hands into his pockets. I stalked toward him, but he remained like that as if he didn't have a fucking care in the world. "The only reason I'm not killing you is that you have a son who needs you, if only to show him how not to behave, and because I'm loyal to your father." Nevio nodded and smiled tensely. "The reason you won't kill me is because I won't let you." Wrong thing to say. I smashed my fist against Nevio's chin. His restrained demeanor vaporized like I knew it would. It felt good to kick his ass. I wasn't sure how much time passed before Leona's voice rang out, and then strong arms wrapped around my chest and dragged me back, while Alessio did the same with Nevio. Nevio was bleeding from his nose and a cut in his hairline. My mouth quickly filled with blood too, and every inch of my body felt bruised. I definitely had 1 or 2 broken ribs, and I hoped it was the same for Nevio. "What's wrong with you?" Leona seethed as she stepped between us, still in her dressing gown. "The list is long. Even if he likes to think otherwise, Fabiano is a messed up killer like myself," Nevio said, wiping his forearm across his nose and smearing blood across his cheek. "So that's what this was? You were trying to kill each other?" she asked, her wide eyes darting between Nevio and me. "If they were intent on killing each other, they would have pulled their knives," Massimo said with a nod toward Nevio's knife at his hip. I had briefly considered pulling my knife, but if I'd done it, I might have taken something from Aurora I had no right to take. She had to settle things with Nevio, as Leona never grew tired to emphasize. Plus, I honestly wasn't sure I could beat Nevio. I'd probably die in an escalating fight, too, and I couldn't do that to Leona and my children. I'd once made Leona watch a death fight, and she'd often told me how terrified she'd been. I still need to talk to him, I said, then spit some blood on the floor. Leona shook her head. I won't let you two alone. This is madness. We won't fight again, Nevio said firmly. But Fabiano was right. We need to talk. We'll stay in front of the door, Leona said, giving me a warning look. She, Massimo, and Alessio left the room and closed the glass door. So now let's chat, I said. Nevio nodded. Blood had started flowing out of his nose again, and my mouth was filled too. I spit out once more. What are your intentions toward Aurora and Batista? I didn't only feel protective of Aurora, I also cared about the little boy who had lived under my roof for almost a year. I want to be a decent father for Batista. I want to make up for the lost time, and I want to prove to Aurora that I deserve her. I want to be with her. I want everyone to know that she's mine, and that you're hers. I won't watch you cheat on my daughter. I have been hers for a while. He lifted his shirt, revealing a tattoo I had trouble figuring out in the dim light, but then I realized what I was seeing. The Aurora Borealis right over Nevio's heart. Grand gestures are fair enough, especially to impress a woman, but they don't mean anything if your actions don't match. He lowered his shirt with an acknowledging nod. I know, and my actions will show the truth behind the gesture and the words. Has Aurora seen the tattoo yet? No. There wasn't the right moment yet. I'd known Nevio all his life and found many of his antics amusing. He'd reminded me of Remo when I first met him, and even the recklessness of my younger self. Remo and I had grown up. I wanted to give Nevio the benefit of the doubt that he too had grown up enough to make up for his past fuck-ups. Nevio stepped close, his expression serious, no sign of the trademark smirk. I'm serious about Aurora. I'll stop at nothing to prove to her that I'm ready to commit, that I want her and no one else. You better succeed. If you mess up again, I can't promise you I won't try to kill you, even if it means we'll both die. If I fuck up again, my parents will be the first to kill me. They love Aurora. Do you? I asked. I wasn't sure if Nevio was capable of love, but I'd thought the same about Nino and Remo, and both had proven me wrong. His expression was hard. I think I've said enough. The rest is only for Aurora's ears. I respect you, Fabiano, but that doesn't mean I'll pour my heart out to you. I'm still not convinced you have one, I said, but most of my anger was gone. For a long time, I wasn't either.
Chapter 42. Aurora. My mouth parted in surprise upon seeing Dad's face when I entered the kitchen. He sat at the kitchen table and was sipping his coffee with a swollen lower lip. A bruise bloomed on his temple, and his stiff movement suggested he had more injuries. Mom's annoyed expression told me she wasn't impressed. Do you need me to check your injuries? I asked, ready to hand Batista over to Mom. I'm fine, Dad said. Sure. I grabbed a cup of coffee for me and sank down beside Mom. Let me guess. You met Nevio. Is he all right? Dad shook his head with a scowl. Glad you're concerned about his health. I'm concerned about yours too, but I can see you're not seriously injured. Dad's mood lifted obviously. So, you think I kicked his ass? I doubted Dad could beat Nevio in a fight, but I kept my thoughts to myself. Mom huffed and set down her cup with force. Alessio and Massimo had to separate them. You don't need to punish Nevio on my behalf, Dad. I can handle him, okay? I took a few pancakes from the stack in the middle and put one on Batista's plate with some fresh berries and yogurt. Can I kick his ass too? Davide asked from the doorway, where I hadn't noticed him before. He had begun styling his blonde hair with gel, which always made him late for everything. He'll wipe the floor with you, I muttered. She's right. You still need to improve your fighting skills if you want to be a match for Nevio, Dad said. Mom sighed. Can we not talk about violence at the breakfast table? Dad and Davide exchanged a look. They'd probably go to the gym for fight training later. Dad probably should have taken the day off, considering his injuries. But it would have been futile to tell him that. I didn't have to work today, so I wanted to enjoy the warm weather at the pool. After breakfast, I changed into a bikini, then covered myself with a pink beach dress before I dressed Batista in his cute shark swim trunks and headed out. Batista's hand in mine, I went over to the pool. He loved our almost daily swims. But I froze when I saw Nevio, Alessio, and Massimo in the water. I let out a small sigh. If I turned on my heel now and returned inside like I wanted to do to avoid Nevio, Batista would throw a fit. He was currently discovering his emotions and had tantrums over the smallest things, like a banana cut the wrong way, or picking the wrong color for his spoon. Canceling our swim would equal a screaming rage. Squaring my shoulders, I kept on walking to the pool. I wouldn't allow Nevio's return to mess up my life. It had taken considerable effort to build up a routine and figure out my life when he left me with his child. His back was to me, presenting the twisted Joker smile that still gave me the creeps. His tally list hadn't grown, which surprised me. From what I'd read in the news about the mob wars in Italy, and what I'd overheard Dad and the Falcones discuss, the death toll had been great. I didn't believe for 1 second that Nevio hadn't been responsible for quite a few of those kills himself. Maybe he'd waited to be back home so Nino could ink him. Eventually, the space on his back would run out, though. Massimo nudged his chin in my direction and said something to Nevio, who turned halfway. His expression was hard to read, almost anxious. It wasn't a look you saw often on his face. Alessio clapped Nevio's shoulder, and they both left. I almost called for them to return, and I looked like I wanted alone time with Nevio. It was too late. They were already on their way to the mansion. I gave Nevio a tight smile and focused on putting water wings on Batista. I stayed in my beach dress for the time being, not wanting to expose myself in front of Nevio. He's seen it all. Hell, he'd been inside me with his fingers, tongue, cock, and even knife. Still, he felt like a stranger after our time apart. I had changed, and from the little glimpses of him that I'd gotten, he had too. I wasn't sure yet if it was for the better. I set Batista down and he stormed toward the shallow part of the pool to play with his toys. Nevio headed over to me. I can go into the pool with Batista if you want to sunbathe for a bit. My attention was on the tattoo on his chest, and he allowed me to get a good look as he waited in front of me silently. It took me a while to figure out what I was seeing, and even then, I still had trouble believing it. The Northern Lights. Aurora Borealis. My heart picked up its pace, and my throat became tight. Unwanted reactions I wanted to suppress. Nevio followed my gaze, then tilted his head up to regard me with intensity. You know what that is? A beautiful phenomenon? I didn't want to consider why he tattooed said phenomenon I was named after on his chest. I couldn't have said it better, he said in a low voice that raised goosebumps all over my body. Did you visit them while you spent time abroad? My voice was strangely scratchy. Nevio wasn't the type to get tattoos of pretty travel destinations. He shook his head, his intense gaze still on me. No. And if I ever do, the woman who inspired this tattoo will be with me. Maybe I'll meet her one day, I said. He smiled strangely and moved even closer. My eyes darted to Batista, who sat on his bum and played calmly. Why couldn't he cause trouble when I needed him to? "You know this tattoo represents you," he said. He was close enough that I could have touched the vibrant swirls of the northern lights on his chest. The tattoo on his chest was even more beautiful this close up. I'd never seen a more beautiful color scheme for the lights before. Then my eyes caught on something on his wrist. A red bee tattoo. I swallowed hard. He turned his arm, showing me the tattoo. Once I know Batista better, I want to add details representing him. I swallowed. It's not as easy as getting a tattoo. You ran because you were scared of the responsibility. Now you have to prove yourself. I wasn't scared of the responsibilities, Rory. I was fucking scared of myself or what I was capable of. I searched his face. Everything about him was honest. Then running away didn't really make sense, did it? You can't run away from yourself. And looking at the headlines in Italy, you kept going there where you left off here. I knew I couldn't run from myself. That wasn't the point. What was it then? I had trouble keeping my voice down and even. I didn't want Batista to pick up on the tension between his father and me. The point was that I left the people behind that I wanted to protect from myself. I didn't care about the collateral damage I left behind in Campania. So, killing more people without any responsibilities in Campania made you change? I asked doubtfully. It seemed he'd fed his demons, not starved them. He shook his head slowly and tugged down his swim trunks a few inches. I tensed. I just wanted to show you something. I remained wary until 2 angry red round scars beside his hip bone and over his pubic bone came into view. Almost dying changed me. I was hit by 2 bullets about a month ago. They got me good, and I almost bled out before I reached the hospital. How come your father didn't tell anyone? Or did they just keep it from me? He doesn't know. Nobody does. Alviz was too scared of Dad's reaction, so he was happy to keep it a secret when I asked him. When I lay there in my own blood, I realized that I'd missed so many opportunities, not to kill and torture, but to spend time with you and Batista, to show you what you mean to me. And I realized I needed to go home to you and my family. I licked my lips nervously. His words hit me right in the feels, but I didn't want to dissolve into an emotional puddle. Nevio pointed at the lights tattoo and then at the bee. I didn't get these tattoos to impress you and make you forgive me. I got them because they were my only way to take you and Batista with me safely. To remind me of why I was trying to get my demons under control. Batista waited beside the pool, watching us expectantly. I was glad for his presence, for the distraction it offered, because part of me wanted to sink into Nevio's strong arms after his words. Nevio leaned closer. If I could have tattooed you onto my heart, I would have done it. I would have cut open my own ribcage so the tattooist could reach it, he murmured, then pulled back and moved over to Batista, leaving me there to catch my breath. Do you need my help with the water wings, buddy? Nevio asked as he squatted beside Batista, who sent me a questioning look. He'd removed his water wings as he often did. I gave him a smile, then nodded, and he handed Nevio his water wings in reply. I turned my back on them, trying to calm my racing heart. I didn't have any tattoos of Nevio or Batista on my skin, but I carried them with me anyway. I'll catch you. Don't worry, Nevio said, followed by a loud splash and Batista's high-pitched laughter. I glanced over my shoulder. I never allowed Batista to jump into the pool. All the men in the Falcone and Scuderi household always joked I was hovering too much like a mother hen. My first instinct was to say something to Nevio, to make my standpoint on water safety clear. But Batista was his son. And if he really wanted to step up and be a real dad, I needed to give him room to do so. I sank down on the sun lounger and watched them play wildly in the water. They seemed to enjoy the same boisterous activities. Nevio's words kept replaying in my head. I'd sworn I wouldn't forgive him, but thinking about how he'd almost died, my throat felt tight. I didn't want to live without him. That didn't mean I would forgive him easily, but I would give him a chance to prove himself one last time.
Nevio. Patience wasn't my strong suit, and it would never be. I burned up with desire for Aurora, wanted nothing more than to bury myself in her again. But she wanted to see if I was really willing to commit, and jumping her like a randy teenager, even if I felt like one, wouldn't get the right message across. I just have to live with my blue balls for a while longer. I allowed her a few days to come to terms with my return, and used the time to resume my position in the Camorra, and prove to Dad that I was up for whatever task he had in mind for me. I spent time with Batista every day, first under Aurora's watchful eyes. She obviously didn't trust me with him yet, but today I got the chance to be with him on my own for the first time. Aurora had to work in our hospital, where she'd started her training as a nurse. I was glad she had chosen to stay within our world and not start college for a nursing degree. "Are you sure you'll be fine?" she'd asked around a half-dozen times before she'd finally left me with Batista. I was nervous. It wasn't as if I didn't have experience being around small children. I'd watched my cousins Luna and Katerina and my brother Giulio as toddlers all the time, but I'd never babysat them. I suppose Mom and Dad and Savio and Gemma had never considered me a valid option. Not that I had ever wanted to be a babysitter. And now, I sat on the floor beside my almost 18-month-old son and played with toy fire trucks and tractors. I staged a crash between two tractors with plenty of sound effects, causing Batista to giggle before he became serious as he rolled the fire trucks toward the crash scene. "Have you ever ridden in a fire truck?" I asked. Batista looked up from the toy cars curiously. I wasn't sure if he understood what I meant. He was probably still too young to get it. "Do you want to ride in a fire truck?" I asked instead. He nodded enthusiastically. That was enough for me, even if I still wasn't sure he got what I meant. I pulled out my phone and called the fire department. At first, they thought I was a prank caller. I had to repeat my name several times before I was told I could come over. I stood and held out my hand. "Come on, let's go ride a fire truck." Batista looked up from his toys. Then he stumbled to his feet, one truck under his arm. I grabbed my car keys on the way out, then paused because I almost forgot the child seat. After I'd taken the child seat from Mom's car and put it in mine, Batista and I could finally head out. We were on the road for 15 minutes when Batista signaled that he was hungry and thirsty. Of course, I hadn't packed anything. I hadn't even thought of packing his diaper bag. Grimacing, I headed toward Whole Foods because that was what Aurora would have wanted. So I bought Batista some watermelon, fruit pouches, a bottle of water, and a cheese sandwich. 10 minutes later, Batista was satisfied, and his clothes ruined with watermelon juice, blackberry stains, and breadcrumbs. Half of the water had soaked my shirt, too. All right, I suppose we need to go clothes shopping. I sent Aurora a photo of Batista and asked where I could buy clothes for him. She called immediately. "Is that blood?" I rolled my eyes. "It's watermelon and blackberry." "Oh," she said, sounding embarrassed. "I know I've been a horrible father so far, but do you really think I'd get Batista covered in blood the first time I watch him alone?" She cleared her throat. "There are spare clothes in his diaper bag. And why aren't you home?" The worry in her voice was unmistakable. I forgot the bag and were heading to the fire department to watch and ride the fire trucks. Silence on the other end. I could imagine the concern on Aurora's face. I suppose that wasn't something she would have done with Batista. "Well, then you'll have to buy clothes, I suppose. Also a sun cap, sunscreen, diapers, rash cream." She trailed off. "The sirens might be too loud for Batista, so they can't turn them on." "Where's the fun in that?" "His ears are sensitive." "All right, Rory. I'll make sure Batista will be in one piece when you come home tonight. Don't worry." "Nevio, do you really think that's a good idea? You could go to a playground with him. There's one—" "It'll be fine," I said, then hung up. Rory needed to see that I didn't do things like her, but that I could still do them well. After a quick visit to 2 more shops to buy everything Rory had said, plus ear protectors, Batista and I finally arrived in front of the fire department. "We're here, buddy," I said, turning around in my seat, only to find Batista fast asleep. A glance at the clock in my dashboard showed it was his nap time. I put my head against the backrest with a chuckle. My phone vibrated in my pocket. It was Mom. Before she could say anything, I said, "Has Aurora set you up to this? Batista is fine." Mom let out a laugh. "Okay, but if you need anything, call me." "I'll be fine," I muttered. Fuck. Next Dad would probably show up here to help. "Have fun," Mom said with a hint of amusement. I grabbed a fruit pouch and emptied it, then ate the second half of Batista's sandwich. I'd forgotten to grab food for myself. "Wow," from the back seat made me turn around. Batista stared out of the window at the fire department with huge eyes. 2 fire trucks were parked in the huge entry. I got out and grabbed Batista. One of the firefighters was an illegitimate son of a camarista. He was the one who showed Batista and me the fire truck. I took a few photos of Batista behind the steering wheel, then sent them to Aurora, before we headed out with the truck with blaring sirens. Batista sat on my lap and clapped, excitedly. Thanks to the ear protectors, Batista could listen to the sirens safely and had the time of his young life. And I had to admit, I had fun too. I thought spending time with a young kid would be boring as fuck, but there were lots of fun things to do, and seeing him so excited was a bonus. I sent Aurora a video of Batista screaming in delight as we drove around with the sirens. She sent back a thumbs-up smiley, which was a fucking letdown. Maybe she still disapproved of me doing this, but I wasn't going to do boring-ass shit all of a sudden. This was my kid, and if he was anything like me, he'd soon want to do crazy stuff like riding fire trucks on a whim. When we returned home in the later afternoon after a quick stop at Shake Shack to grab a burger and some fries, Batista looked ready to fall asleep, and I felt tired too. "Don't tell your mom about the fries," I told Batista with a wink when I picked him up. Though, considering he smelled as if he'd fallen into a bucket full of fries, it would be difficult to keep it a secret. I didn't dare give him a bath without help. Mom sat in the common room at the sewing machine. She'd taken up sewing a couple of years back, after Gemma had shown her how to do it, and now she sewed most of her dresses herself, and sometimes did custom pieces for the women in our family. She held up a onesie with small fire trucks all over it. Batista rushed over to her with a big grin, and she hugged him tightly. "I smell fries." I shook my head. "Can you help me bathe him before Aurora returns?" "She won't be mad that you gave him fast food." "At the moment, she likes to be mad at me," I said. Mom didn't say anything, but her expression told me she was on Aurora's side in this. But she helped me give Batista a quick bath before I settled on my bed with Batista to read him a book. I wanted to show Aurora that I was ready to take responsibility, and I felt like I had done that today, even if she didn't approve of my methods. Fuck. I hoped Aurora would see it too.
Chapter 43. Aurora. Gio, the newest doctor who worked for the Camorra, dropped me off in front of my home. He'd done so a few times because it was on his way, and I didn't want Dad to pick me up like a little kid all the time. The moment I was inside, I searched for Batista and Nevio, but they weren't there. Maybe they were still at the Falcones, so I headed there. I was practically living there, too. Nevio wasn't in the living room, though. Serafina was there, bent over her sewing machine with a look of concentration. She was working on a skirt and was busy attaching lace to the hemline. She always created beautiful boho-style clothes. Maybe if I ever married, I'd ask her to sew a dress for me. "Where's Nevio?" "He and Batista are in Nevio's bedroom because Batista was tired." I frowned. "Is everything okay?" It was still early for Batista to go to bed. Serafina gave me an understanding smile. It was an exciting day for both of them. I nodded. "Can I go there?" "This is practically your home, too." I bit my lip. Despite spending so much time over here with Batista, I didn't dare go into Remo's wing without permission. When I knocked at Nevio's door a little later, nobody answered. Worried, I opened the door and froze. Nevio was stretched out on his bed with Batista cuddled up against his side. One small arm thrown over Nevio's chest. A book rested on Nevio's stomach, and one of his arms was curled around Batista protectively. His eyes peeled open when I stepped inside. I gave him a small smile, feeling guilty for having been so worried. But given Nevio's past escapades, I couldn't help it. Nevio extracted himself from Batista and got up. We went into the hallway. Nevio's hair was tousled. "Do you want to check on him to see if he's got a pulse?" he asked with a sarcastic twist of his mouth. I flushed. "This was your first time being alone with him, and you chose to make a whole trip out of it. Of course, I was worried." Everything went well. Except for the ruined clothes, the missing diapers, the lack of healthy snacks, and the ruined bedtime routine. He took a step closer, backing me into the wall. "Except for that, yes," he said in a low voice. "But I doubt Batista cared about any of those things. He won't remember that I forgot to pack his bag. He'll remember riding a fucking fire truck and having a great time with me." To my surprise, I detected a hint of hurt in Nevio's eyes. "You're right," I admitted grudgingly. "But being a parent isn't only about doing the fun things." "Fuck, Rory. I know, and I'm doing my best. Maybe it's not up to your high standards yet, and maybe it won't ever be. But I won't ever be like you. I'll always only be the father I can be. Maybe I won't do things how you would have done them, but that doesn't mean I'll do a bad job." Batista looked happy on the pics you sent me. "Thanks for thinking of me," I said as a sort of peace offering. Actually saying I'm sorry to Nevio wasn't an option at the current time. His eyes seemed to grab me by the throat. They always do. I looked away, clearing my throat. Nevio's gaze traveled along my body. "I like you in scrubs. They look sexy on you." I shrugged, pretending not to care even as my body heated. "They're functional." I slipped away to bring more distance between us. "I need to figure out a way to get him into his bed. I can carry him. I need to change him into his pajamas." "He's actually in his pajamas. I changed him after we arrived." Surprise washed over me, followed by suspicion. "What did you wash off him?" Nevio sighed. He grabbed my wrist and tugged me closer. "You're really good at giving me a hard time." "This isn't me giving you a hard time," he smirked. "All right, then. How about we two go on a date?" I began to shake my head, but Nevio kept talking. "An innocent date, without any knife play or other kinky stuff. And no other fun activities involving our nether regions either, unless you want to." "I don't. I washed the smell of fries off him, okay? We had our dinner at Shake Shack, and I forgot to brush his teeth after." I couldn't help but laugh. "And you think that will make me say yes to a date?" "I thought honesty would," he said. His smile still promised trouble. And I had serious doubts Nevio would manage a whole date without trying to seduce me. But I felt myself nodding. "Okay, but no funny business." "We won't have any fun, if that's what you want," he said with a smile. I sighed. I really hoped I wouldn't regret this. Nevio carried Batista over to my home. He was so exhausted he didn't even stir when I put him in his bed. I accompanied Nevio downstairs where we met Dad. His expression was furious. "What were you doing upstairs?" Nevio's answering smirk promised trouble. "Nevio carried Batista for me," I said quickly before things escalated. Dad relaxed, but he still fixed Nevio with a hard look. "Did Gio drive carefully when he brought you home today?" I pursed my lips. "Of course. Why?" Then I got why Dad had mentioned Gio. Nevio's intense gaze rested on me. I sent Dad a glare before I pushed Nevio outside. away from Dad's provocation. Who's Gio? I rolled my eyes. He's a doctor in the hospital, and he occasionally lets me ride with him so Dad doesn't have to pick me up. How nice of him. Nevio's voice was hard, and his eyes promised violence. It seems some things haven't changed. I'm still me, Aurora. The murderous asshole you fell for. I haven't turned into a fucking domesticated house cat, so if some asshole thinks he can make a move on you, you better know about the consequences. I don't share you. My heart picked up. You can't share me because I'm not yours. He didn't say anything, but his face made one thing very clear. I was his. Gio is married, so you don't have to hurt him. As if marriage has ever stopped anyone. He hasn't done anything, so please, stop it. I'll stop it. And I won't even kick his ass if you'll let me pick you up in the future. And what if you're busy? Then I'll send someone I trust. I huffed. I couldn't believe his audacity, but at the same time, I got a sick thrill out of knowing Nevio was jealous. We're not dating, I reminded him. But I'll do everything in my power to change that. I'll make up for the shit I pulled in the past until I'm worthy of calling you mine. He turned and stalked off, leaving me with my heart pounding in my chest. Nevio was still as intense as he'd been before he left, despite the notable changes I couldn't deny. Even if I'd never admitted to him, I was glad he hadn't changed completely. That fact probably made me as crazy as him. Thinking of our upcoming date, my belly fluttered with butterflies. I'd never been on a date. What Nevio and I had done in the past had hardly qualified as one.
Nevio. I picked up Aurora at the hospital the following day. Fabiano had driven her there in the morning. Because I'd had to visit a couple of casinos for the Camorra, Mom had watched Batista until early afternoon, and I'd taken over after that. By now, the little man had gotten used to me, and every moment I spent with him, he grew more on me, too. Gio wasn't at work today. Not as a doctor, at least. He was admitted last night as a patient because apparently someone ran over him with a car. I bared my teeth. It's a dangerous world. Aurora narrowed her eyes. It was you. I shrugged. I'm still me, Rory. I put on my civil mask more often for you, but beneath it, there's still a monster that hungers for blood, especially when men don't keep their distance to you. Aurora shook her head. You could have killed him. I ran him over with my car so I wouldn't feel tempted to kill him, because if I'd felt his blood on my skin, I would have ripped his heart out. Aurora blinked and slowly turned around to Batista as if she remembered his presence just now. Did you have fun today? He nodded enthusiastically. His curly dark hair bobbed all over the place. He and I took a quick dip in the pool. Aurora gave me a small smile. I could tell she was still a little pissed, but she knew what she was getting herself into. You sure you want low-key? I'd given her the choice between fancy and low-key for our date, and of course Aurora, being Aurora, had picked the latter. Definitely. No dress-up or stiff settings. Nothing will be stiff. Promise, I said with a devilish grin. Aurora sent me a warning look, as if Batista would get my innuendo. I dropped them off at Fabiano's mansion so Aurora could change out of her scrubs, though I really liked her in them and would have loved to remove them myself, and put Batista to bed before I picked her up for our date. 2 hours later, I rang the bell. Of course, Fabiano opened the door. He barred the doorway with a hard expression, arms crossed in front of his chest. He looked like a bouncer. I don't think I have to say anything. I'll behave and bring her back before curfew, I said in my best everyone's darling voice. Promise, sir. I don't know why an intelligent, nice girl like Aurora picked someone like you, Fabiano muttered. Bad boys do it better. Luckily, Leona and Aurora appeared behind Fabiano at that moment, or he would have punched me in the face. And while I was always eager for a bit of sparring, I was really looking forward to my date with Aurora. That alone showed how Aurora had changed me. Aurora wore a short black overall dress, a white t-shirt beneath, and her favorite white Converse. I smiled. This was Aurora. and I hoped she'd never change. She tapped Fabiano on the shoulder until he finally stepped back to let her pass. She scanned my shirt with raised eyebrows. I wore a black t-shirt with the Kiss Band logo, black cargo pants, and black Converse. Since when do you like Kiss? I started listening to them in Italy. Be back at 10, Fabiano interrupted us. Midnight is good, Leona said. I'm of age. Fabiano scowled at me, not her. And you live under our roof, so you play by our rules. Aurora sighed as she followed me to my truck. I touched her lower back, but she moved away, so my hand slid off. Fair enough. I still had a lot of work to do before Aurora would forgive me. I led her to my Ram and opened the door for her, then held out my hand to help her climb inside. She took it with a mumbled thanks and got in. The glimpse of her gorgeous legs immediately quickened my pulse, but with the utmost effort, I kept my comments to myself. Aurora wanted the good boy version of myself today, and I tried to give him to her. When I sat behind the steering wheel, I said, "This is my first date." I know. No, I said firmly. I've never been on a date with a girl. Surprise flashed in Aurora's eyes, and a small smile played across her face, making her even more gorgeous, and making it 10 times harder for me not to lean over and kiss her. I guess then we need to make it count. I'm doing my best, I said, as I started the engine and pulled away. In the rearview mirror, I could see Fabiano still in the doorway. I had to admit I had been sure he'd put a bullet in my head, but that he actually allowed me to take Aurora on a date made me really want to prove to him and everyone else that even if I was fucked up as hell, I had it in me to be what Aurora deserved. Where are you taking me? Kiss World Mini Golf. Aurora laughed. Really? Her blue eyes sparkled with amusement. That's why you're wearing the shirt? Yep, trying to get in the mood. I let my gaze travel over her, and I really like that our clothes are matching without even trying. Her hands rested in her lap, and she was playing with her fingers. I put my hand on the center console, palm upward. Usually I would have just taken her hand without asking, but I really wanted to give Aurora the time she needed this time, even if it went against my nature. Her gaze darted to my hand, but she didn't take it. Biting back my disappointment, I kept my palm where it was in case Aurora changed her mind. Aurora's eyes lit up when we entered the Kiss-themed miniature golf. It glowed in the dark in neon colors. I don't even remember the last time I played miniature golf, she said. I think it was about 3 years ago with Carlotta, Greta, Massimo, Alessio, and me. She nodded thoughtfully. Right. Massimo beat all of us, but you came in second. Tonight, I'll win. We'll see, she said with a smile. Aurora let out a sigh when she missed the hole again. The ball had to roll up the red tongue of a Gene Simmons figure, but Aurora either used too much force or too little, and she grew frustrated. Let me help. I stepped up behind her, and she gave a small nod. Pressing my front to her back, I put my hands over hers, my arms wrapped around her. You need the right amount of force, I said close to her ear to be heard over the music. Not too hard, but not too gentle either. Aurora shivered in my hold, and then together we moved and hit the ball with the golf club. The ball shot up the red tongue and dropped into the hole. Aurora beamed. Let me try it on my own. I stepped back, even if it was the last thing I wanted. Behind us, a couple of people were waiting, but one looked from me and they backed off. Aurora flushed. Sorry, just one more try. Take all the time you need, I said firmly. But she hit the ball with the right amount of force on the first try this time and hit the hole. She jumped up with a big smile and hugged me. My arms came around her at once, holding her against me. She beamed up at me, and then the Kiss song came on that had been on repeat in my car when I'd been in Italy. I was made for loving you. I leaned down. Rory, you were made for me, and I was made for you. Our eyes met, and Rory swallowed hard. I forced myself to pull away to give her the space she'd requested, then nodded toward the next hole. Aurora followed me without a word as the next song came on. After that, we got In-N-Out burgers and vanilla soft serve and ate it in the car on a hill overlooking Las Vegas. Aurora had requested the spot, and I got why. Is this low-key enough for you? I asked, once we'd finished the soft serve. She gave a nod and sank against the seat with a satisfied smile. Fuck. She looked perfect at that moment, especially because of a smudge of ice cream on her cheek. It was so fucking Rory. I reached over and wiped the ice cream off. Ready to go home? It was 11:30, and I wanted to get Rory back within the time Leona had given. This was a new thing for me, but if this meant Aurora realized I was fucking serious about her, then I'd be the good guy, for once. Surprise flashed in her eyes. A moment of hesitation followed before she said, "Yeah." I started the engine, and like I'd done on the drive at the beginning of our date, I put my hand in the middle. Rory glanced at it, then put her palm in mine, and I closed my fingers around hers. Fucking perfection. Before I dropped her off, I turned to her, our hands still linked. I don't think I've ever enjoyed a night that didn't involve blood more than tonight. I enjoyed our date as well, Aurora admitted. So, you'll go out with me again? Yes. This is probably breaking protocol, but I don't care. I need to do this. I tugged her toward me and kissed her. Then, with a monumental effort, I pulled back. Thanks, Aurora said quietly as she stepped up to the front door. Thank you for giving me a chance I didn't deserve.
Chapter 44. Aurora. Nevio had surprised me with our date. He nailed it. Maybe some women wanted a fancy restaurant and all that stuff. But for me, low-key made me feel like myself. Nevio had broken my no physical rule by kissing me. But the kiss had been so sweet and chaste, so un-Nevio-like, that I couldn't even be mad at him. Especially because I had almost lost control and deepened the kiss myself. But this time, I wanted to do things right and not allow my desire for Nevio to overrun everything else. Nevio and I went on 2 more dates that he planned. Another fun evening at the playground with games for adults like a doctor game. And the second time, he even took me to a museum I'd once mentioned to him, which definitely wasn't his thing. I appreciated the thoughtfulness of the dates, especially as each one showed that he knew my taste better than I'd ever thought possible. I decided to organize our 4th date, a movie night at the apartment with homemade tacos and Nevio's favorite sour beer. Are you thinking about moving back here? Nevio asked as we settled on the couch with our tacos. I turned on the TV to watch the horror classic Nosferatu that Nevio loved. I wasn't a huge fan of black and white movies, but I enjoyed the occasional masterpiece from the past, and this was one of them. I looked around the small, cozy living room. It had felt good to live here with Carlotta, but with her complicated health situation and me taking care of Batista, it didn't seem clever to move out of my home anytime soon. The support from my parents plus the Falcone clan made daily life with Batista so much easier. Of course, now that Nevio was back, we'd all have to figure out a new routine. I don't think so. I wouldn't want to live here alone. I really appreciate everyone's support. Nevio nodded. He and I sat very close, our shoulders touching. I could move in with you. My eyes widened. You want to move out of the Falcone mansion, away from Alessio and Massimo, to live in this small place? Why? His eyes were serious, and it was still strange to see him this responsible and thoughtful. I'd do it for you. And that way we could work out how to be a family with Batista. My throat became tight and my chest felt as if it might splinter from the force of my heartbeat. I cleared my throat, trying to find words. Shouldn't we figure out how to be a couple before we live together and try to be a family? Are we on our way? It felt like we were. It's still too soon to say. I could see the disappointment, maybe even frustration in Nevio's eyes. I understood him. I too wanted to speed up things, to throw myself headfirst into this. But the past had taught me caution, especially when it came to Batista's well-being. I don't want to give Batista a family he might lose. He won't lose it, Rory. I want you, and I'll do everything to make us happen. I know we can be a family for Batista. Maybe not the one you see in cheesy commercials. We'll always be an unconventional family. But unconventional doesn't mean bad. My family is a bunch of weirdos, and I loved growing up among them. Fuck, I couldn't have wished for a better family. I chuckled. They are great, and you gave them a hard time over the years. I did. But they handled it as best as anyone could. And if Batista is anything like me, he'll need a family to have his back. I want us to be a family, I admitted. Let's work on us a bit more before we think about including Batista. Okay? Nevio nodded slowly. I turned on the TV. After a while, Nevio put his arm around my shoulders. I snuggled against him, allowing the closeness because my body yearned for it more than I could put into words. I think I'll open your presents tomorrow, I whispered. His Christmas and birthday presents for me were hidden in the back of my closet. I hadn't had the heart to throw them away, and now that Nevio and I seemed to be working on our relationship, I was glad for it. Nevio pulled back slightly to peer down at my face. I worried you'd thrown them away. A small smile tugged at my lips. I wanted to. Well, part of me did, but I couldn't bring myself to do it even though you deserved it. His expression became more intense and his eyes darted down to my lips. I'll kiss you now. And it's not going to be the chaste kiss from last time. So if you really don't want it, you should run. Now. I should have run. His lips crashed against mine, following up on his warning, and dragged me down into a whirlwind of sensations. I'd missed this. The fire only Nevio could ignite in me. Only this time, anger wasn't the dominating emotion, and it felt even better. Nevio dragged me closer until I half lay on top of him, his arm wrapped possessively around my back. His palm stroked up my back, over my sensitive neck and higher until his fingers tangled in my hair, his fingers against my scalp. I moaned into the kiss, desperate for more. Despite the burning need in my body, I pulled away. We're missing the movie. Nevio let his head fall back, eyes squeezed shut. I don't give a fuck about Nosferatu right now. I smiled at the strain in his voice and kissed his cheek before I sat down beside him. I pretended not to notice the bulge in his pants, but seeing it gave me great satisfaction. If Nevio had removed my pants, he'd find the results of our makeout session, too. Let's watch the movie, I said firmly. Nevio grabbed the last taco, which had to be cold by now, and stuffed it in his mouth, then washed it down with a few swigs of beer. After a few minutes, he relaxed against me, and we kept watching the movie. Close to the end, he leaned down to my ear. Sitting beside you, knowing you're wet and not being able to do anything about it is pure torture. And people call me cruel. They haven't met you yet. I rolled my eyes. When Nevio brought me home that night, he gave me another chaste kiss. My body wanted more. And I wondered if I was punishing myself as much as I was punishing Nevio. Batista had fallen asleep beside Serafina, so I had the night off. It was strange to be alone in my bedroom. I went to my closet and grabbed the 2 packages. Perched on my bed, I opened the one from Christmas first. It was a beautiful pendant that shimmered like the Aurora Borealis. My birthday parcel had the matching bracelet inside. Both were incredibly beautiful. With a sigh, I let myself fall back on my bed and stared up at the ceiling. My cell phone beeped with a message. When I saw that it was from Nevio, I grabbed it. Tonight was great. I enjoyed every single one of our dates. It never gets boring with you, Rory. Sleep well. I'll dream of you. I don't think I can sleep. I'm reliving our kiss. You could get a repeat performance and more. One word from you and I'm there to give you everything you want. I bit my lip. You would have to sneak into our house. There wasn't a reply. I felt disappointed. Maybe I'd hoped for some sexting, though that would have posed the risk of someone reading our messages. I got up and went into the bathroom to get ready. 15 minutes later, I returned to my bedroom in my nightgown and slipped under the covers, then turned off the lights. As soon as I closed my eyes, the kiss replayed vividly before my mind. My core tightened with longing. With a resigned sigh, I slid my hand down my body to relieve some tension. A hand clamped down around my wrist through the covers, while another hand covered my mouth to hold in my startled cry. Then hot breath fanned over my ear. That's my job, Rory. I relaxed, and my still widened eyes took in Nevio's outline as it came into focus in the dark. He lowered his palm from my mouth. I licked my lips, my throat suddenly dry. How did you get in here? Through the basement. The same way Greta once did. Of course, the codes have changed by now. But as a future capo, I have access to all relevant security information. I could hear the smugness in his voice, but also eagerness that only kindled my own. Dad will kill you if he finds you in my room. I'm sure that's what he'd like to do, Nevio murmured, his face still right over mine. But he won't find out, because you'll be silent when I make you come. Won't you? My thighs twitched in anticipation, and the heat between my legs had reached unbearable dimensions. I thought you liked it if I made a noise. Oh, I do. And there'll be plenty of opportunities to make you scream. But today, you'll be a good, quiet girl. I shivered. His lips brushed mine, full of promise, and I almost begged him to touch me where I ached. Instead, I watched in anticipation as he turned on the lamp on my nightstand, casting us in a soft glow. I need to see you when I claim you tonight. He tugged the covers off me. My hand still rested above my pubic bone. Nevio pushed it away and climbed on top of me for another searing kiss. His lips on mine, his hands roamed my body, tugging my nipples through the thin fabric of my nightgown. I arched into him, my own hands mapping his strong back where the proof of his depravity was inked into his skin. His fingers clamped down on my hip when I arched up again, growing impatient. By now, my panties were soaked, and I needed Nevio to relieve the unbearable tension. He chuckled, a sinister sound that only made me wetter. Patience, Rory. Were you the one who wanted to wait with the physical part of our relationship? I sank my teeth into his lower lip, nicking his skin. Oh, shut up. He chuckled again, but this time his hand finally moved down where I needed him. His fingers slipped under my panties, and his answering growl when he felt just how much I needed him made me smile. His fingers teased my clit, and his lips on mine dimmed my moans. I was already strung too tightly, ready to burst from months of only fantasizing about this moment. I was getting closer and closer, my breathing erratic. And when he pushed 2 fingers into me, I exploded with a choked cry that Nevio swallowed with an all-consuming kiss. Nevio didn't give me time to catch my breath. He pushed to his feet and ripped his shirt over his head, revealing a body I'd dreamed about in my darkest nightmares and my most lustful fantasies. The sight of the Aurora Borealis tattoo made my heart throb even harder in my chest. Nevio followed my gaze and briefly pressed his palm over the tattoo, his eyes conveying a message I hardly dared to decipher. Then it was gone, and replaced by burning desire. With hurried moves, he shoved down his pants and underwear, then kicked them off. Nevio half fell on top of me, parting my legs wide with his thighs, his dark eyes like that of a hunter as he slammed his lips against mine. I touched his cheeks, and his eyes returned to mine. The frenzy in them eased, and he slowed. His kiss became gentler. With our gazes locked, he entered me until he settled all the way inside me. My eyes closed, really feeling him. It felt perfect. His lips brushed my ear, his voice raw. This feels like a fucking rebirth.
Nevio. Nothing had ever felt better than being inside Aurora, to be connected to her in such a profound way. Not just in the physical sense, but because with one look from her, I felt like she held my heart in her hand. With every thrust, she felt more like mine. That I was hers wasn't even a question anymore. She lived in my head, my heart, even my black soul. She was the voice at the back of my mind, keeping me rooted. I kissed her like she was my salvation, and maybe she was. She started to tremble, her walls tightening around my cock until stars danced before my eyes, and then we both exploded at the same time. Our fused lips swallowed our moans. Eventually, I pulled back, and our ragged breathing filled the room. That it could even be heard over the pounding of my heart was a miracle. Aurora's blue eyes pierced mine, filled with questions and hopes. "You know what I want," she whispered. "I want commitment. I want love and fidelity. I want forever. I want the same, Rory. You are my forever." "I am." I pressed her fingers to the tattoo of the Northern Lights. "I want to be the person you deserve." Fuck, I wanted nothing more than to be that person for Aurora, but I was a monster. I knew it. I relished in it, but on occasion, I channeled my monster. Most days, I liked being a monster. Rarely, I didn't. Most of these occasions involved Mom or Greta and Aurora. The only times I ever felt guilty for being a monster were when Greta, Aurora, or Mom weren't quick enough to hide their fear from me. Fear, not of what I would do to them, because they knew I'd die before I'd ever hurt the people I cared about. Fear of losing me to the darkness, and of what I could do to everyone else. Maybe my darkness scared them more than Dad's because mine hadn't been born from childhood trauma. I had been born a monster. It was in my genes. But I'm a monster, and that won't ever change. Aurora nodded. "I know. I've known you all my life, and from the moment I overheard Dad telling Mom about how you killed a man for your 12th birthday, I knew you were a monster, but it never changed how I felt about you." Alessio and Massimo knew my monster, but they didn't mind. Massimo because he was a monster too, a different kind, but a monster nonetheless, and Alessio because he wanted to be a monster to silence the demons that haunted his nightmares. Mom and Greta knew it too, but they preferred to ignore it and to pretend I could be better. Dad and my uncle knew all about my monster, but they too were too monstrous to care. A monster was useful in our world. Aurora, however, knew my monster but didn't ignore it, didn't like it, didn't use it. She accepted it because she loved me. I could see love in her face and eyes. For a long time, I hadn't been sure if my messed up brain could feel a pure emotion like love. But if this feeling I had for Aurora wasn't love, then what was it? When I was with Aurora, I wished to be better. No one had ever made me feel that way. I'd been high on alcohol, high on adrenaline, high on anger, lust, and pain. Today, I was high on Aurora. I wasn't sure if it was enough, if it could carry me through the thunderstorms that ravaged my brain sometimes. For a long time, too long, it had made me pull away from Aurora, waiting for a moment of certainty. But when was there ever absolute certainty in life? The only thing I was sure about were my feelings for Aurora right now. What does it say about you that you made a monster fall in love with you? Aurora's eyes widened a fraction, her breath halting. She swallowed noisily, and a small smile tugged at her lovely lips. What does it say about me that I fell in love with a monster? I cupped her cheeks and kissed her. If you knew how crazy I was about you, you'd run, Rory. I think I do know. You killed a man because he flirted with me, and I'll do it again. You have my fucking heart, and that kind of shitty gift comes with a lot of baggage. Aurora laughed. I kissed her again. You know what's the worst about loving you? She shook her head, eyes wide and expectant. For the first time in my life, I feared death. because it would mean I'd lose you. Then you better try not to get yourself killed in one of your crazy adventures.
Chapter 45. Aurora. How is she? I asked Diego as I followed him upstairs to Carlotta's room. I didn't believe her insistence that she was fine. Her heart is giving us reason to worry. She probably needs another transplant. I nodded slowly. I feared that was the case. Maybe telling her about Nevio and me wasn't the best idea. But she was my best friend, and I wanted her to know. I knocked on her door and stepped inside. She sat at her desk, probably studying for her college classes. She looked pale. Even her usually pink lips were pale, as if the color had been washed from them. I went over to her. How do you feel? She sent Diego a scowl. I hope he didn't exaggerate. I'm fine. She turned to me with the same scowl. Don't look so worried. I tried to relax my facial muscles, but it was difficult. When Diego closed the door, I said, I came here to tell you something, but now I'm not sure I should. She shoved my leg. Stop it. She scanned my face. You and Nevio, right? I nodded. We're dating. I know you don't like him. Carlotta pushed to her feet and put her hands on my shoulders. I don't like how he treated you. He's changed, Lotta. It really showed me that he wants to be with me. If he keeps treating you like you deserve, then I'm fine with him. I grinned and hugged her. Now I just have to tell my parents. Carlotta chuckled. Good luck. Your dad's the toughest nut to crack. No, that was you. We both laughed. Can I talk to you? I asked as I stepped into the kitchen with Batista on my hip, where Mom, Dad, and Davide waited for me to have breakfast. 2 weeks had passed since Nevio admitted his feelings for me. And since then, it snuck inside my bedroom almost every night. Nobody knew anything. They thought we only spent time together during the day with Batista. Davide leaned back, arms crossed over his chest. For the first time, I realized how much he'd grown and how much he looked like Dad. If only he weren't such a pain in my ass. This is going to be fun. She looks fucking guilty. Language, Mom admonished as she took Batista from me and put him into his high chair. I sank down beside him. I wanted Mom and Dad's approval, but I doubted I'd get it, especially from Dad. Dad sipped at his coffee and raised one blonde brow. Yes? Mom gave me an encouraging smile. Maybe I should have started with her and told her about my relationship with Nevio. Coffee? Mom asked as she lifted the thermos. I gave a terse nod. You know I love you, and I still feel guilty for having gone behind your back. So you chose to go behind our backs again? Dad asked with narrowed eyes. I stared. No, I mean, I didn't really go behind your backs. Did they know about Nevio's nightly visits? I couldn't imagine Dad being so calm if that were the case. Your dad and I know you're dating Nevio, Mom said. Dad grimaced. My worst nightmare come true. Davide laughed, obviously delighted. How? I asked. Davide saw you kissing Nevio in the garden a few days ago. I glared at my brother. And you had nothing better to do than tell on me? I could have kicked Nevio's ass for touching you, but I like him. And I went to Mom first. If I wanted to cause you trouble, I would have gone to Dad. Then Mom couldn't have held him in check. Dad scowled. Your mom doesn't hold me in check. Davide and I exchanged a look, because she definitely did. Mom cleared her throat, trying to hide a smile. We know you're seeing Nevio, but we would have wished you'd told us right away this time. Nevio and I needed to figure out things first, I said. Are you going to be okay with it? I really need your support. You always have our support, Mom said. I glanced at Dad. He was the one I really worried about. He nodded and took my hand. I'll always support you, even if I'm not exactly happy about your decision. But you like Nevio, right? I liked him better before he started something with you. I laughed. He's been really trying very hard to make me happy since he returned from Italy. I'll be impressed if he keeps it up a year from now. I seriously hope he's serious about you. I smiled. He is. He asked me to live together so we can become a family for Batista. Mom and Dad looked at each other with obvious surprise. You're moving out? Mom asked. Back to the apartment? I shook my head. Nevio and I agreed that it would be best to live with our families. We're both young and need all the help we can get with Batista. And we want him to experience the same big family support and craziness we had.
Nevio. I went in search of my parents and found them both in Giulio's room, doing homework with him. If they both joined forces, then Giulio was in serious trouble. Nobody could play good cop, bad cop better than Mom and Dad. When it came to schoolwork, Mom was usually the bad cop. Dad probably didn't see the value of calculus once Giulio became a made man. They looked up when I entered. Giulio's face flashed with relief. I need to talk to you, I said. I'd already told Greta about my relationship with Aurora, and she had been happy for me. She probably thought it was fate. Since she knew Amo, believing in fate was her most annoying character trait. Though part of me had to admit that Aurora felt like my fated mate. Fuck. Giulio jumped up from his desk chair. I'll give you privacy. Dad grabbed his shoulder and pushed him back down. You stay where you are. Another suspension and we'll have no choice but to homeschool you, and trust me when I say that no one in this house wants that. Giulio pouted but didn't protest again. Mom and Dad followed me outside and closed the door. Once we were in the hallway, I said, I'm dating Aurora, and I want everyone to know. That's wonderful, Mom exclaimed, hugging me as if I'd won a Nobel Prize. Rory was worth so much more than the Swedish trophy. Dad clapped my shoulder, his expression hard. Don't fuck this up. Finding a good woman is like winning the lottery, especially for men like us. I know, Dad. Don't worry. Which is why I want to show Aurora that I'm 100% invested. We decided to move in together with Batista. Where? Mom asked. She was probably worried about losing her grandchild and son at once. Adamo's part of the house is empty. That's enough room for Aurora, Batista, and me. And even more kids in the future, Mom added. Let's try to keep Giulio in check before we plan more offspring with my blood. That's not your decision, Dad, I chuckled. So can we have Adamo's old rooms? Of course, Mom smiled. Great. Dad released a sigh. I rule over the West, but apparently my ruling doesn't extend to my own home. Mom touched Dad's arm with a grin. My phone beeped with a message from Aurora. I immediately clicked on it and released a sigh of relief when I read that her parents were okay with us. I can't believe you're going all domestic on us, Alessio said when we painted one of the rooms in light blue and cream. It would become Batista's nursery. Carlotta, who was good at painting, helped Nino draw balloons, clouds, and animals on one wall as decoration. Massimo hovered around them half of the time instead of helping us. I'm a father, and I want to be with Aurora, so this is the logical choice. Massimo glanced my way upon hearing one of his favorite phrases. He tilted his head in agreement. I couldn't imagine being a father right now. It wasn't my plan, but I want Batista to have a father he can look up to. Alessio gave me an approving look. I didn't think you had it in you. Don't worry. I'm still the same fuck-up when it comes to our raids at night. I won't give them up completely. I didn't think you would, Massimo said when he joined us. Aurora came in with Batista on her hand. His eyes lit up when he saw the drawings on the wall. It's beautiful, Aurora said. Not my doing. You got Carlotta and Nino to thank for that. Batista raced toward me, and I picked him up, then carried him over to the wall art. This is your new room. Aurora came up to me with a pleased smile. This is so exciting. 2 days later, Aurora and I spent our first night in our bedroom. Batista was in his crib beside the bed because Aurora was worried the paint in his room was still too fresh. I wouldn't have minded having sex once he was asleep, but Aurora wasn't having it, so she was cuddled up to my side, her head on my shoulder. I can't believe we have our own place, she paused. Well, kind of. It feels like we have our own place. Minus any kitchen duties because Kiara and Gemma love to do that. Aurora laughed. We should help them more. I doubt anyone wants to taste what I cook. You could clean the dishes. I groaned. If I'd known this was part of the deal, I would have declined. Aurora slapped my chest hard. I rolled us over until I was on top of her. People have lost their lives for less than hitting me. She rolled her eyes. Then she became serious. Are you worried about this? About us living together? No, I said. And it was the absolute truth. I know you, and you know me. We know each other as friends, and we've gotten to know each other as a couple. But being a family is a new challenge. I like a challenge, and I know we'll master it. Aurora smiled. We will. She ran her hand along my shoulder blade, then down my back in a very distracting way. The conservatives will definitely gossip about our new living arrangements. Let them talk. Nobody will dare say anything to your face. Trust me. I searched her eyes. Things between us were still fresh, but in my mind, there was no doubt that Aurora and I would grow old together if I didn't get myself killed before then. Maybe she wanted me to pop the question. I didn't really see the necessity of marriage. It had always seemed like such a superfluous arrangement. Why did anyone need a marriage certificate to be happy? But if Aurora wanted us to make it official in that way, we could marry if that would make you feel better. Her face twisted with shock, but not the good kind. I don't want to marry because of societal pressure or because you think I want it. I want us to marry because we both want it. Then we might never marry, because I just don't see a reason for marriage. Aurora swallowed, but the stubborn gleam remained in her eyes. Then I'll be okay with that. I want us to marry for the right reasons, and I want a real proposal. I chuckled. Promise, if I ever find a good reason to marry, then I'll knock you off your socks with my proposal. I arrived for our weekly business meeting 10 minutes early. The surprise on Dad's, Fabiano's, and Nino's faces, who were already there, made it clear that they still hadn't gotten used to my responsible side. It wasn't only Rory who needed to see that I was more than a crazy killer. Dad needed to realize that I'd one day make a good capo and not cause the Camorra to implode with my craziness. I sank into the armchair across from Fabiano. He and I had a sort of truce, but he definitely liked me a little less since I started dating his daughter. I should probably give you fair warning that I might one day ask Rory for her hand. The words slipped out before I could think them through. I still wasn't sure about marriage. Fabiano's expression twisted with confusion, not the shock I'd expected. And you're telling me now? So you can make peace with the idea, I said with a grin. Dad and Nino exchanged a look that showed they were more shocked than Fabiano. If I hadn't made peace with you and my daughter, you would know by now. And I always expected you to be serious about her, so why would I need to get used to the idea of marriage? I'm serious about her, but that doesn't mean it has to end in marriage. People can love each other without being married. Fabiano narrowed his eyes. Not in my world. I chuckled. I don't see why we should marry without a good reason. Then find a reason. Dad rolled his eyes. You took a while to find a reason to ask Leona for her hand. But I did find one, so it's irrelevant. Nino opened his mouth. He was as skeptical about marriage as I was. Fabiano raised his palm. Don't bother. I've heard all of your logical arguments and I'm over them. Nevio will find a reason to marry Aurora. I stifled a laugh. Fabiano's scare tactics were directed at the wrong person, but I had no doubt that Rory would make me want to marry someday.
Chapter 46. Aurora. I scanned the ground below us, where the scenery had been brightly lit when our flight had taken off. Darkness spread below us as our airplane slowly descended for landing. In the distance, I could make out a spattering of light. At least there seemed to be some kind of civilization where Nevio was taking me. Won't you tell me where we're going? I'll eventually find out, I said. I'd asked Nevio countless times since he'd practically kidnapped me from the breakfast table this morning. I'd only had time to say goodbye to Batista before Nevio and I had driven to the airport, where the private Cora jet had been waiting. Nevio had even packed my bag, which was one of my main worries right now. I doubted Nevio had any clue what kind of clothes I'd need. I hoped he'd at least asked a family member for help with the toiletry bag. My other worry was how Batista would fare. This was the first time I'd be gone for more than a few hours. He would turn 4 this year, and he loved spending time with his grandparents and his uncle Giulio, so my concern was completely unfounded. Nevio crossed his arm behind his head with a satisfied grin. Can't you guess? Well, considering our flight time and the landscape below, I guess we're somewhere in Europe, most likely up north. Good detective work, Sherlock. I moved over to him and sat on his lap. We're supposed to stay buckled in, he said with raised eyebrows, but his hands grabbed my hips as I straddled his thighs. Then you should consider telling me or risk my health. I like you on my lap. What's life without a little danger? He kissed me, his fingers tangling in my hair. I sank into the kiss when the buckle-up sign binged again. Nevio moved back with a sigh. I returned to my seat with an expectant expression. All right, Lapland. My eyes widened. We're here to watch the Northern Lights? Because of Nevio's obsession with the lights, I'd started researching them, and the photos I'd seen had made me want to experience them in real life. I thought it would be the perfect way to spend our second Valentine's Day as a couple. It is. The hotel that Nevio had picked for us was in northern Lapland and consisted of small, round cabins with a glass roof over the bed. Our cabin even had a jacuzzi on the patio. Everything was covered in snow, making the area look even more magical. Having spent most of my life in Las Vegas, the temperatures were a shock to my system. But Nevio had bought snow attire for both of us in preparation for the trip. Admit it, you got help with my clothes. Nevio didn't even try to deny it. Kiara helped me. Despite the jet lag and exhaustion, I begged Nevio to ride a dog sleigh through the snowy landscape. In my thick layers of clothes, I couldn't have walked the area for long without falling over like a Michelin man. The dog handler showed us how to steer the sleigh, but the dogs got nervous around Nevio, their howls and barks rising high above the crowns of the firs around us. I understood them only too well. Nevio was a force of nature, a predator of his own right, one who had haunted my nights for a long time. Nightmares and dreams, both equally passion-filled. When Nevio and I had both taken position on the sleigh, with Nevio's arms pressing against mine as we held the handle, Nevio let out the call that told the dogs to run. I would have toppled backwards if Nevio hadn't been behind me. The dogs raced past trees, whirling up the snow as if the devil was after them. It was incredible. I couldn't stop laughing in absolute joy. That night and the following nights, Nevio and I watched the Northern Lights from our bed, wrapped in each other's arms, and the sight never got boring. Whenever I thought I'd already seen every color scheme, nature surprised me again. The night sky flared with luminous waves, turquoise and pale blue, pink and fiery orange. My breath halted as I watched in awe how the darkness lit up above our heads. It was a mesmerizing display I'd never dreamed of witnessing. But here I was with a man who hadn't let me run from him. I felt Nevio's gaze on me, as if I was more interesting than the Aurora Borealis.
Nevio. The colorful lights of the northern lights reflected in Aurora's eyes, illuminating her hair, an odd face. You must watch the lights, not me. You can watch me all the time, Aurora said indignantly, never taking her eyes from the sky. I got it. It was difficult to look away from something this beautiful. For me, the sky came only in second place, though. Still, I finally tilted my head back to watch nature's display. Aurora pressed her head against my shoulder and released a small, pleased smile. I leaned over to the nightstand and removed the box I'd carried with me since we left Las Vegas. Now was the perfect moment to give it to Aurora. Eventually, she lowered her gaze from the sky and beamed at me. "This is just incredible. I won't ever forget this moment. Thank you for taking me here." "I had to," I said roughly. Aurora's brows pulled together. "I had to because I wanted you to understand how I feel when I look at you. I want you to understand what you do to me. This Nordic sky is nothing to the darkness inside me, but you still manage to shine your light on me in a far more awe-inspiring way than the Aurora Borealis." "Nevio," Aurora whispered, her breath creating small puffs between us. My fingers around the box tightened, and I raised it so Aurora could see it. Aurora's eyes moved down to my hand and widened before they darted back up to my face in disbelief. "Nevio?" I untangled myself from our warm nest and walked around the bed, then got down on my knee on Aurora's side and opened the box. The lights became particularly bright at this moment, as if they wanted to match the ring I showed Aurora. A piece of jewelry I'd spent a long time searching for, until I'd ordered a goldsmith to create it for me. The stone looked as if I'd condensed the Aurora Borealis inside of it. Aurora sat up slowly, her lips shaped an O, and her eyes glistened with tears that only magnified the glow of the northern lights in them. She took my breath away. The past few days with her here, I was fucking content. I didn't need the thrill of a kill, of a hunt, of blood and torture. With Aurora, my destructive urges could rest for a bit. I knew they'd always be there, and these brief respites would always just be that. Brief pauses in my otherwise dark nature, but it was more than I'd considered myself capable of. I took her hand. "I told you before, but I know I should do it more often. I love you. The light side of me, which I never thought existed, but also the darkest, most depraved corners of myself. Love you. Aurora, every fucking thing about you. Most of all, how you keep shining brightly no matter the darkness I throw at you. I can't let you go. I won't let you go. I want you to be mine forever because in my heart, in my head, even in my damned soul, if I have something like that, you will always be mine. Marry me." Did my words leave Aurora a choice? I wasn't sure she had one. I hoped she didn't need one. I hoped she felt the same painful desire to spend her life with me until the very last breath I took. Because she'd better survive me. I wouldn't live a single moment without her. Aurora bit her lip with a soft smile as she nodded. "Of course I'll marry you." Before I could push to my feet, Aurora slid down from the bed and fell into my lap, her arms around my neck, her lips against mine. She clung to me as I sank down full on the warm sheepskin and hugged her to me, returning her kiss with every bit of love I felt. Soon her tears wet my face, and I pulled back to wipe them off. The idea of tears of happiness had always been a mystery to me. Hell, I hadn't even cried tears of sadness as far as I could remember, but seeing Aurora's obvious joy, I understood tears of happiness finally, even if I'd never cry them myself. "I guess you aren't mad at me for making you cry this time?" Aurora let out a choked laugh. "No." I took her hand and slid the ring on her finger. Aurora shook her head, as if she couldn't believe it. "What changed your mind about